Welcome to the Gray Stage Podcast, episode number 10. Today we'll be covering chapter 6 in the book by Greg Fernandez Jr., The Gray Stage. My name is Dan Hannon. I'll be joined today with Sophia, Catherine, and of course Greg Fernandez Jr., the author himself. How are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing well, thank you, my brother. Hope you're doing good.
And how about Sophia, Catherine, and Anne?
We're doing great. At least I am.
Excellent. We've got an interesting topic today here for this book. In this chapter, we're heading off with chapter 6 here for episode 10. We'll be talking about the kitchen laptop. And in this Crowley case, there's a lot of things that tie into this. And there's also, I think, enough questions and things that have come up, since then as well. A lot of people that are newer to the Justice page, some of the newer members, a lot of questions do come up surrounding this chapter. So this will be a good episode. I'll start off here by reading the first paragraph from Greg's book, The Kitchen Island. The laptop, labeled as AV-8, was opened to a black screen on the kitchen island when authorities entered the house. The device was plugged into a power outlet just above the kitchen sink, and the screen was black. Love, love in quotes, was written on the laptop cover. Anne, did you want to go give a little more of a background on this situation here?
Yes, I would like to give you guys a visual of this area where the laptop was found. There is a kitchen island in the Crowley home. The island basically divides the kitchen and the living room. The front part of the island is made of drywall and it's green. The top part is a granite type surface. That is where the laptop is sitting open. Behind the laptop, towards the back of the island facing the kitchen, you will see a sink, a cabinet, and in the corner is a dishwasher. There were some Christmas items and other things on top of the island. This episode is just going to focus on the laptop. So we just wanted to give you an idea of what you guys will be seeing and hearing about.
Perfect. All right, continuing on the second paragraph. Blood and partial fingerprints, end quote, were visible on the laptop surface and keyboard. Several blood stains were visible on the kitchen island counter next to the laptop. When the laptop was swabbed for DNA purposes, the black screen awoke to reveal a text message reading, quote, "I have loved you all with all of my heart," end quote. What do you think about that, Greg?
Well, I wish we had a better photo of it. I know we have the photo that shows where the text message should be, or where the text message is. For me, it is a little difficult to read. So that was the first thing. I wish we did have a better photograph of that, but that's okay. We'll go with the photograph that we do have. And this was one of the notes that was used to suggest that David Crowley was guilty, because he had written 2 notes in this house. And then the obvious question is, how do they know that David actually wrote this? And is this a suicide note?
Yes, and this is on the laptop. So once again, this is typed, and this was just brought up. In my assumption, this was like a notepad or a WordPad or a word processing type of a program that was opened up and someone just keyed it in. We don't have the name of who keyed it in or who actually did the typing, except someone just wrote it, "I have loved you all with all of my heart," and just left it up. And I don't think that when the investigation took place with this hard drive, and this all went to the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit, and I don't know if we got a date created or a timestamp as to when this file was created. And I don't believe the file was saved. I think it was just opened and left there in what commonly we would see in today's world be an untitled or a Microsoft Word or untitled document. But it still should have a created date and a created time. That would be interesting to know when this file was opened and created. We know it was never saved, so we can't really essentially get back to when whoever did it to get back to a time frame once again. But yes, it's done and staged to make it look like David had committed these heinous acts, had blood on his hands, and then opened up the laptop and started typing it. Now, the other thing we need to keep in mind is that the laptop was not shut off. It was kept open, and it was in a blank screen. I would call it either in hibernate mode or in a screensaver mode or in power saving energy mode. But all they did was, when your laptop is off for a period of time, even though it's still plugged in, you can touch the touchpad or the enter key or the space bar or some other key, and it'll wake it back up. It'll wake up that laptop. And I think that's what happened here. They were swapping the keys and activated and woke up that machine again, and that's when this arose. I mean, this thing was typed up there, meant for the first person to see it to know exactly, what happened here. I think is what the intent was. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. I also thought that it was weird that, maybe not weird, but it was very interesting, let's put it like that the where love is typed up, and I was able to find 3 places, or where love is actually mentioned. Love is on the laptop. It's also on the Amazon, whatever this is, Kindle, Amazon Fire. It's written on the back of that too. And then in the office bedroom, in dust, love is actually written on top of the computer there too. So that's at least 3 electronic devices. Love is not written on the Surface Pro that is found in the living room that belonged to Kamel.
And there's something I would like to add here too that I noticed, like right here. I took this photo, and then when you enlarge it, if you try to, look at the letters that spell out, "I have loved you with all of my heart," there is no blood on the majority of those keys. So that means, you have some blood like on the A and a little bit on the O and a little on the D, but look at the W is clean, the I is clean, the U is clean. Those should not be clean if this is supposedly typed by somebody with bloody fingers. Being a typist, even if you're one fingering it, if you're typing with your 2 hands or if you're using one finger, there should be blood on every single one of those keys that spell that out. But the majority of those keys are clean. That, to me, tells me, what my assumption then is that the person who put that message on that laptop had gloves on. And that, to me, rules out David, because why would he put gloves on to type a message just before he supposedly shoots himself? Doesn't make sense.
And Catherine, that's a good point, because you would see by looking at this phrase that he wrote, I think the top 2 most commonly used letters were A and L in this phrase.
Yes.
A and L. And so you would think that there would be multiple blood marks on those 2 keys on the laptop. And what you're saying is that we don't see blood on the letters used here at all in that phrase. But what we do see is what appears to be a haphazard smattering of some blood on the laptop with David's with his fingerprints. It still looks staged because it just was there on random parts of the laptop, the blood, but not in the points that would be the last used keys that the person typed. And that's the point you're getting at, which is the most important point of this, which detectives did not seem to put together that scenario. Correct?
Correct, absolutely correct. And that should have been something that they should have first looked at. When you're looking at something that's typed on a computer screen, you're going to look down below and look at those keys. Because they, I thought for sure they had mentioned the blood on the A key, and that just could be my imagination. But you look at a thing, and then you look down, and you're like, okay, is this matching up with what I'm seeing? And there is no match whatsoever. So right there, I mean, there's so many instances where this should have been a huge light bulb going off to these officers. And again, they either just completely ignored it, didn't think about it, or said, you know what, we have a scenario, we're just going to run with it.
Correct.
Looks like blood on the delete key as well. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. I didn't look at that, but I was looking at the I, and then spelling out the IHAVED, you know, YOUWITH. And when you look at all those, I mean, the W is used a lot too, and it's clean. The YOU is clean, or the O might have a little bit. And I'm just like, this keyboard does not match with those so-called, you know, last note written.
That I should probably be one of the most bloodiest if it's the first one, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because if one hand is bloody, the other hand is going to be bloody. But even if they try to say, well, maybe just the left hand was bloody, well, then why isn't the W and the keys that are used with the left hand, why aren't those bloody? And exactly, the I, especially since that was used first, and the shift key. It would have been Shift I, because were these all capitals, or you would think I think at least the I was capitalized.
Yes, just the I.
Yeah, and so the Shift key looks clean to me.
Very good point, because these would be the letters most used in this phrase, and this was really, from what we can tell on the laptop, the only things that were typed. One can assume that the very last thing as far as the official narrative is David went to his musical playlist called Ascents and clicked play on that. But there was no other typing done on this laptop immediately after the crimes were committed, except for this one situation. Should I go on to the next paragraph? I find that very interesting. I've got some comments on that, Greg.
Sure.
He says, quote, I was not certain if this note was saved or otherwise date or time stamped, end quote. And this is what Detective Brian Bone reported. Now, I'll continue on. The note was not signed and was in the format of a typed note, end quote. Authorities assumed the message was written by David Crowley, but that assumption remains unproven. So back to this beginning part, we're looking at a date or time stamp on a file. Brian Bowen is just the detective here, and maybe this is true that he did not know the date time stamp on this, but once again, the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit, this is all that they do. This is what they do. There would be a file open. For instance, if I'm looking at not on a Mac, but on a regular PC, you'd have a document there with a little tilde in front of it as a temporary file name. That would still have a date and timestamp on that file, that temporary file, which goes in that temp folder gets saved in when as you're working on things. And then when you go to actually do a save as or save it and place it somewhere on your folder, it'll give it the actual name and the date and timestamp. But this would have had a date, time, and created when the file was open and someone began typing. And so Brian Bone, as a detective, may or may not know that, although I'm assuming anyone in today's world would at least ask that question. But the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit would have known that for sure once what that temporary file that was used sitting out there would still have a date and timestamp. So I don't get the fact that Brian Bowen says that. And he does go on to say that it was not signed, but it was in the format of a typed note. Okay, that's obvious enough. And the assumption was that it was written by David Crowley. Of course, anyone looking at the scene, the way it was staged, is going to think that David did all these things. But these are all just circumstantial things that don't mean anything yet. So we really don't get any real good meat from the detectives on this. We just get several sentences of various assumptions, which doesn't do any of us any good. What do you think, Sophia or Ann, when you look at that paragraph?
I think there's a possibility also that this so-called note typed on the computer was typed before the murders, and it has nothing to do with the Crowley family being murdered. Because you see, like Greg said, the word love typed several times in the house. There's a bowl on the counter with those rocks with terms of endearment written on the rocks. There's that note on the fridge, which was, a loving note between a husband and wife. This letter on the laptop could have been just written as something special between the both of them that has nothing to do with suicide note or anything that happened after.
And I have to agree with that. I mean, it could have been written at any time. It's just that it's there on the screen. It's very possible that it could have been just part of the staging. It's like, oh, here, it's right here. We'll just use it as a possible suicide note. Just like other things that were around the house that were assumed were suicide notes and stuff.
The other thing I think with all suicide notes, whether they're written or typed, is the signature. You'd have to have that signature, something to say, this is what I want, this is my wishes, or this is what's going on in my head, and then you sign your name. So this stuck out to me when I saw this alleged suicide note with no signature once again. And of course, when you get into staged crimes and situations like this, most of the time those are typed up. Those are typed to make it look like someone else is doing it. An actual suicide note, maybe multiple pages long, handwritten or however, to clear the air after the case is done, to let the ones still living know what was going on in their and what they were dealing with. So this doesn't have this. It's got it has that feel of staging once again. But you're right, it could have been something that he wrote back in October or November. It could have been something that he had written back in April. But if we would have had a timestamp that showed January 10th or something to that effect, it would have clearly led us into a much narrower time frame. And that's what we don't have here. That's what we don't get. And that's the thing that's important with this, I think. That would have been the first thing that the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit would have been focused in on, the timestamp, date and timestamp. So they finished up their investigation and gave the laptop back to the father. So it's too late now to go back and even look at something like that, unless Dan Crowley Sr. would know where to look on that path directory to see where that file would be sitting if it was still there to this day. And hopefully things like that were done, but as we can assume with everything else in this case, we can't assume anything. Greg, should I go on to the next paragraph?
Yeah, let's do it.
3 areas of Bloody Ridge detail were identified on the laptop and labeled as A, B, and C. Of the 3 areas, only Area 1 was sufficient for latent print analysis. Item 54 is a CD of 25 NEF images of latent prints found on the laptop. A digital latent palm print of Area A was then labeled LP54-1. LP54-1 was searched in the Midwest Automated Fingerprint Identification Network, the MAFIN database, and no suitable candidate was generated. Additionally, no known palm prints for David Timothy Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to LP54-1.
So there is no way that anybody could ever claim that any of the palm prints found, if any of the palm prints were found, there's no way they can tie those to David Crowley just by this one fact here. It's more proof David Crowley did not do this, and it's more proof that people assume that David Crowley did, and that is not right. There's something wrong about that. There's no reason to, because if you're really looking for who did this, then you know you don't have any palm prints tied to David. You can never say that these prints are from David. But of course, we have the Gray State Goons who are running around telling people David wrote this. There's no proof that David wrote anything on this laptop, and there's no proof that any of the palm prints found at this scene match David, just by this one fact here.
Now, the question that I have, Greg, and this may be more of a question directed toward Catherine, is what I find in this paragraph is very, the words are crafted very interesting in this paragraph, meaning they couldn't find the search of the Minnesota Automated Fingerprint, the MAFIN database. No suitable candidate was generated, so they tried to do the match and they couldn't find it. Now that database is only filled with criminals, right? People with criminal past that have been fingerprinted, and so they couldn't find a match. And they also tried the palm prints to try to match those to BCA for comparison. Now, once again, if David was not a criminal or didn't have a criminal past, would his fingerprints even be in the databases of any of those two databases? And that may be a question for Catherine.
No, since he wasn't a criminal, his fingerprints would not be in the MAFIN, but they had his fingerprint card from the military. But just because they don't find it in a database doesn't mean squat, you know. And I think we all pretty much know this, that just because someone hasn't been caught or hasn't, you know, they may not have documented this before, or they may not have done this type of crime before. So unless they have been, like you stated, arrested, fingerprinted, and everything, their prints would not be in this database.
I've got a question on that. Just regarding this database, they're looking at fingerprints here, but then they're talking about palm prints. Shouldn't they be looking, I mean, can you tell from a fingerprint? Are you going to be able to tell? Can you match a palm to a fingerprint?
It's been a really long time since I went through MEPS, but I remember them doing DNA, that they also did every fingerprint on both hands. They printed both hands very well, but I can't remember if they did a palm print too. So if our audience, if you've gone through the military in the 2000s, could you please let us know if they did your palm print too? Because I seem to remember that they did, but I went in the 90s. So, I mean, things could have changed.
And it's good that they're looking at this database, but is there a larger database that maybe in the future they could look into that isn't just for the Midwest?
And we could also go the route of knowing David Crowley's background. He was not a criminal, or not that we know of, that he didn't commit any crime. So I would guess his prints would not be in the MAFIN, his prints and palm prints would not be in the BCA, but we know that being in the military, he would have both his fingerprints and this is my opinion, his palm prints would be with the military, so they already have those things. But it says that no known palm prints from the military were submitted to the BCA.
Does the fact that they were looking in this database, does that show that they at least were looking for possible suspects, for somebody other than David, because they could have pulled up his criminal record and found pretty quickly that it wasn't him. Does this show that maybe they were looking quietly for other suspects?
Well, if you look at the working, it says no suitable candidate was generated. So, were they looking for other candidates?
Does the Moffin database have palm prints, or would it just?
Well, when you look at it online, and it states here, and I'm reading from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension website right now, and it states the arrest records of 10 print fingerprint cards, and they may also include palm print cards. So they do have some palm prints on record. But I think the fact that they were looking in this database, I just think that's standard operating procedure. So they just kind of say, oh yeah, we ran it, we didn't find anything. You know, is my take on it. Could be wrong.
And that's good. That shows that they are doing, you know, like we've talked about previously. There are things in here that they are doing that are standard, which is good. That's what they should be doing. And that also shows that they do all of these standard things and still cannot find anything tying this crime scene to David, other than him being there.
Correct. Yeah, I think these were procedures that were followed, and no answers came back, which means that they were doing their job for the most part on a peripheral level. Found no answers, so they moved forward. But I don't think he would have any information in those records. Yeah. Anyway,
I mean, reading this, I would say that they basically proved that David did not write this. That's the way I read it.
I would like to add, okay, let's say you do believe that David wrote it for whatever reason. Okay, so first of all, police have determined no motive of why these deaths occurred, but we've heard various theories on what could have led David to murder his family and himself. And this note, if it is a suicide note, doesn't support any of those theories. This note doesn't show hatred towards Kamel's past or her being a Muslim. This note doesn't show obsession with Gray State or weird conspiracy theories. This note doesn't show PTSD. This note doesn't support anything that David has been alleged of doing. It doesn't support any of the proposed theories of why David would do this. And I think that in itself says this is definitely not a suicide note. And if David didn't write this, then it probably was staged.
There you go.
This just sounds like something that Kamel has written before. Didn't she write something on the back of a photograph and
yes,
put to her sister?
Yeah, I will always love you and Mom, something like that. The way this note is written, I'm glad you brought that up because it just reminded me of when it says, I have loved you all with all of my heart. Who is this message for? Whether it was written by David or whether it was written by, by killers, who would this be for? Who is this message targeted to? This is the first thing that comes up when the cops or the BCA swab the laptop. This was meant for them to see first. It's obviously not meant for them. It's not meant to say that David has loved them.
It is very nondescript. Yeah. And I had not thought about that until you mentioned it. It is extremely nondescript and vague.
Similar to the note that's written in the office bedroom. Who is it for? Who is it really for? Is it code word? Is it warnings? What is the real purpose of that writing? That's all I got on A, B, and C here. I'm just going through showing people some of the photos of after they were sprayed with a chemical. And yeah, they're palm prints, some type of palm prints. I'm glad, Catherine, that you were able to find that those would be included in that database, and couldn't find anyone. So it's just like can't connect it to anyone, including David. So there's no conclusion here. There's no, okay, we found this, it ties to David, this is how we know that David wrote this. You don't have that here in this case. If you weren't to look at these documents, if you weren't to look at these photos, you would not know that. You probably would not know that. If you were to just watch the sloppumentary, you definitely would not know that. And so that's why it's so important to be able, time willing, to be able to look at this stuff, to be able to look at these documents, to go through them yourself. And so all of us here are trying to make that as easy as possible for people. Not to tell you what you should think, but when you look at this, how would you ever think that David Crowley did this when they clearly can't tie these bloody palm prints, these prints, they can't tie these to anybody. So in reality, we don't know who wrote anything on this laptop.
Yeah, I think too.
Has anything else on that? Go ahead.
And this is Dan. I think too, what we're looking for, or what we're seeing here, is everything is very vague. Everything is very general. Everything is left open-ended, and I think that's the other goal, if you will, for a staged scene. So you can't go too far down any certain rabbit holes. It's just left open to keep people guessing. That's their goal here, is to keep everyone guessing and wondering, and not provide answers. Is my opinion on these types of things. They don't want to go too far. They want to keep it open-ended.
All right. There's nothing else.
I continue on with the next.
Yeah.
I can continue on. At the bottom of page 51, it says, item 23 is blood swabbed on the surface of the laptop. DNA results tie the blood to Kamel, while excluding David and Rania. And so here we get once again, not the obvious, but it makes sense. That the blood used, whether it was writing on the wall or the blood found at the scene, seems to be Kamel's, which means either she was killed first, or her blood was the most accessible for these types of things. But it doesn't give us the answer of who did the writing, who did it, who left the prints. We know that it's Kamel's blood. Anything else on that, or should I continue with page 52?
I'd say go ahead.
Okay, according to Joe Cooksley, quote, the item 23 bloodstain was in close proximity to apparent bloody ridge detail. A chemical was used to enhance the ridge detail. The ridge detail was documented with photographs prior to and after the application of the enhancement chemical, unquote. This may be, once again, something Catherine could help us with this for those of us not in this field.
What's
a bloody ridge exactly?
The ridge detail, you see those little lines. Oh, here I go. I'm using my mouse, and you guys can't see my mouse. I'm sorry, but yes, those lines right there is that's the ridge detail, and that is what will make up and let them know if it's a palm print, the side of your hand, the fingerprint, or whatever. But those little designs there is what is known as the ridge detail.
Do these look like they should be able to get something, tie it to somebody at some point, or is there enough here or no?
You know, that I don't know how much they need, and just to me, well, oh wait, there's some pretty good stuff there at the bottom. It depends on where this is, you know, is this like the side of the hand? I don't know. It doesn't look like fingerprints per se, but it, you know, it could be the side of somebody's hand or somebody's palm, but
this would be a right hand. This would have to be a right hand. It's on the right side of the keyboard, I would, or the surface of the keyboard of the laptop. So that's where this is found.
Yeah, and it looks like a certain amount of pressure was applied, whatever they used, if it was the side of their hand or the front of their hand, because you see where some of the blood pools in certain areas, and then others you see the detail pretty well. Mm-hmm. So it kind of pools and spread out a little, yeah, in that area. But, I mean, there are other spots on there, not necessarily number 23, but I thought for sure that if I remember correctly, there was another place on there. I don't know if it was, which one is it? I'm looking at your book now. I finally found my book, where the detail looked pretty good, and I couldn't understand why they couldn't get, you know, more fingerprints. There is plenty throughout the house, and not just on the laptop, but other areas where the ridge detail should have been more than sufficient for them to tell you who it was.
Yeah. Anybody else have anything on this image here, or item 23?
I can continue on. Blood found on the A, capital A key of the laptop was swabbed and labeled as item 24. Though collected and itemized, the blood on the A key was not submitted for DNA testing. I'll leave that there. How common is that, or uncommon, to collect it but then not submit it?
Well, they'll collect a whole bunch of samples throughout a crime scene, and then they will choose. It kind of looks like pick and choose, but and sometimes it will look randomized, but there's always a method to the madness. However, in most of the cases that I've been doing reading and research on, if there appears to be separate blood within the same area and they're not sure whose it is, they will test both samples. But if the blood is all within the same area and looks to have come from the same source, then they'll just swab one and then just test that. And here on this laptop, there's no proof that this is coming from the same source. So they should have swabbed that. I mean, tested it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking at this image that I have up here. Are there any? Is there any evidence that we see in any of these photos to tell what type of blood? Is this a hand that was just bloody? Is this a hand that might have been bloody for hours, for longer? The reason I ask is on the command key, on the kind of on the lower left side here, where the command key almost looks like there's a drop there. It doesn't really look like somebody touched the command key. It looks kind of small, but it looks like maybe a blood dropling. So I was just curious about that. If there's any way to tell from the blood that we see on this laptop, is there any way to tell how old the blood on the hands might be?
Yes, you can tell if blood is sitting on someone's hands for a while before they touch. It will either flake off, or as the blood starts to coagulate, because obviously there would have been a lot of blood on their hand, it would have left a different type of impression. The types, and you're right, that does almost look like a blood droplet that was disturbed at one point, but I would have to enhance and enlarge that photo to tell for sure. But like with the A and the rest of it, that was all fresh blood.
On this F key, the F key looks kind of odd too, and I don't think there's any.
And for that one, it just could be the way the shadowing is and how they took that photo. It's really hard to tell, because what you're looking at, that little dark spot underneath the F, when you look at the J key, those little lines are for typists who, when you're not looking, you know your fingers are right on the home key settings. So you know that index finger, once it feels that little nudge, it knows it's on the letter F. So that just could be that. But is there extra blood? It could be. It looks like there could be some little drops next to that, but again, the photo is really hard to read.
And that's all I had for 24.
Should I continue on with 25 grid?
Sure.
All right, item 25 is blood swabbed on the kitchen island countertop next to the laptop. This item was not tested. Neither was the blood stain on the tissue box. Item 26.
25 of all of the things here. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, no, that was it. So 25 is next to the laptop. Was not tested. And then there was a small square-sized tissue box. Item 26.
Yeah.
Also wasn't tested.
I think of all of the blood in the house, 25 looks the most, I can't think of a better word, but strained, or like, it's just, it doesn't look like prints. It's almost just like lines. I don't know. I don't even know. I mean, everyone who can see this for the podcast, people listening to the podcast, you need to go and see these photos. But when you look at item 25, what am I seeing here? This is, of all of the images here, this blood, it just looks, I can't even describe it but any other way than just strained, or lines. It's thin lines, I guess. I don't know.
This is what they call, to me, that looks like transfer. And there's part of these types of lines as well on the touchpad. But yes, this looks like something was bloody and then touched that surface. So it transferred the blood from whatever it was on onto that surface. Would be my guess.
I have to agree with that. Like a sleeve or something.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But they just placed down maybe a sleeve or a rag or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that would make sense.
I think it's interesting also. It looks like there was like a strand of hair by those bloody lines. And it looks like there is like a bulb or something at the end of the hair. I mean, could they collect DNA off of that?
Yes, you can get DNA from the end of a piece of hair.
And where did you see that hair? On the laptop here? Next
Okay,
to
so if you look at the laptop, it looks like there's a streak of hair. See, they have that, I think it was gold, it was the last picture you showed, number 25. See how there's the streak, and above it, it looks like a line or something? Yeah, is that a hair?
It might be here. There are a few hairs on here. I've seen on the other side. I don't know if those are scratches or hairs, but there's some type of line. And even this this MiFi thing, this Wi-Fi thing that David has here in the upper, it looks like that has, there's something wet on that, almost like there's, I don't know if there's blood on that. Blood isn't mentioned here. A little bit below it looks like the USB port that you would put in for a mouse for a wireless mouse, and he just didn't have, there weren't enough ports for everything, so one was taken out. So I don't think that this MacBook Pro, I don't think that this is where this MacBook Pro was used. It was purposely set here, and it was probably, might have been the first time this MacBook Pro was ever here on this kitchen island. All meant to look staged, all meant to look like you know, just ready, just to have everything ready when the investigators come in, including not having it password protected. Same thing with the computer in his office bedroom. It's not protected by a password. That also is another sign that anybody could have gotten into these computers at any time and written anything that they wanted to, and taken off anything that they wanted to at any time. This is almost like that open rear slider here. They're looking for things that they don't need to be looking for. They're looking for people forcing their way into this house when they have an open door. They're looking for reasons to think that David Crowley wrote this when it's clear anybody who had access to this house, and via the open door, anybody in the whole world could have gotten into this house. In theory, they probably would have had to have known that dog in order to do that, but anybody could have gotten onto this laptop and typed, "I have loved you all with all of my heart," easily. So it's just more that just shows that it's not David. What's weird is Kamel's Surface Pro is protected by a password. It's the only one that, of all of these 3 computers in this house, it's the only one that is protected. I wonder if somebody was trying to get something inside of that laptop. Maybe there was something there that somebody wanted taken off.
So that was the only electronics that had a password on it?
Of these three, yeah.
How interesting.
Even the song choice, you know, there was a lot of stuff made about the songs that were on this laptop. I'm going to go back to those too. It's playing randomly, and the fact that in this image, in one of the crime scene images, Curtis Mayfield, is that what it is?
I sure hope that people don't look at my song list after I die.
Well, the whole thing is they were making a big deal about this song, and it's like, that is just the song that was playing while these photos were being taken. But there's several songs that were being played while the photos were being taken. But for some reason, this photo is the one, or this song is the one that ends up being the last song in Eric Nelson's film. Let me get to that. Yeah, right here. Fall Behind, Moses Mayfield. Fall Behind the Inside. So, you know, there was a big deal made about that, but in these other photos here, there's a different song playing. You just can't see it that well. It's pretty interesting that the one that we can see super duper well is the one that just happens to be the song that's played at the end of the Sloppymentary. Some of the other songs, there's the Spider-Man 3 song, 2 Spider-Man 3 songs, maybe even more. It looks like 14 songs in total for the Spider-Man 3 soundtrack. And there's at least 2 of Kamel's quote-unquote friends in the police reports that said that Kamel said that they were going to move to California. David was going to work on the new Spider-Man movie, which probably would have been, I don't know if that would have been Spider-Man 3, if that would have been the ones that were made after this, but Probably the ones after that, with Garfield. I forget his first name, but Andrew Garfield, I think was his name. But so this, this song list and all of these songs have been another interesting thing. The fact that this is a 53 songs, a 4-hour playlist. Be nice to know when the playlist was actually made too, and why this was playing here too. It just seems everything that's on this laptop, and they take shots. We have, I think, 3 screenshots that I just have here, and it's it's all different stuff in the background. Lots of different playlists, lots of different things going on here. It's got the podcast, Rania's favorite, so Rania had access to this too. This is playing through a Bluetooth speaker that died. Bluetooth, speakers don't last that long, so maybe the bodies were not meant to be discovered 3 weeks later, or 2 weeks later, or even 1 week later. Maybe they were meant to be found soon after these killings happen. That's all speculation, but just with that laptop, some interesting stuff. Go ahead.
I just find it curious that the Bluetooth speaker is so far away from being plugged in. I mean, where we look at the kitchen, that plug, I'm assuming the where the plug cover is broken near the sink, and we see that big power plug. I'm assuming that's where the Bluetooth speaker was being charged or whatever. But would it matter where it was placed? Could it have just sat up there on the island and they could have heard everything just the same as if it was near the living room? Or it's like, why did they need to move it and have it unplugged?
I don't see any reason for that. None here, definitely. I think I have an image of where that speaker. So here's the speaker. Hard to tell, but yeah, it's not. I mean, obviously it had. I don't know. It would have to be somewhat close. I think the speaker could definitely work there. It's just weird that it was there. I pull up an image to kind of show where the laptop was, and then the speaker is somewhere around this area, but it's pretty interesting. Oh, this might be one where you can add. This one actually shows both of them. Looking at it from, if you're entering the front door here, you got the laptop over here. This blue mug is actually, it does say cop on it, so it's some type of law enforcement. The laptop does have a sticker over it too, and I don't know if all of them in the house do. I think they all might too, but you can see the distance from the laptop to where that Bluetooth speaker is.
Yeah, it's really not that far, so I don't think it would really.
And I mean, in this image, you can also see where those bloody prints are here, and that's where you would expect the laptop to be. That's where I would expect it, but it's not. So when the writing was, whatever was typed into this laptop, whatever was done with this laptop, nobody had bloody feet. There's no bloody feet there. Same thing with when words are being typed onto the laptop. Some keys have blood and other keys don't. And they all should. I mean, really, they all should. So there's some serious problems here. And these, again, this is just looking at the laptop, just looking at what proves that David Crowley wrote anything on this laptop, and we're just not seeing it. Now I remember I got a few notes here. The typed message and the written note in the office bedroom were both used to trick people into thinking these were suicide notes. That was a big thing. That was hinted in the early police reports. That was hinted, not the early police reports, in the early narrative, in the early media reports. Even when I talked to Kamel's sister, and she also said that those were suicide notes. And it shows how easily somebody can be tricked into thinking that they are when they're not. Neither of those two notes that are written are suicide notes. Not proven suicide notes. I guess if you want to believe they're suicide notes, you can, but why? Why would you think that? Without any proof of who wrote it, of who did it, why? I thought we were trying to find the truth here, not to play our guessing game. Let's see. To be clear, it cannot be proven who wrote the typed sentence on the laptop. So why was this assumed within 24 hours of finding these bodies? And when authorities realized they could not prove David wrote that sentence, what did they do? After they realized, months later, after they realized that it could not be proven that David Crowley wrote anything on the laptop, how did they respond? They just ruled the case exceptionally clear. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem fair.
No.
The fact that the laptop was found in sleep mode shows that anyone could have written these sentences. The laptop was not password protected, similar to the computer in the office bedroom, yet Kamel's Surface Pro found in the living room was password protected. So that's another thing that stood out to me. We talked about the A, we talked about all that. Yeah, I think we pretty much covered everything that I wanted to cover. Item 24, where that A key is, have all heart. I mean, that A, there should be a lot of blood on that A key, but not just the A key. There should be a lot of blood on the H key. There should be a lot of blood on a lot of the other keys too. So it is very interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, where the blood is on those keys and where it isn't, and why some things were never tested. I mean, I think the A would at least be tested. They test the surface of the laptop. Why not test one key at least? So that's all I got, good peeps.
Yep, same here. I'm down another rabbit hole just doing this already. I'm writing copious notes, and I will send it to you guys soon.
Yeah, I agree with Catherine. There's lots of rabbit holes. And interesting.
I think the only thing. This is Dan. The only two things that I would think of that I would have liked to have seen on the police report was if the laptop, the MacBook Pro, was password protected at one point, when was the password taken off, or when was the password removed? That should be somewhere in the registry of that computer, the date and timestamp of when that was taken off as well, unless perhaps maybe David always had that off, but we don't know. The other thing would be, I know we talked about the Bluetooth and the speaker, and of course, the battery died, but what was the volume setting at on his MacBook Pro? Was it, 99? Was it 13? Was it 50? Was it, what was the volume setting? Was it meant to alert and wake up the neighbors, or was it set to a very soft?
Full blast. It's on full blast here. It's at the.
It is. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Now that's on the laptop. Maybe the Bluetooth, the Bluetooth could have its own settings too. So
gotcha.
I don't know.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's all that I had for today.
All right.
Yep, I'm done too.
The only thing I would add is not only are we not seeing blood on the keys mentioned, we're just not seeing blood, period. If David really did kill his family and himself and then dipped his hands in blood or whatever and wrote on the walls, there should be blood all over the keyboard, stuck in between the keys, on the counter. There should be, pattern of drips from the wall on the floor to the island. We're just not seeing blood, period.
Yeah, I would expect the laptop to be more covered in blood, like the island countertop also. But what we're seeing is just transfer marks. So it just doesn't make sense.
Since there's no blood on the back of the laptop, I guess this would have had to have been open. Which again could be another sign of a scene interrupted, I suppose. Alright, well, if there's nothing else, then I guess we'll go ahead and shut this one down. And thank you all again for joining us here for episode number 10, The Kitchen Laptop. Episode number 11 will be released December 1st, and of course we'll continue on with chapter 6. In the kitchen, we'll be starting at page 52 in the physical book. And there is a lot of interesting stuff to go there. We're going to talk about the newspaper found in the kitchen. So that will be a good one to wrap your head around, because there's a few things there to me that do not make sense. But we'll go through everything in the kitchen, and we will continue to see that there is nothing that proves David Crowley guilty. So there's your spoiler for next month. God bless you all. And I'll go ahead and shut this down. Dan, any final words here? You took us in. Why don't you take us out?
No, I don't think there's nothing else. It's certainly interesting chapter, as is your entire book. And I like the reason I like the book, Greg, is that it's fact-based, it's evidence-based. There's no opinions in there. It's just laying out the facts, and it really exposes the things that were either not done correctly or not done at all. Or somewhere in between. It's done in a very good way.
Thank you for that, brother. And I will shut this one down right now.
All right, we're recording. My name is Dan Hedden. Today is October 17th. I'm joined along with Sophia, Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. Welcome, Sophia. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Dan?
Very good. Very good. The reason we're doing the show, I haven't done a video for a while, and tomorrow is an important anniversary relating to this case. October 18th of the year 2014, there was a $50,000 bank withdrawal done at a local branch. That was just months before the murders took place. We never really got a satisfactory answer on what that was for, what happened, why it was done, and whatnot. Although it does lead into a lot of speculation. And what we want to do tonight on this episode is go through the evidence and then go through some ideas or suggestions on what could have taken place, but mainly to let the viewers come to their own conclusion. We just want to basically present it. This was that strange withdrawal from the Wells Fargo. And this came to light when the Wells Fargo documents came out from the FOIA request that provided all the banking information for Kamel, banking information for David, and all of their checking accounts, savings accounts, and things like that. And what we want to go over tonight is by looking at their history, their banking history leading up to the deaths was a very normal one. They were a young married couple with a child. They were making mortgage payments and other payments, and they had income coming in, and nothing was abnormal about that. They paid their bills on time. We'd like to squash the theory that they were going through financial stress or financial hardships, because that was one of the narratives that first came. And so looking at the banking records, we don't see a history or a trend of anything abnormal or strange. And so normal cash coming in on a monthly basis, bills being paid coming out. Now, what also was included in the investigation, and I think this was because David's a part of this other account, is the bank savings account that the father had of the Crowleys. Now, this is Dan Crowley Sr. Was divorced from the kid's wife and was living in Owatonna, Minnesota, about 45 minutes away from the Apple Valley location. And so what he had set up was essentially a trust fund, but it was a POD, bank savings account, meaning payable on death. That's a POD, that other people can be on that account and have access, or they can be a beneficiary on that account, but only when the person dies that has the account. So Dan Sr., as something common that a family does, a father does for his children, will set up an account like that he can manage it and have his 3 children, in this case, listed as beneficiaries on it. It does not mean that they have access to that account, though. It does not mean that they can write checks or make deposits or withdrawals or anything like that. Only the dad, in this case, Dan Sr., has access to this. So this whole scenario got going. The trust fund account statements got embedded into this investigation. And so this is what really, not as an error, it's part of it, but it's what really stuck out from a financial dealing, from a potential fraud dealing that jumped out at us regarding this case. So let me share a couple of screens here to see what it is we're talking about. Can you see this one?
Yes, I do.
Here's the bank withdrawal from Wells Fargo, and this is the account, the POD account, the payable upon death account. And this was October 18th, 2014, as you can see here in the middle. I'll use my mouse here. You see the date, 10/18/14. So this is the basically 6-year anniversary of this notable transaction that took place. The person withdrawing it, handwritten there, it's Daniel, looks like Daniel J. Crowley, and signed Daniel, looks like a T. Crowley or Daniel F. Crowley. But irrelevant to that, the amount is for $50,000. So that's a huge amount of money. Now, if you look at the top, we see that it's an actual withdrawal, not a check, but an actual bank withdrawal with a teller slip in the bank lobby. And checking account is crossed off, and then check savings account is X'd. So what we have here is a $50,000 cash withdrawal. So by going through this bank transactions, I think there was 286 pages of banking transactions in the form of a PDF file. This was the one thing that stuck out for me when I first reviewed it. Regardless if there's a crime or not done, a $50,000 cash withdrawal jumped out at me right away. What would there be any, how did that seem to you, Sophia, when you first saw this? Did this seem like a normal course of business for anybody?
It's a lot of money.
And that's $50,000.
Yes.
So it jumped out for me. Now we've got a triple homicide we're investigating here, and I'm assuming, I can't put myself in the detective's shoes, but the investigators looking at this, I'm sure it jumped out to them as well. Now, we can't say or know that they took any action on this, right? We don't know if they looked into it further, if they researched it and looked into it, but we have got no evidence to support that they did anything more with this. Now, when we first showed this several years ago when it came out, many didn't, believe it. And, is that legit? Is it real? 50,000 and in cash? You guys must be reaching, this can't be legit. And so when the police reports came out, we read through the police reports, and the family all gave a timeline, a pretty concise timeline, including the father, who, when asked by detectives what he was doing that month, he said, "I was out of town. I was out of the country the entire month of October in Germany on business." Now, we see right away that this is October. This is October 18th, 2014. David's dad said he was out of the country.
Mm-hmm.
The first question then is, well, maybe he did a withdrawal in Germany. This does not look like a German withdrawal from a bank in the lobby of a German bank. This looks like local. So just to put those things to rest, let's go and share the next screen here. All right, can you see this one, Sophia?
I can.
So what I've got here is the bank statement from Wells Fargo, and it does show a withdrawal was made in a branch in a store, and a subtraction highlighted there, here in yellow, 50,000. So something did come out. It did take place. We're not dreaming this up. This is legitimate. Now the date is off. It's the 20th. The 20th. So when I plug this into my timeline, the timeline I do have also here as well. I just want to share the timeline because there's a lot going on that day. We know at the very top here it says Saturday, October 18th, 2014, a person at the very top named Daniel J. Crowley withdrew $50,000 in cash at a branch bank location from a POD account. This person signs their name as Daniel T. Crowley. There is nothing to support what this money was used for. A POD account is payable upon death. Dan Sr. owns this account and lists his 3 children as beneficiaries upon his death. Now, Dan Sr. is still alive, so that's his account. He owns it. No one else has access to it. Once he dies, the 3 children, daughter Allison, son David, and son Dan Jr. would have access to the funds in there. Now, we know that this is a Saturday. Someone went to the bank on a Saturday, made the withdrawal. It hit down here at the bottom. Monday is the 20th. So that would make sense that a bank transaction done by a teller at a branch location of Wells Fargo was done on a Saturday. There's no business on Sunday, and business transactions that take place on Saturday also go in the book as actually with the transaction date of that following Monday. So this makes sense. It's October 20th, transaction officially. As far as how this comes through, this 10/20 date makes sense. The money comes out. So the transaction is legit. I have a hard time believing Dan Sr. did this, right? And so it was done in a local, we don't know the branch number, we don't know the store location, but we know it did take place. Now we see here, the second row shows on the 30th of October, transfer from D. Crowley checking account, puts 50,000 back in. Now because this is a 10-day later, it seems that I think this withdrawal raised some suspicions and someone went to put some money back in for the exact same amount, almost to hide it or cover it. It's just transferred from a checking account. Now, Dan Sr., the father, if we were looking at these bank accounts that came in this FOIA request, his transactions are very consistent as online transfers, online deposits, everything for him. He's not going into any bank when he does his transactions. He's got his checking account. He'll transfer money in, transfer out, do it on a mobile phone, do it on a laptop, whatever he's doing. He's not really going in there. That's the first reason that the withdrawal stood out because someone physically went into the bank to do that. Now someone's putting money back in the form of a transfer. And the reason I repeat transfer is that if someone was going to put the money back in and cover their tracks, if this was fraud, you would see a deposit made and actually deposit coming into the account. And what we notice here is that we see a transfer from a checking account, not the same as a deposit. So that money that came out, when we first raised this issue says, big deal, the money was put back in a couple days later. I don't see any record of the money being put back in ever. There's 50,000 being transferred from another existing bank account into that account. But the money that was withdrawn is out. That's cash. It's a cash withdrawal. Now, there's three options, I think, is where there's confusion on this particular case. As people think, well, he's not going to walk out of there with bundles and bags of cash. And that may be the case. A money order or a cashier's check at a bank using a teller at a branch location would still be considered, in this case, on the bank statement, it would still be considered a withdrawal. The form would still be filled out relatively the same way as a withdrawal. So we don't know if it was cash or if it was a cashier's check, money order, or something else. Either way, that's still treated and considered liquid as cash. So someone put transferred money back in. I don't know if that was to cover anything up. I don't know if it was to hide it or make it look like nothing went wrong, but these are huge, different transactions right here. We know this is October 2014. We know this is their account. So the question is, who made the withdrawal and why? Dan Sr.'s out of the country. Now, because it's $50,000, I'm going to bring up one other thing here, and I want your thoughts on this, Sophia. Can you see this 1970 law?
Yes.
Okay. And so what this does, the Bank Secrecy Act spells out the rules for large cash withdrawals. In general, banks must report any transaction exceeding $10,000 in cash. This is not a new law. This is not an old, and this is an old one. This has been around forever. So whatever the transaction that was done that day in the bank at Wells Fargo would have tripped a reporting. The transaction would have raised red flags. They would have had to report something that's sizable. Anything under that flies literally under the radar, but anything exceeding that does get tripped up. Now, if the assumption is correct that Dan Jr. made this withdrawal, it does look like his name, it looks like he tried to forge his father's name to get the money. I'm pretty sure Dan Jr. does not know the laws from the 1970 Bank Secrecy Act. So he would not be the wiser that this is going to trip anybody and raise the antenna on anybody in the family. He thought this would go unnoticed, is what I'm thinking. Now,
Dan, can you give me just 1 second, please?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I think The question in this case, Sophia will be right back. Was cash taken out? Yes. Did it exceed $10,000? Yes. So it would have been reported. Now the question is, Sophia's back now, would it have been reported to the owner, the bank owner? I'm guessing in a transaction that huge, especially in cash, would have come back on Dan Sr. as maybe a notification on his texts, maybe an electronic email with a flag on it or something, maybe a phone call from the bank, just as an FYI. Now, Dan Sr. is on business, on a trip in Germany on business. He would have been notified, I'm sure, somehow else. Now, this is where it gets odd, because what we see after receiving, Sophia, the telephone transactions from the AT&T provider, the carrier, we look back and see the phone calls that David was making around this same time. And what we see is there's 4 listed here. Can you see this okay?
Yes, I can see it.
So on the 17th, David received on his cell phone, Minnesota Republican Party phone call came into David, 1:44 a.m. That's odd. That's strange. I don't know, but that doesn't relate to this. 10 seconds long. Must have been an automated call. But if you look at the 20th, there's a series of 3 phone calls on the 20th. Now we know that this is a Monday. This is David calling Wells Fargo. David reaching out to Wells Fargo. The number that he was calling, Sophia, was it the local branch or was it a 1-800 number?
It was a 1-800 customer service number.
So he made a call at 5:26 p.m. Central Time, I'm assuming. That only lasted 1 minute. Maybe he got through, maybe he didn't, but something caused him 5 minutes later to call back at 5:31 p.m. and I'll hover with my mouse here. Here he got through and was actually connected for 3.5 minutes with customer support. Now we can't assume that he was speaking with someone. Sometimes you get hung up in a loop on their automated message or their automated, press 1 for this and press 2 for that, and 3.5 minutes can go by. Maybe he was trying to figure out who to contact. The question though is, why was he calling Wells Fargo at all? Now 4 minutes goes by. David feels the need to call back again, a 3rd time, Wells Fargo. This time he's on the line for 9 minutes. Here's what we can assume in this situation. David Crowley had good finances. He had a credit card, a checking account. I don't see the need for him to be calling at 5:20 p.m. around dinner time, Wells Fargo 3 straight times. As it could have been something that he was calling about his business, personal checking. It was David calling, so I don't think he was relating to anything that Comel had. She had her own checking account, I believe. And maybe he was calling about if they had a joint checking account. But I find it odd that he was calling 3 times for customer support on an issue on October 20th, the same day that the transaction hits of the $50,000 withdrawal. Do you think that this was maybe perhaps Wells Fargo reaching out and maybe left a message to David? Or do you think maybe that Dan Sr. received a text, a notification, email and said, I can't get a hold, I'm on 12-hour difference time. I'll leave a message for David. Can you call Wells Fargo and get this cleared up?
I think that Dan Sr. had reached out to David and asked him to take care of it since he was overseas, or try to figure out what was going on.
And that would make sense. And too bad we don't have the records for Allison or Dan Jr., because I'm sure Dan Sr. would have reached out to them as well. They were all beneficiaries on that account. Maybe he reached out to Dan Jr., couldn't get a hold of him, and reached out to David. Or maybe David, because of he was more responsible on the money side of things, that he would be his first pick to look into this. Certainly, he could have just called himself the following day. But I think with being in Germany, he's probably said try to take care of it today, or at least look into it and see what it's about. But if he's calling him to look into it, this still relates to that $50,000 withdrawal. Now, we don't have evidence that this is what he was calling about, right?
Correct.
But we can assume the likelihood of a Wells Fargo transaction that large on Saturday, resulting in 3 back-to-back calls the following Monday, when David didn't have any problems with Wells Fargo. I would have to say that the odds is not only possible, it's probable that this was in relation to that withdrawal. Now, we don't have, the evidence to prove that, and David's no longer with us. So that's the question, and that's kind of what this episode here on the Crowley case is about. We just got notified of these phone calls that David is trying to reach out to Wells Fargo to a customer support 1-800 number 3 straight times on October 20th, 2014, while his father was out of town. Now, the question on the much bigger picture is this. Let me see. Here's the bigger picture. What some have suspected is if this was indeed fraud, bank fraud, and Dan Jr. or someone posing as Dan Jr. flashed an ID at the bank and walked out of there with $50,000, that's bank fraud. Dan Jr. does not have access to that account because he has the same name, first and last name. He could have done some sweet talking there to make it assume that it was him. And the only evidence of that really is that slip that shows, let's see, I don't have it here now, do I? Is the actual slip that shows the crossed out box for checking, scribbled, and then it went to savings, and there was a nice clean X through it. And then there was a withdrawal date, and that was scribbled out, and the date was wrong as well. So it does, I think it's safe to assume there was some confusion there or distraction going on. And if Dan Jr. certainly was in there trying to get some money out and was talking to the bank teller and getting this person distracted about things, maybe they did the transaction quicker. Wasn't paying attention, looked at the ID quick and said, oh, I guess this is the right person, when it obviously wasn't. So this is, any scenario like this is bank fraud. Now, bank fraud is not a crime necessarily until it's reported to authorities by someone. And so there's no such thing as really bank fraud until someone goes forward to authorities to say, look, this is what happened, this is why it happened, and I believe there's fraud there. And then investigators will begin to investigate it. Dan Sr., the father, the owner of the account, what was he going to do here? If he found out later that his other son took $50,000 out of his own personal account, of the father's account, if he goes and reports it, he's got a son sitting in jail, in prison. So we've got an issue there. Now, this was in October, and so we don't know what was going on. All we know is that David, some have also, let's go back another step, some have thought that maybe that this $50,000 withdrawal put the brothers in conflict, that they weren't talking to each other. That's not the case, because we already know and have evidence that as of August of 2014, Dan Jr. did something to David that resulted in him being hurt, effectively crying, and telling Comel about it because he was deep down hurt, and the two didn't talk again. Something happened that severed that relationship, and this was back in August. So this transaction happening in October had nothing to do with the relationship being frayed. because that already was done. So the question is, what's the dad going to do? He's stuck between a rock and a hard place with the $50,000 withdrawal if he wasn't here and someone else did that on his behalf. And some have suspected that when the murders took place and the triple homicide was turned into a double murder followed by a suicide, this is exactly the reason Dan Sr. kept his mouth shut. By this time, by October, he may have already been compromised, meaning he couldn't say what this $50,000 was about because it's only going to implicate his other son, Dan Jr. And if it did relate to money being used allegedly as cash to make a payment to a hitman or hitmen to kill his brother and family, now we got a triple homicide leading right directly back to someone who needs cash for that. Hits like this are typically paid in cash. There's not a check written to the hitman. The incentive for hitmen to do wet work jobs like this or to kill people is the incentive of money, and that money in the form of cash. This may have had nothing to do with hitmen or anything, but $50,000 2 months before a triple homicide takes place certainly does seem to be in the ballpark of what it would cost to hire a person or persons to take out a family of 3. So, was this money, dirty money, used to kill 3 members of the family? Now, we would not think that Dan Jr. would do this to his brother or his sister-in-law or his niece. But we do know that the Gray State group and the Gray State guys and Dan Sr. and Dan Jr. are both interested in that script. The script that David put together for the movie The Gray State, The Gray State, which was valued when the folks were looking at buying it at $30 million. So the script had value. The script was an asset. The script wasn't going anywhere soon because David had it. You know that if anyone would have killed David and he would have been taken out, for instance, a government hit, the shadow government, a CIA type of hit, if he was causing problems, causing trouble, David could have been easily taken out. But when we see killing of his wife and daughter, who are the subsequent heirs of David's assets, you start seeing the bigger picture of what took place here. The killings did not need David out of the picture. To get the script to fall into the Crowley family's lap, they needed all 3 removed. David killed, his wife out of the picture, and his daughter out of the picture. So they needed 3 people to be dead to have that script fall nicely into the laps of the family members, which it did. No one argued it. There was no lawsuits. It dropped right in, and they took the ball and went forward with it along with the help of Danny August Mason to get trademarks, copyright type of things, moving forward with the script, setting up another company in the state of Minnesota, setting up an LLC called the Gray State Universe and things like that. So they moved forward with the anticipation and the hopes that they did have that script. So that's how all of this works here in concert. Now, if the investigators were to go to Dan Sr. and say, what's up with this bank? What's up with the fraud? I'm sure he would have said it was a misunderstanding. We got it squared away. Or I did it myself. He would not have said my son, committed fraud, because they would have to be liable then, wouldn't they not? To say now we have to investigate him. So I think the strange actions by Dan Jr. on that documentary from Eric Nelson and the strange reading of the script from Dan Sr. on that script, most people who watch that movie come to our page and say it didn't sit well with us. We didn't understand it. It didn't, and then we say, what was it? What was the thing that told you something was not right? They said it was the father reading from the diary. The father, it didn't look like a normal father that just got done losing his daughter-in-law, his granddaughter, his first granddaughter, by the way, his first grandchild, by the way. That would be a broken down broken man on an interview.
Yeah.
He did not seem too fazed by anything, and very cut off from reality. So was he compromised? Did he know that if he did come out and tell the truth and the bank fraud and exposed everything, he'd have not only a son, one son dead, he'd have another one sitting in prison for a very long time. So he may have thought it best to just leave well enough alone. The cops think David did it. I might as well just go along with it. And it's not going to raise more unnecessary wounds here for the family. Now, we do know that the mother, Dan Sr., divorced the mom how many years ago? 10, 15 years ago. She was the one, when this case first came to light, that said, I don't know if I buy that story of my son doing it. Maybe he did it if it was a joint effort. He was convinced to do it. Maybe he would have done it, but I don't see David pulling off a stunt like this. So she had doubts. And for those newer members out there in the listening audience, her body was found 7 months later in the back patio of her house that she was living in. And so the speculation is that that was not a normal death, and she was another piece of the collateral damage, because if she was already starting to doubt things and this script fell into the hands of the dad and the brother, the mom would probably be there screaming from the rooftops that something doesn't make sense. And so that's why she, I'll call it, conveniently had to die 7 months later to smooth things over and pushing forward the script. And that's not too far of a stretch, I don't believe. So let's go back to, I want to cover this as well, because we know that David was acting weird. The family was acting strange. Look at what was all happening on Saturday, October 18th of 2014. The things I've got highlighted in yellow relate to this bank withdrawal. And we've got to keep in mind that while the bank withdrawal was going on somewhere, I believe in the state of Minnesota, Sidra and her fiance, Vinny, arrived in Bloomington, Minnesota after driving through the night from Texas. But remember, they came up to Apple Valley to switch cars with David. This was the same day. And so Sidra drives up with Vinny to swap out the car. They were nervous about something going on. They didn't know what to expect. She decides to stop at the Apple Valley Police Department to say, you know what, I think there might be some trouble at the house. We want to make sure we got something on record here that we're going there. They go, swap out the cars. This is when we get the story from Sidra saying that David looked kind of razzled. He looked angry. He wasn't talkative. He was short and curt. Didn't let them in to go see Kamel or the daughter, Rania, and said, I'll come back in 1 hour. I'll have the car ready for you. They come back, get the car, off they go. They feel something wasn't right. Sidra pulls over, calls the Apple Valley Police again. It said, can someone come out with a canine unit to sniff around the car? I think it's been tampered with. This actually happened. And so we pulled the reports for the 9/11 phone calls. These two incidents did happen on the same day as the Crowley brother withdrawing the money. So all this was going on. David knew something was up. He was in the middle of all this. No wonder he was razzled. No wonder he was probably short and curt. We don't know what was going on leading up to this, but he was trying to figure out probably a phone call from his dad by saying, you know, can you call on Monday and get this stuff squared away with the bank? We see this odd money coming out.
Yeah.
So Sidra and Vinny check out. They stay at a hotel. They leave the next day. They drive back home on Sunday the 19th. Monday, Wells Fargo attempts to call David. They're in yellow. That should be flipped around. David attempts to call Wells Fargo during dinner time on Monday. And the very next day, the 21st, David sets up a new AT&T cell phone account. So between switching the cars, switching the phones, having a disconnected with his brother, a fight that took place back in April, We know that this time that Mitch Heil had signed off on the legal rights to the movie, but Danny August Mason did not. So David was fighting with this at the end of October as well. Lots going on. November, it only gets worse. And in December, the bodies are found. And so we've got a lot of change here, a lot of phone calls being shut down, new cell phone records being brought up, cars being switched. But the biggest thing that stuck out here for me is this $50,000 cash withdrawal. And David spending his time, as busy as he was with everything else, having to call the bank to talk to customer support about this, probably this item withdrawal that got flagged. And he probably knew it wasn't his brother. And so he was already on the outs. I don't think he knew at the time that it was going to be related to possibly hiring a hitman to kill himself at this point, but he probably rolled his eyes and said, it's probably my brother who's behind this. You know, who knows? We don't have any other phone transactions that show that they were talking back and forth, because those calls did not take place. There was no text between David and Dan. We see, though, in the police reports, we see that Father Dan Sr. was allegedly texting David about the holidays and can we get back together and do you want to do something for Thanksgiving and things like this. And we get those phone records and those texts never took place. There was no communication. So the question now is, if Dan Sr. was not texting or calling David, he got him to do something back in October, but if their relationship frayed by November, or was it already frayed? Who knows? But and I'm going to be sending out the new timeline. It's going to be called version 5. And there's a handful of changes from version 4 that we've got now, since looking at the telephone records, the cell phone records, and the activity that was going on, that we can back into what happened versus what didn't. And I'm going to be releasing that as a PDF file. It's a 48-page file of every single day from when the bodies were discovered up through today. Now, today is also the day, Sunday, October 18th, will be the 2,100th day since the bodies were found. 2,100 days this has been, and that we're still looking into this. This is not a 3 to 6 month investigation, a 1 to 3 year. This is now 2,100 days we've been going with this. Do you have any closing thoughts, Sophia, about this, how all this integrates, not just the 50,000, but the phone calls, the back and forth, the timing of Sidra and Vinny showing up, the bodies, it's too much.
Well, there's several things. The withdrawal slip is very unique when it comes to the POD account. It's the only one that we have written out for the POD. For all of the, out of the PDF that we received from Apple Valley. And it covers quite a few months. All the transactions were done from Dan Crowley's Senior's cell phone app, except for October 30th. I think that might have been from a laptop. It's a different type of code than all the other transfers, withdrawals that they have for the POD account. And I found that very interesting.
So
because
Dan,
he was the one who was controlling that.
Dan Sr. it was his account, and it showed him very consistently making transactions via phone or laptop. He always used the internet to transfer funds, move things around between the various funds. He never made it a habit of going into the actual bank. So therefore, this withdrawal slip stands out as an outlier, as an anomaly, so to say, and it falls in the exact same day that he's out of the country with a fishy looking signature.
So that really stood out to me. When you were discussing how David was feeling stressed that day, he did receive 2 text messages from Zach Carter that day and several from Sean Wright that day too. They were like back-to-back text messages. So I honestly have no clue what those text messages were about, but I don't know, maybe that could have been adding on to whatever stress was going on.
Yeah, between the cars, the phone accounts, and those accounts were set up in Mr. Alam, Anjum Alam, had set up the cell phone accounts essentially for both David and Kamel. And then he had given him the car to use as well. And then when they decided not to insure it, Anjum Alam did not either not insure it or they didn't want certain coverage on it or something. He says, how about we give you the old car and I want my good car back, and had the daughter drive up to do the swap of the cars. And at that point they said, you know what, let's take David off the cell phone and he can just get his own. And so they shut that off, and we see that we see the new account then go in and the new numbers being used from his new cell phone numbers. So, and that's where he had some problems too with, they said, well, David changed his phone number and didn't tell us about this. And so it comes out later that he was trying to pick and choose who he's going to give his information out to when getting the new number. But it was all this very weekend. There's so much that took place in the month of October.
Yes. And in fact, they changed their phone numbers or went out and got new phones, something like that, on the 21st, because that's when it starts up for the new records.
Okay.
And the new phone number. So it's like one thing after another that happened for David and Kamel.
And it would be nice, you know, to know as well, you know, back to these, you know, these phone calls, you know, because it's a 1-800 number customer support, it does make sense that he was calling after hours here. You know, the bank lobby or the branch location would be closed after 5 p.m. and he had these 3 calls right in here, all at 5:26. So the operator hotline that he was dealing with probably is a 24-hour service. He was probably calling at this time and either getting through, talking to someone, possibly leaving a message, or the time spent trying to find the right department he needed to talk to using the automated keypad to get to the right menu. But that last one for 9 minutes, it appears he did get a hold of someone. Now we don't know what happened, what the resolution was. Was it fixed? Was it not? Was it swept under the rug? Or was it just a strange thing or not? But ever since we got those PDF records of the bank, as the 50,000 stood out to me personally as something that's very strange for an amount like that.
Yeah.
If there were, the family was killed, we know that. The question is who did it, and the question is how much were they paid? They obviously don't go around doing this type of thing for free, and if 50,000 ties up, that would be a direct link right to the very brother or family of the victim that actually had the money taken out that tracked directly back to paying someone to off them in returns of killing off the entire remaining heirs of the family to get that script to land in their lap, which it did. So thanks for the help in digging that up, Sophia. That's very good information. I'm going to be releasing this out on a video so people can listen to it. We encourage the listeners to make comments and questions and requests for things as they come up, and maybe hopefully this will spark up some new conversation on some new things.
Absolutely.
But once again, it's a sad topic. It's this was 6-year anniversary of the infamous $50,000 withdrawal. And that seems to be the one thing that stands right out. All the things that happened in this case, 50,000 withdrawal seems to stick right out. So wanted to put together this episode here tonight with Sophia as part of the anniversary and raise people awareness on this. Anything else in closing thoughts?
I think we covered it.
I thank you. Have a good night, and we'll speak again soon.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Hello again. This is a video I'm making here in a refutation of Fox 9 News. I just recently watched a video by them regarding the David Crowley case, where they had a panel of the police officers there after their year-long investigation. And I can tell you, I think they really based that cartoon Paradise PD on these bunch of highly indicative and highly intelligent detectives. Boy, taxpayers are really getting their money on these guys. Anyways, what the refutation is I'm not going to get into all the details of refuting each one of their claims, but in particular on the Fox News host for not doing a lot of fact-checking. And this has come up a numerous amount of times regarding the open book of the Quran on the floor, and what they said was the traditional prayer of forgiveness. I've stated this a few times. It's not. I'm actually going to be doing a call-in conference going through the actual tafsir, which is the meanings of these this particular pages, the entire chapter. My credentials and my certificates are on a previous video, so if anybody's doubting or saying I'm not this wise man that can be talking about this and I don't know anything, well, it's all included in that video. Anyways, and before we get into, I'm actually going to read you the verses. There's only 6 of them. It was opened from a Surah Al-Ankabut, verses 29 to 37. And you can judge for yourself. I won't even include what it's about, the meaning of it. The meaning is quite clear. There's, like I said before many times, the Quran is not this huge Da Vinci Code that needs deciphering, and you can't read it and you can't, understand it unless you have a person of knowledge sitting behind you. Like this, there are some verses, yeah, I admit, that you might want to maybe not interpret entirely by yourself. That really don't mean much on paper until you actually speak to somebody. But it's pretty obvious. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said in the Quran, I've given this Quran easy for you and clear to understand, and there will be some parts you don't understand, but seek those who have knowledge. So like I said, it's not this big secret. You have to have, major PhD to read it. This is false. And just to maybe combat anybody says, well, maybe I got a different version of the Quran and I'm not reading it textually correct. This is false. If one thing, the Quran is unique in a way, the Quran first was starting to be revealed 1442 years ago. This is, we go off a different calendar than the regular calendar. So the book has been unchanged for 1442 years. Okay, letter by letter, it still remains the same. So it's not like I have a different copy. To explain that a little bit more in detail, doesn't matter where you get the Quran in the world, the Quran will be the same, letter for letter. There's thousands of people, including kids like 10, 12 years old, who have memorized back to front is the glorious Quran. And so, I can even show you over my own house here. I have various Qurans in my house. This particular one here from Saudi Arabia. This one here from Alberta. This one here I'm holding here. There's a book in there. This one's from Turkey. And we'll take a little trip into my prayer room because I got a few more in there. This one here. This one's from Afghanistan. And one more. Right here. This is from Morocco. And all of them will be exactly alike. Even the page number, the words written on the pages, will be the same on the specific page numbers. And when it comes to the explanation from the Quran, if I actually have some trouble with it, I always refer to my library. This is a tafsir. And these are different, various books. I'm not going to get into it all, but I'm just not another talking head. So without further ado, I'll read you the verses which they're calling traditional prayers of forgiveness. Now, I'm not saying this blows the case wide open and that's it. But it's incorrect facts, and they can't continue to say something that it's not. I don't know where they got it from. I'm not going to say anything negative about the family of Kamal. That's just not proper for me to do. If that's where they got it from, I'm sorry, they're incorrect. So I'll read you the 6 surahs. 29. Verily you practice sodomy with men, and rob the wayfarer, and practice disbelief and polytheism, and every kind of evil wicked deed in your meetings. But the people gave no answer, except that they said, bring Allah's torment upon us if you are one of the truthful. 30. He said, which is Lut, my Lord, give me victory over the people who are those who commit great crimes and sins, oppressors, tyrants, mischief makers, and corrupters. 31. And when our messengers came to Abraham, with the glad tidings, they said, verily, we are going to destroy the people of this Lut town, the town of Sodom and in Palestine. Truly, its people have been wrongdoers, polytheists, disobedient to Allah, and who deny their messenger Lut. This would be like, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Ibrahim said, but there is Lut in it. So he was in the town, so don't go and destroy it right away. They said, we know better who is there. We will verily save him and his family, except his wife. She will be those who remain behind. She will be destroyed along with those who will be destroyed from her folk. Now, I don't take that contextually wrong. That, there it is. Kill his wife because the book said to. No, that's not what that means. His wife was condoning the actions of those people. And I don't want to get too much into that. So don't think that, there it is, right? 33. And when our messengers came to Lut, he was grieved because of them and felt straitened on their account. They said, have no fear and do not grieve. Truly we shall save you and your family, except your wife. She will be those who remain behind. She will be destroyed along with those who will be destroyed from her folk. Okay, 34. Verily, we are about to bring down on the people of this town a great torment from the sky, because they have been rebellious against Allah's command. And indeed, 35. And indeed, we have left therefore evident ayat. What ayat is a lesson, warning, and a sign. The place where the Dead Sea is now in Palestine, for folk who understand. 36. And to the people of Midian, we sent their brother Shuaib. He said, O my people, worship Allah alone and hope the reward of good deeds by worshiping Allah alone, and the last day, the day of resurrection, and commit no mischief on the earth as those who commit great crimes, oppressors, tyrants, mischief makers, and corrupters. And finally, 37, and they denied him Shuaib. So they said to him, we don't believe you. Like, get lost. So the earthquake seized them, and they lay dead, prostrate in their dwellings. You've heard it. And I've showed you more than enough proof that, you know what, this isn't like some books of faith where you can find 25 different copies at Kohl's bookstore or, other bookstores. There's only one Quran. I'm reading what was on the floor. Okay. Maybe there might be one or two words because, as I explained before, sometimes there's not a direct word trade-off in Arabic is there for English. So the translation can be just expressive, right? All in who's translating it. But one word isn't, for an example, like if I say, it's excellent. Well, you could say it's phenomenal, right? These are the difference of the two words. And it doesn't change the body of the message. It's just one particular word, right? So you've heard it yourself. Okay, where does it doesn't talk. I'm not going to get into too much because I'm going to save what this actually means by using tafsir Ibn Kathir. He wrote volumes and volumes and volumes on meanings, but the meanings of this is very straightforward. It basically, in a nutshell, was showing the people, us, that the prophets before us had great tribulation and maintained their faith. Like I said, I'll get more into detail about it, but this is, without running through the whole chapter, this is what it's about. Because the people of Mecca at the time, with the Quraysh, were suffering great oppression and great tragedy at a particular time in Mecca. It went from bad to worse for them. And they were in their families, and everybody wanted them to turn away from their religion and go with them and stuff like this. And this is just a reminder to them that, hey, you're not the only people who went through tragedy and oppression and in their town. Okay, so keep tight, keep praying and keep pious, and we'll protect you. Ask us to help, and ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, submit to Allah and ask him to help you, and he'll remain you upright and up fast. And this is what it's about. This isn't about forgiveness. There's in the Quran, there's tons of places. Seek forgiveness from your Lord. Any one of these pages. Now there is a surah called Surah Al-Tawbah. It says the repentance, and this is not even close to this chapter. Fox News put this particular book, the book that was in the evidence in David and Kamal's home, the elusive book, Picture of Quran, open and said this was open at this page, was a traditional prayer for forgiveness, which is totally, I just read it to you. And like I said before, it's not a matter of interpretation, a difference of opinion. It's not. It's just not, And I can have lots of people sign off on my findings if you want, guys with Islamic bodies with huge letters behind their names. I don't think that's necessary, but nobody can tell me that this is a prayer of forgiveness. There's so many places in the Quran where it speaks about going back to Allah, seeking His forgiveness. So at Fox News, you should really do a little bit of fact checking before you start pumping out stuff like that, because I believe somehow the police were told that, and whoever told them that probably told them a lot of other stuff. And when you're looking for something and you're fed a narrative, everything you start to look at fits that narrative. It's like looking at clouds. You know, you see shapes. You start to convince yourself you're seeing a dog jumping through the field. Is it really a dog jumping through the field? No, you're convincing yourself it looks like that. Okay? And if you convince yourself hard enough a lot of things, you'll start seeing it because you'll start to look for it and it'll start to piece it together like that. So I don't know where they got that fact, and I don't want to comment on too much of what his friends were saying there about that, and I just want to stick to this and kind of debunk that. And it's really bad that it's unfortunate. I'm not going to say it's bad that the reporter who did that didn't actually get a second or third opinion. And they were in Minnesota. You know, they could have went to the Islamic University of Minnesota or the Al-Aman Center. I know one of the teachers down there, a very, very prestigious teacher. I actually learned a lot off of him. And they could have asked him. And he actually holds the courses, teaches the courses for analytical tafsir. So it's more of a way more in-depth understanding. If any man would know, don't take my word for it. You heard what I read, and they could have went to him. And I implore them, and they should go down to him, the reporter, just to back up what I said, that this is not a traditional prayer of forgiveness. You know? So that's all I got to say about that. And I'll be doing a calling conference with Greg, Barbara, at some point here, I think tomorrow, to elaborate on some of the other pages that were found at the scene, and kind of, you know, putting some commentary behind that. Okay, well, thanks for your time, and talk to you later.
This is the second film that I've done that has had military elements in it. My character comes in to a cave with all kinds of IED sort of elements laying around, and so I had three members that were kind of infiltrating this cave.
The scene that we need all this military stuff for is just like, it's like half a page. And so there's a certain expectation in pre-production. You just decide that. Well, this scene, all we need for them to do is run down the hall with their helmets on, and it's going to look fine.
Most people don't anticipate that just outfitting 4 guys would take about $10,000 worth of gear, and this stuff would probably weigh between 200 and 300 pounds.
So I'm afraid that my expectations were very low.
When a director has a certain vision for an action scene, the Bullet Exchange is directly responsible for achieving that vision.
We'd met a couple different times and talked about elements that were important with the storyline, and also the gear that they thought would be relevant to bring that to life. They read the script and just basically nailed it.
We worked with the director and found out what he wanted and how we could enhance that. Within those bounds, we are free to operate, and so we dressed up those 3 guys as accurately as we could.
We'll both do research, as in what is this scene for? Is it like a Iraq war thing? Is it a Afghanistan war thing?
And that's what's so great about it is they come not only with the gear, but they come excited to be there and excited to share ideas about how this would actually go down.
But I've been on other shoots where it sort of becomes an approximation, a general assumption of what gear would really look like.
In a case where a director doesn't know exactly what would be accurate or what he needs, we certainly fill that gap as well.
Really knowledgeable about what they were doing and what they would do in that situation.
Real squad movements and real weapon tactics.
You know, you've got all these things that you're worrying about as far as story and plot and all those things, and to work with someone who really understands that is a huge benefit.
It was awesome to see David working the same way, being like, okay, well, this is what I would do in my experience as a sergeant. And the director's like, cool, man, that's good. You go do that. That's awesome. I don't have to worry about that, and that's great.
The disconnect is always the surprise the filmmaking crew has once you show up with all this stuff and actually see it all put on their characters.
When I saw the props and just went, wow, this looks amazing. That was a cool moment.
He didn't expect. He really didn't expect the professionalism that Bullet Exchange brought, and the detail.
It all boils down to details in the end. So when the director wants this sort of look, well, that means I have to have this helmet with this helmet light, with these batteries for that helmet light, this type of uniform, this type of vest, but times 4, and with the variety, but also the consistency between them.
With all of the prop pieces that they brought, really brings that realism to it.
It definitely elevated the level of my performance and the believability of my performance, and it definitely made it less of a tension thing and less of an acting thing and more of a realism thing.
Yeah, they brought all the stuff so that all of the actors looked good and the actors actually performed well, but then they dressed the scene beyond the expectations of the director.
Getting what I wanted with keeping it absolutely real, I think it's extremely important to get those things right.
The whole day I was just completely impressed with it.
It's going to be insanely good because of the eye to the detail, and the director has that trust.
Wearing that great gear, it was put on by guys that have worn it, that use it, they train in it. It was such a secure feeling that I had, and it gave me so much confidence that I wasn't in charge of making this making this armor look good.
I was able to integrate my VX training, and it felt so good to gear up in all that military gear with the knowledge of what goes where and how to use what when.
Just a great way to work, and that's the way they work.
I really enjoyed working with David and Mitch from VX. They are highly professional, and they're always prepared. They care about what happens on screen.
Just the production value alone, I think, makes it a huge asset.
On camera, it might seem simple, but actually getting 4 guys on an entry team to breach a door, to enter a room, and actually start firing, that's an extremely intricate and choreographed action. It's something that I would not recommend anybody try without some intensive training.
Which way are you going? Going right. Going right. On 3. Ready, boys? 1, 2, 3, move!
To actually go through that training of clearing a room, it's something completely foreign unless you actually been in the military. There's so many variables taken into consideration.
When I train actors, I train them basically in a truncated version of how I learned. So Battle Drill 6, for example, would take you years to master. I mean, really, if you want to do it professionally like Blackwater or Delta Force. Encapsulates all manner of disciplines. So you have hand-to-hand, you have how to communicate with a squad, weapon drills integrate that. You have to reload on the move, you have to acquire and engage targets with deadly accuracy.
And then when you're going in, clearing the room, make sure the corners are good. Also looking up, depending on the situation, scenario that they give you.
We have different scenarios we run through with the actors, so like a T-shaped hallway.
We literally set up chairs and we do room clears, we do gun drills, we do crouch walking,
an L hallway, approaching a door, and how you communicate wordlessly with your squad without using radio or hand signals.
David and Mitch will sometimes stand in a room, and they'll act like they're instructing until they pull out a plastic gun, just to throw you off. You have to react to it accordingly, and
you can't just pick up a weapon and based on that one movie you saw a couple of months back, do a breach and clear on a room. It just doesn't happen. You have to be trained if you want to do it right.
It could potentially be very dangerous, and it'll probably just look silly had you not gotten some real training.
The way you kick in the door, or you come around a corner, or you fan out, or all these terms that I don't really know. Not having that kind of experience with it, I think that sort of training would be very valuable.
Somebody who has not gone through the B training would not be able to portray entering and clearing a room properly at all. 100% feel it would look half-assed and almost silly and comical.
I mean, there's no question with them. Sometimes with other films out there, they're like, oh yeah, that looks kind of, fake. But with the training that I've received through BX, it's like, there's no question. They're just like, wow, that looks legit.
Once you get it down, it's very scary. Very scary what can be actually possible training actors to make them look like a legit entry team.
The live fire event that I attended, I wasn't really sure what to expect. We came there with a bunch of guys, a lot of guns. I was kind of like, wasn't sure what to think. Everything was handled really safely, which is priority number one for me. I do a lot of shooting myself, just as an enthusiast. I think a lot of that you kind of get trapped in kind of the boom, oh cool, boom, and you're not ever thinking about, oh, there's a threat coming, or or there's multiple targets, or I have to actually be moving in some sort of dynamic environment. But simply owning a gun and having shot it does not mean you can shoot. Especially in any kind of dynamic environment, multiple targets, having to reload, that's something that requires speed and efficiency. There's such a disconnect between, a casual observance versus actually immersing yourself into the techniques, into the, just the mindset it's a huge, huge disconnect. So we did some very basic firearms handling, manipulation of all the different types of weapons, and then we kind of very slowly worked our way up to just doing some dry fire training, to live fire, and then eventually to firing while on the move. Having a mindset of like, okay, now we're going to move and we're going to shoot this target here, and then you're going to engage this one with your handgun, because by the time you get done with this one, your rifle's going to be dry, so you're going to have to transition. So that kind of idea and that kind of thinking and mindset is without training is, you're not even aware of it. That's how a gunfight would happen. Since I've done the live fire training with the BX, those are things that I've implemented into my own training, my own routines, even just at home doing dry fire routines, reloads and things like that, just to keep myself sharp, and just being ready for a more dynamic environment if or when I was ever in a shootout. So it was a lot of fun. It was kind of a really eye-opening experience. I think there's a huge disconnect between people that are like, oh yeah, I can shoot because I have a gun. Well, yeah, you can stand behind a line on a one-way range and shoot, but can you move and adapt to the environment? Without training, you'll be lost.
So another TV show that I recently started watching that's not necessarily accurate in its gunplay and its portrayal of, military whatever, is The Walking Dead. But there was a scene in season 2 where there's one of the characters in there, her name is Andrea, she's the blonde hair girl, and she doesn't know what she's doing with a gun. So it shows her fumbling around trying to put a pistol that's been disassembled for cleaning. It shows her trying to put it together, and she doesn't know how to do it. So at that time, one of the walkers or one of the geeks or whatever they call them attacks her, and she can't defend herself with the pistol. Someone else comes and kills the walker, and it instills in her the need to learn how to use a pistol and how to properly care for him. So she gets her training from this other guy that was a police officer before the epidemic happened or before all this stuff happened. And he showed her how to use a pistol, how to operate a pistol, how to take a pistol apart and clean it and all that stuff. And now, later on in the series, it shows her proficient with her use in the handgun. That's kind of the same thing we do. Is her acting in the beginning where she doesn't know what she's doing is the same thing that your actors are going to be in real life when they're handling something they don't know what to do. And we are taking the role of that police officer, teaching her how to use that weapon, so later on in the series, she can actually defend herself and she can use that weapon properly.
My role within the BX is a instructor of hand-to-hand combat, which is Jeet Kune Do. The best thing about Jeet Kune Do is that you can adapt it to any style of fighter. Somebody who's heavy set, you can adapt it to them. Somebody who's a little bit smaller and not as fast, Jeet Kune Do really becomes adaptable towards it because there's so many different styles that you can incorporate to it. Studied most of my life in Jeet Kune Do with Kempo karate techniques. What I really love about it is the realism that it really brings to the table.
Every style is similar in a way, of course, because you're punching and kicking, but this is definitely going to be more combat oriented.
The real fact is that combat and fighting only happens about 14 inches away from another person. You're not going to have enough time to go back and do like a side kick, a roundhouse kick, or anything like that. The Navy SEALs consulted Dan Asanto. Dan Asanto helped create Jeet Kune Do with Bruce Lee. And so that's how the Special Forces started implementing Jeet Kune Do techniques for it.
It kind of puts another pizzazz factor in their films. You got the military training, then all of a sudden now you got the martial arts.
It's not going to be flashy or what looks super pretty, but of course the moves look effective and more gritty and kind of dirty, if you want to say.
The quickest, easiest way to take out your opponent in under about 10-15 seconds.
Sort of forced me to respect that violence, I guess, for lack of a better word.
It's close quarter fighting, it's real, you learn how to break or kill your opponent under 10 to 15 seconds, so it's realistic fighting. So I take my training, my teaching, as serious as David and Mitch do when they're training with weapons.
When it comes to untrained actors and fight scenes, I think you have maybe 1% shot of it really pulling off and looking good if they're not trained.
Realistic training is absolutely critical and essential to do an accurate job with any sort of action role that you're playing.
In essence, you can still fake how to hold a gun, but you can't fake how to throw a punch. If you don't know how to throw a punch, you're going to look silly. I think JKD tends to draw out the silliness in a lot of people, and they don't really like it. However, the people who stick with it, you'll see immediate improvements under Danny's direction. The students who stick with the JKD program are going to start thinking of themselves as fighters, and rightly so.
Yeah, when it comes to JKD being a part of the BX and training process too, I think that's a huge thing. It fits right there hand in hand with their military training.
It's been really, really interesting and informative. It's taught me a lot of self-confidence, and it helps to give me sort of a base knowledge of effective martial arts training that I can take to film projects.
It's just a combined package. It kind of sews the deal, you know.
There's no question as to whether actual trigger time is more beneficial than just pretending. Even shooting professionals need their trigger time if they want to maintain their skill. So the same thing translates to an actor. They can learn it, but until they apply it, it basically means nothing. So the live fire events are finally getting their toes wet in the realm of military realism.
Everyone lock your slides to the rear. So we're actually going to go from there. So they're going to have their
The live fire event that I attended, I wasn't really sure what to expect.
You can go all day showing this is what a weapon is, this is how you hold it, this is how it functions. But until they can get to the range and actually put real bullets down the range, they can't fully appreciate the power behind a weapon.
It's kind of a no bullshit situation because you're dealing with live firearms and you're dealing with multiple ways to kill people.
Everything was handled really safely, which is priority number one for me.
It really taught me how to respect the destructive power of that kind of weapon.
You know, if we're going to put our own lives on the line with these actors so they can get some trigger time, it's pretty essential that we instill some safety in them.
Weapons are no joke. At the end of the day, I felt very comfortable, very safe in the environment.
You have to break into them and tell exactly, you know, how realistic this actually is, and there's no bullshit about it.
But simply owning a gun and having shot it does not mean you can shoot. You know, especially in any kind of dynamic environment, multiple targets, having to reload, you know, that's something that requires speed and efficiency.
How it starts off is that David and Mitch will set the weapons up. They give you a vest, they give you a drop leg, and they will drill you for 20-30 minutes about prepper etiquettes at a live firing range and what to do for safety first. When somebody hands you a gun, how to clear it to make sure there's not a bullet in the chamber and the magazine's clear too, before you physically, as a shooter, put your own bullets into your own clip or magazine.
Rebuilding that confidence before we throw them to the wolves and let them shoot some stuff.
And then we kind of very slowly worked our way up to just doing some dry fire training, to live fire, and then eventually to firing while on the move.
The bullet exchange instructions and training was very intense. I felt like it was an environment that you could actually walk away with a lot of training.
There was a huge variety of weapons that we were trained on, which was awesome. So it's not like, hey, everybody gets this one particular pistol and knows how to use it. So we had several weapons.
Well, we bring all the toys for our live fires.
308s, AK-47s. They brought out their handguns, 45s, 9mm, USP 40.
We bring a couple M4s. We bring all of our pistols.
It's a lot of the weapons I had never handled before, like an AK-47.
They have a wide variety of weapons that they get to play with.
One of the things that actors need to do is they need to simulate muzzle recoil. You can't really assimilate unless you've actually shot a real gun.
Because every weapon feels different. Every recoil feels different. And for an actor to properly portray just even a simple thing as a recoil, unless you fired one, you wouldn't know the difference.
Giving an actor as much trigger time as they can on all of these different weapon systems gives them a better understanding of how different weapons are going to react.
I think this kind of training is very important, and if you're an actor, I would hope that you would want to go through this rigorous type of training.
If you haven't really had the training, I don't think that you're going to be able to fully respect that destructive power of that weapon.
So when they're given a prop on set, they translate that same level of respect to that prop weapon.
So when you get on set, you're well versed and you look comfortable with the gun on film.
When you get done doing a live fire, you feel like a man. That's the best way to put it, dude.
Hey, this is fun.
A really eye-opening experience.
It was a good experience. They're just invaluable experiences that I can take with me to set.
I learned quite a bit from Bullet Exchange, and I think their diversity has a far reach.
Reset. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see tongue and I hear fumbling.
I totally fumbled.
Gunfighting is an art. It's a martial art, is what it is, just like karate or any other martial art.
The fundamentals of weapons should be our selling point of the whole operation.
If you're going to do a serious action role, you do need to be trained in it because, I mean, you could be the greatest actor in the world, but if you're not holding your weapon correctly, you're not conveying that role.
Seeing it done wrong, like I said, just pulls you out of the story and distracts you from what's supposed to be going on.
We want to get them into weapons training immediately because that is going to be their most important skill that they're going to take away from us that they are then going to use on set.
When I give an actor a weapon, first thing, within 2 seconds, he's flagging someone in the face with that rifle.
First thing they're going to do is put their finger on the trigger and they're going to point it at someone.
If he's going to do that behind the scenes, he's going to do that in the scene.
That obviously shows that they don't know how guns work, and it shows they don't have respect for the weapons and what they can do.
Safety is always emphasized from day one. So the way we do that is we teach them, you're going to keep your finger off that trigger.
Get your finger off that trigger. I learned that real quick. That was one of the first things right away.
We train with real weapons, so they definitely know how a real weapon would function.
These are real weapons, and people, if they don't know how to use them, they're going to end up hurting somebody and doing something stupid.
The first class I went into with Beat, it was like a deer in headlights. They laid out all the weapons.
And they really know what they're doing when it comes to working with the weapons and also training actors to operate them. I had decided to do beat training after seeing the Bullet Exchange on Facebook. And I looked into it and I thought, man, this is the kind of stuff I need to do. This is the kind of stuff I need on my resume.
We conduct our training typically in a crawl, walk, run format. In most cases, we found that the crawl stage takes years. So we typically start them off with weapon functions, weapon types, caliber types, how to break down and clean weapons.
The handling of a weapon, you need to learn the basic rules of gun safety. You need to learn the proper grip, the proper way to manipulate the weapon.
Techniques to avoid, because no one does stuff like this. It's all very professional, very streamlined.
Having the proper body posture will show if they know what they're doing or if they don't know what they're doing.
The first thing we do in Beat is throw them an M4, because as soon as you batter down that idea that I have to work my way up to the cool weapons, you're putting that weapon on a pedestal.
We're trying to show these actors that this is not this unattainable or super special thing. We're trying to show them that this weapon is a part of you and it is integrated into how you're going to move and how you're going to act.
So the weapon wouldn't feel like a weapon, it wouldn't feel something foreign, but just a part of me. Be able to pick it up, feel natural.
If you gave me all that stuff, I'd maybe pick up a gun and maybe shoot like Arnold Schwarzenegger down at the hip or something, but I wouldn't really know the proper way of doing it. I could maybe take a guess, probably from other movies that I saw, but those are probably wrong.
Military training is like learning to play golf or learning to kickbox. It's forcing your body to do something that's atypical to it.
Even if you take a dance movie, that person's got to learn to dance. If you take somebody for a fight movie, they got to learn to fight. It's all body mechanics and motion. There's so much to it. It's so complex. It takes months and months of training just to get down the basics.
There's so many little details that need to be practiced in order to be able to handle a weapon properly. You really need to be coached on if you've never done it before.
Their training is from shooting to handling a weapon to running with a weapon. It's very all-encompassing.
It's all about the details. And really good actors are worried and concerned about the details.
Moving around in military gear is never easy, and it's never as fluid and effortless as you seem to think from movies and video games.
And then he goes, okay, throw this on. And I put the vest on for the first time.
You can't just slap someone in this gear. You hold M4 up to your shoulder in a t-shirt, you're like, oh yeah, that's fine, I can do this. Throw on all the gear, that gun is now like a foot away from your shoulder.
And you have to train with that. And all the gear on top of that, and all the ammo on top of that, which pulls down on your spine, and it requires physical discipline to get used to.
Hold your weapon and down. It's basically all the same one class, and it just, you're in a squat position.
Enemy upper left, and we have to really go through it.
Target in front, lift the weapons up. Never put your finger on the trigger at all. This chicken thing, bring it down.
Adam, you're out of ammo. Click it in, and then you have to run through the drills of changing out a mag.
Okay, this is already expected of me, what do I do? And so they start to make their own decisions. They're forced to use their training to kind of make a decision on the fly.
It got done. I remember my lower back was killing me, my legs, my thighs were burning, and I was like, this is this is nuts.
But I think it's essential to getting them immersed immediately.
It's intense. It's awesome.
And I knew quickly that I was going to have to read up and study on military techniques, terminology, which is the big thing also. Once they train you through the weapons and the gear, they'll ask you why you're wearing it. Why are you doing this? What kind of caliber does this weapon take? Because what it truly shows is that if you actually know and understand what you're getting, because if you can explain it to them, then they've done their part.
So you really need to have regular refreshers and regular training in order to maintain any proficiency in this skill.
Just like with martial arts, you might be learning a sword or a bow staff. That's also a weapon, and it takes years of practice.
That's something that I don't think you can expect of most actors, is even if they did handle guns on this production 6 months ago, now we're on this production, are they going to remember everything that they learned 6 months ago?
I had to give it enough, the proper respect where it's just, you have to take your time to build the technique, because once you build the technique, you can build the strength, and then the speed comes from there.
And that's what's awesome about these guys is they are accurate 100%.
And so in that sense, I mean, that kind of realism, it's just a matter of making sure people know what the heck they're doing.
If you have that understanding going into your scene, having trained for it months in advance, you're going to nail that role.
So you actually become what you're actually being trained for.
They really make sure that their actors are prepared.
It's about being professional at the end of the day and actually getting an actor to accomplish what they would like, and Bullet Exchange is very good at that.
In the age that we're living in right now, there are hundreds of thousands of combat veterans. There's also hundreds of thousands of police officers, corrections officers, or even just gun enthusiasts or shooters. They all know how gunplay is supposed to go. They know how weapons work. They know how things are supposed to look or what looks right. If you are not capturing the realism for your projects, you are not going to capture the audience's full attention. They're not going to believe your story, therefore you have lost them. BEAT stands for Bullet Exchange Actor Training Program. That's where we take actors that know nothing about military, nothing about guns. We bring them up to the speed that they need to be to properly portray the character the production calls for.
Guys who don't know what they're doing and kind of think they do, they're glaringly obvious.
We see this in movies all the time where people who are supposed to be professionals are handling guns like 12-year-olds. No offense to 12-year-olds, some of them are, fairly talented.
We've seen that difference in other films, and I think our eyes are savvy enough to catch that.
People have a standard of what they want to see, and if they're not happy with it, they're going to turn it off or leave the theater. You have an educated audience that you're trying to please.
If you're going to do a serious action role, you do need to be trained in it. You could be the greatest actor in the world, but if you're not holding your weapon correctly, you're not conveying that role.
Not being trained and having directors just tell you to fake it. After doing the BEAT program, I've realized how incredibly unprofessional and unrealistic that is.
If you're producing a movie and it involves military action or any action in general, I definitely recommend you send your actors in advance to our BEAT program, because if we have time to work with that actor, we can train them specifically for that role.
They train you specifically for what you are going to do.
As an actor, you always want to do like an action film and be like, dude, that'd be awesome. Like everybody wants to be like the Bond. Everybody wants to be like in the Band of Brothers.
And I thought, man, this is the kind of stuff I need to do. This is the kind of stuff I need on my resume.
For some people, it's going to come easily. For some people, it's not.
Acting like a military expert does not come easy without training.
What I thought was correct was absolutely not correct.
But you can work with people and get the basics down for the scenes that you need to shoot. If you work with those folks again, you can always build on those skills.
It really shows people who are going to be able to sink or swim.
You have to learn it. You have to go through the motions, and you have to force your body to accept it. It has to become muscle memory.
David and Mitch as instructors are ball breakers. It's awesome. They are intense. They're incredibly thorough, and their eye detail is insane.
If you're training for a war scene, I felt like they really made you hustle and actually execute on a level that you would have to if you were in the field.
The team behind Bullet Exchange are very well-trained, experienced, and devoted to what they're doing.
They're both combat military veterans, non-commissioned officers in the Army, and they've never really stopped displaying that professionalism.
Of course, they're all experts at what they do.
If they think you're not doing it right, they'll flat out tell you. They're blunt, which I admire a lot from them.
They seem to have a definitive vision behind what they're doing.
And just like us martial artists have done years of martial martial arts. They've done years of the military. For us to try to say, oh, well, we can do that, we wouldn't be able to.
They got the gear, they got the guns, they do research, and it's still fresh in their minds, so they're training us correctly, up to date.
If you're not confident in what you're doing, and if you don't feel like you're really doing things correctly, you start thinking about it too much, and that can really take away from your performance. As an actor, it's very, very important for me to achieve that degree of realism when it comes to anything I do.
As an actor, I'm always trying to work on my craft as much as I can.
Every professional actor wants to know the background of the occupation they're portraying. I think it is essential to the performance to get as trained in whatever the occupation I'm portraying as I can.
If you're an actor, I would hope that you would want to go through this rigorous type of training, so when you get on set, you're well versed and you look comfortable with a gun on film.
Everything that we know is open to them. So if they want to learn knife fighting, if they want to learn hand-to-hand combat, if they want to learn what's it like to wear this body armor and how would I move in it, how would I handle this weapon, how would I deploy a pistol, or how do I shoot a sniper rifle, how does this M4 work?
I think that sort of training would be very valuable.
From shooting to handling a weapon to running with a weapon, it's very all-encompassing.
How to do convoy operations, squad movements, room clearing, and communication methods used in the military. A lot of it is how to use your gear properly.
You learn a lot of weapons training stuff that's valuable for film sets, and a lot of martial arts training, and you kind of learn how to work them together.
A lot of that stuff filters down into the B program, and once an actor is doing it right, it shows.
Trying to portray a military person or someone that's using a gun does not come easily. It's not something that you can just kind of pick up one day and now you're proficient in it. It's something that takes years and years of training. Now we truncate that into months of training, but it still takes a lot of dedication and a lot of work to get to the point where you need to be.
The BX guys will definitely try their hardest to get you in that mindset and to try to make you succeed.
You know, you're doing rehearsing a play, you rehearse as much as you can in the shoes that you're going to wear on stage, because then you're used to that. You've gotten over the learning curve of becoming accustomed to those things so that the focus can be on delivering the scene as an actor.
As an actor, if you are going to be part of the BX team, you got to be ready for this, or else, you know what? Don't bother.
You need to look like you know what you're doing. If the character's supposed to be a Navy SEAL, they need to look and act like a Navy SEAL, handle a gun like a Navy SEAL would. That's what BX can help you with.
Unless you've really been through this kind of training, it's going to be really hard to fake it.
You can pretend not to know what you're doing when you're trained, but you can't pretend to know what you're doing if you haven't been trained.
I only want to surround myself with the best. David and Mitch, they are the best. Some of the best in town. And they're only getting better.
Raider 6, this is Bandit 2-2. Be advised, you have hostiles in position. Bandit 2-2, Raider 6. Roger. Mark that position, over. 4, this is 3, down at that cruise. We got your right. Roger, I got him. Target's in the tree line. Raider 3, contact left. Raider 4, let's fire. Raider 2, RPG, 12 o'clock, smoke them. 6, the splitter, 4-0, fire, let's go. Raider 5, we're pinned down, mind him as a hand. Roger, I got him. Roger, Chris, Charlie, 3, 7, 2, 1. 4, 4, 3, 2, in the open. Stay close, over. Dave's got boys down. He's down. Roger, this is covered. 3, 7, 2, 1, 4, 4, 3. Raider 6, took it. 2-6, Raider 6 Delta. Tell your company to get small. Raider 4-0, 2-6, Scott, over. Raider 4-0, Raider 4-0. All rated elements, take cover now. Take cover!
It used to be that these sort of action sequences were reserved only for Hollywood budgets. Well, not anymore. The Bullet Exchange, your first choice in military prop rental, can provide for all your movie's action needs without blowing your whole budget.
So Bullet Exchange is a good opportunity.
What are the key prop components in effective, realistic military action sequences? Whether it's uniforms, gear, weapons, or the actor's ability to wear and use these things,
The Bullet Exchange provides, with specifically the small budget film in mind.
a big problem with action sequences in independent film is that it's just not logistically possible on a small budget.
I can't even imagine how expensive it would be.
More than anyone would want to spend unless they're working with a huge budget.
It's not easily available to get this much equipment.
Well, I know I would pay thousands of dollars, but seriously, I wouldn't have a way to even price something like that. I don't know where you could start to do something like that.
You waste your whole budget just on a couple guns.
For example, to dress just one actor in gear like this would break a small film's budget.
And that's just one actor. Forget about gearing up a squad or a platoon, and forget about the rest of your production expenses.
The process of acquiring these props include knowing what they are, where to get them, purchasing them, assembling them correctly, getting accurate details included, worrying about safe transportation, acquiring blank ammunition in bulk, and all this to buy props that will only be used once. So where does that leave a small budget film producer? The military prop industry is almost exclusively monopolized by major prop suppliers who rent in bulk, pandering to big budget Hollywood productions for an impossible price tag, dealing on the level of tanks and helicopters. But even if you wanted accurate uniforms for just a few soldiers in one quick scene, you'd still be rejected by minimum order requirements.
This leaves no choice but to compromise. You'll either have to cut the action sequences from your script, or worse, sacrifice detailed quality by picking up military props without any know-how.
And we've all seen the sad results of that choice in small budget films.
I, for one, can't stand it in movies when you see people carrying the gun underneath their arm and shooting it like that.
The Bullet Exchange offers the serious military accuracy your audience craves while simultaneously meeting your budgetary limitations.
We are in business specifically for the small budget filmmaker.
The Bullet Exchange offers exactly what you need for basic daily rental fees, and without having to spend thousands on props you only use once. And if you think coming to us you'll still have to sacrifice quality or variety,
The BX provides an exceptional variety to meet your production requirements. Whether it's uniforms, body armor, gear rigs, blank firing weapons, cold weather clothing, hot weather clothing, accessories, gear, face paint, unit patches, or other props that can be rearranged, switched up, broken down, or revamped to accommodate the needs of your script without forcing you to accommodate our selection. We've got you covered.
Props are awesome. I don't know if you can see any of them around, but I am enthusiastic, and we get a lot of questions like, oh my god, this looks so excellent.
The weapons look pretty realistic.
The realness of it all just really adds to the movie.
We can take any of your actors and dress them up to be anything you need. From 1990s regular Marine grunt, to mountain sniper, to elite ranger, to modern Army soldier, to high-tech Navy SEAL, quickly and cheaply, and be completely set ready for your production.
A lot of people are overwhelmed by our selection and the whole military atmosphere when it comes to picking out the props they need. But don't worry, if you don't know exactly the look you're going for, we'll help you find it.
with all the little touches involved in piecing together just the right setup while maintaining military accuracy, it can indeed be overwhelming, especially if you don't know how to make it look real.
But with the help of the Bullet Exchange, that's definitely accomplishable. They have great props.
Anything in a low budget film, whether it's police gear or military, any type of scene like that, I think it would work really well. Like, this stuff would just be absolutely perfect.
Whether it's neat little accessories or touches that really sell the part. But it doesn't stop there. The Bullet Exchange is also ready to make your actors be the part, and not just look the part.
If I had stuff like this, I don't even know how to put it together.
At the BX, we have 10 years combined Army infantry experience that we will put to use, making your action sequences as realistic as possible, even if that means training your actors personally. We offer actor training programs and on-set military consultation services that can help turn your civilian actors into seasoned pros on screen.
They all look legit, which is nice because you see a lot of action movies where guns and equipment look fake and it just takes away the whole realness of it all.
As an actor, I do feel it's pretty convincing playing the part of the soldier.
You can't beat the professional first-hand experience of the people that work with it every day.
Like, it needs to be so spot on. There's so many small details.
Whether it's how to wear the uniform, how to clear a room, how to walk or talk or chew or run, or even weapon familiarization boot camp.
On fire, the socket in. All right, change out, go, go, go.
Bullet exchange is there.
I feel like this is so wrong.
We even offer competitively priced live ammunition, blank ammunition, CDs of our own organically captured sound effects, or even how to build your own ghillie suit manuals for hunters or sniper enthusiasts.
The Bullet Exchange offers a certain on-set presence that's friendly and approachable, yet achieves a maximum military accuracy at a minimal cost.
See, we have a pride issue. Everything we do has to be as accurate as possible, and we make sure of this personally. This is our pledge to our clients because we hate inaccurate movies enough without also putting our names on them.
And this accuracy extends to all aspects of your production.
They look like the real thing. That's all there is to it. And that's what you need.
The gear is down to the T.
Yeah, it looks good. If you want guys who are genuinely and personally concerned with the look and feel of your production, and some cool gear to blow away your audience, come to us.
They all know exactly what they're doing. They gave the right type of equipment to me to play the role.
That'd be way better than trying to figure it out myself.
It looks good. It's nice to have that supervisory role. There's people that see it in the movies and think they're doing it right. They don't know exactly what they're going after, so to have someone there that can tell them yes or no is just excellent.
We love what we do, and you'll love what we do for you.
Anything that I would want as far as any type of military or any type of action sequence, I mean, you can't go wrong with Bullet Exchange.
If I needed any equipment or weapons, I know exactly where to go.
I would use the Bullet Exchange in a heartbeat.
Absolutely, I would use the Bullet Exchange. Absolutely.
The Bullet Exchange, for when every shot counts.
Dumping yard waste in city parks and woodlands can damage and even kill trees and vegetation. Don't wait for Mother Nature to fight back. Keep Edina's open spaces clean and healthy by keeping trash and yard waste out.
good afternoon. Thank you all for joining me just for a few minutes here while I take a little drive. I wanted to go over the latest release that Dan Hennon put out regarding David Crowley. Just adjust that a little bit. Okay, so what we have here is David Crowley filled out a application to be a part of the cast for a TV show called Doomsday Preppers for season 3. Excuse me. So he filled out a casting questionnaire, and I think there's a lot of good information in this questionnaire that is worth going over. And since I had a few minutes here, I figured I'd just kind of briefly touch on it and go over some of the information in this document. How about that? And try to avoid traffic and not get hit and all that good stuff is always good as well. So, Doomsday Prepper Season 3 casting questionnaire. And this is obviously filled out by David Crowley when he was 27, so about 2 years before he died. And his phone number is the old phone number, his old cell phone number ending with 0461. I believe that's the one of the phones that was turned off after Kamel's dad and David and Kamel had some type of an issue where Kamel's dad was originally paying for both of their cell phones. He was paying for David's phone and for Kamel's phone. And I think that also shows how close that Kamel's family was to David. And I think that's a big valuable point there, that they had a good relationship, so good that Kamel's dad actually gave David a car, I believe, for one of his birthdays. So that's interesting too. I believe that's a silver car that was found at the house. So David is 27 at this time. Email is the Crawls04 Gmail. The occupation, he put filmmaker, videographer, photographer. It says list your family members, name and age. Kamel 26, Rania 3. So that gives you a good idea. That would have been interesting, I think, if David would have been a part of that TV show. I don't know what the issue was, but I know that season 3 came out in October of 2013. So this had to have been filled out before then. Obviously, I don't know how much before. That's not clear from this document here, but at least a couple months, maybe even a year before. I'm not really sure. So I've never seen this show. It's on National Geographic. So if you have the Disney Plus app, you can actually watch it. And I've been thinking about maybe watching a couple of them just to get an idea of what it was like, of what the TV show was like, and how David would have fit in or how he would have not fit into that TV show. I think that will give me a better understanding of that. Moving along here, he puts his address. This is the apartment, the Bloomington apartment is where he was, and suburban kind of area. So when did you start prepping? Was there a time, event, or something significant that caused you to prep? And if you look at David's pantry, you can obviously see all of the different prepping stuff that he was involved with. I'm just gonna maneuver this. Sorry, it's just a little annoying there, but hopefully it's not too bad. And hopefully the battery doesn't die. So his answer is general awareness of world events coupled with contextual knowledge from military experience in late 2010 led to me being more concerned about general preparedness. Research for my current film project made me aware that the many prepper scenarios are far from fictitious. So that all lines up with the story with David Crowley's Gray State, obviously. And next question, what kind of security defense training do you have? Were you in the military? David says, served in Army infantry from 2004 to 2009, multiple combat tours. I also do ongoing firearms tactical training and have even extended this training to actors for my films. I am proficient in combat gear and field craft. Do you have any skill sets? Do you have any kind of skill sets is the next question. And his answer is obviously firearms and small unit tactics, room clearing, urban combat. That's his skill sets, urban combat. And that gives you an idea of kind of what David was doing during his tours that we've talked a lot about. And I think that's a very important thing too for David's tours. All right, next question, we're gonna go along here, is going to be we got the skill sets. How long will your food storage last? What kind of foods do you store? And he's currently have 2 years of stored food, dried goods, wheat, MREs, cans, seed banks for planting. And you can see that down in David Crowley's basement in the big pantry. There's tons of stuff like that in there. And we should all have stuff like that. 2 years is really good of storable foods. I have some storable foods that have a shelf life of like 25 years or something, but I don't know if that would last necessarily. I mean, I couldn't live off that for 2 years, but that's important to have as well. How many and what kind of weapons ammo have you stored? Do you have stored? He's got an AR-15 with 7,000 rounds, 40 cal pistols with several hundred rounds, AK-47 with 500 rounds, M1A with 500 rounds, and Remington 700 rifles with 500 rounds. That's a lot. Do you have a bug out location is the next question. If so, how far away is it from your home? Is it underground? It says my bug out location is 60 miles from my home. 60 miles from my home in the quasi countryside. It is not underground, but I'm working on it. So there is a scene in the May 12th version of David Crowley's script, and his main character does end up going to a bug out area where he meets up with some other people from that bug out area. So I thought that was kind of interesting, and it is kind of a countryside area as well. In the script, the main character doesn't stay there for very long, but you could tell that's the bug out area, that's the safe zone for him. So I thought that was interesting. What kinds of alternative energy do you have? And it says presently none. However, my budget location has multiple propane tanks and a wood stove heater hookup. So that's good too. He's got something ready. Is there anything, let's see, is there anything else you are stockpiling that is not mentioned above? Medical supplies, comfort items is what he says. Medical supplies, comfort items, canned goods, books, knowledge, fuel treatment additives. Currently on a rotation cycle with clothing and footwear to maintain a supply of broken in but usable items, cash and silver. So that's pretty good. Do you have any conflicts with friends or family about prepping? This is a very important question. And he just says general eye rolling, resistance to cooperation. And I think for the season, I think they like that. I have not seen the show yet, so I'm just guessing here. But I'm guessing the more conflict between the prepper and the prepper's family is generally what a show like that is probably looking for. They want to really capitalize on that to create that drama and create that TV sense. But I think a lot of this shows that David Crowley was in he was trying to get his foot into the Hollywood door. We know he was not just a filmmaker, but an actor. So he was acting in several projects too. And I think he would have done well in the Hollywood realm, if he could have kept his morals about him, I think he would have done really well. It's not hard. I mean, it's not easy to do, obviously, but I just a guess. I don't know. Let's see. Is there anything else you are stockpiling that is not mentioned? But oh, yeah, we already covered that. General eye rolling. Have you ever built anything from scratch before? If so, what is it? Now, I was hoping to hear him say about movie props, some type of props that he had built, because I had wondered about the Bohemian Grove owl statue that's in his office bedroom, and I wondered if he had, you know, used that, or if he had built that as a prop, because on a short film called Into the Void, he is credited with a couple things, but props are also one of them. So I was just kind of guessing. Anyways, I'm still on the hunt to figure out the origin of that Bohemian Grove owl statue. I believe I've asked Mason Hendricks and maybe a couple other people, what is with that owl? Never really got a clear answer. I don't know if they know, but I just always thought that was a pretty odd thing to have in your home. So let's see. So the answer to that, he says, no, not that I can, nothing I can think of offhand, but I am learning to do such things like hydroponic setup or vehicle additions. Interesting. So the next question is, what would you like to build that's unique and would make your preps better? And he says, custom vehicles stripped to rugged essentials. I want to turn my bug out location into a self-sustaining compound with water, solar, and gardening. Next question is, do you have any projects or goals you want to complete soon? Any DIY prepper tips to share? My current project is to build long-term rugged cases that hold rifles and the necessary gear, tools to switch out components for different applications. That's pretty interesting. Again, probably not something you're going to do if you're having PTSD and, you know, about to kill your family and all that stuff. But again, it's just par for the course with some of these people and with some of this stuff that we are seeing here. So it's nothing too concerning. Let's go past this car here. Okay, last one is list the top 3 events you are preparing for, you are prepping for. And the answer is the collapse of the dollar, number 1, and the long-term societal degradation, economic depression. That's number 1, and that's a big part. That is the basis around David's script. That is the environment, the world that we are dropped into in David's script. That's where the whole thing starts. They're already there. The dollar has already fallen. Riots are happening. The government is having a hard time controlling the populace, and at the same time they are battling all of these endless wars overseas. So a lot of distractions, I guess, and more of a globalized world government than one that we see here. Number 2 is solar flares wiping out the electrical grid. That's a big one too, because I remember back in 2012, that was a huge thing that people were talking about. I remember a lot of people talking about that. Solar flares, all of a sudden the power grid, boom, it's gone. What are you going to do? All power gone. How could we live? How would we work? How would everything operate? We'd have to go back to paper. You know, we'd have to go back to now there'd be a digital revolution. All these people who, I'm sure they'd figure out a way to create other energy sources. So I don't think that the New World Order wants to do that. I don't think they want to drop the power grid, because very quickly, very clearly, they will see how these innovative people can come up with new ways to create power. So I don't think that they'll do that, but I mean, it's definitely possible, and it would shut things down for a lot of people for a long time. So it would be a big sign that a big takeover is coming. Number 3 would be the government crackdowns on dissenters and otherwise self-reliant people, and that's the last part of that. And that is the biggest one, I think. Government dissenters. And when they say that, you know, that's a loaded term, obviously, but you can tell what he's thinking about, what he's talking about there, because he was a United States soldier and saw a lot of different things. Comes home and sees what our government is doing here, and can see the progress of this one world order, of this power structure. And he saw it firsthand. He was part of it and chose to get out of it. So we were, but we still are very concerned about the government taking away our rights and putting people into FEMA camps, loading us up, putting us into these camps where basically we don't have any rights. And then from the camps, which is in the Gray State script too, once they're in those camps, then they're separated out into different places, and they go, you know, certain people go into this place, certain people go there. There's other places in the script where they're not really sure where people are going, but they're not staying in the camps necessarily. The camps are just kind of not a meeting ground, but basically it's where they, you know, it's right before they sort out these criminals, these people, to go into different areas, area A, area B, C, etc., etc. So it's an interesting concept, and I just, you know, I want to thank Dan Hennon for finding that, for getting that, and whoever gave it to him, I want to thank that person too. I think it's, you know, it's these little things like this that might seem, you know, like nothing, but there's a lot of good gems in there. There's a lot of good data, I think, that you know, might not necessarily answer questions, but it does give us more insight into who David was during that time and what he was doing during that time. I believe there was another TV show too that he was trying to get involved in too. So who knows? But definitely his goal was the Hollywood route, and he was moving towards that. And I think that that's very clear where David was going, where he was moving, and what the plans were, and that he was actively planning for the future, and future was not in Minnesota. Very important stuff there. So anyways, just wanted to kind of go over that. I hope everybody gets a chance to read that. You can read that in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and I'd be curious to hear everybody's views. I'll try to put a link at the bottom of this video if you want to read that, download it yourself, and share your thoughts on it. You know, it's good to hear other people's thoughts, and I think for me it's just more of him planning for the future. Less proof that he was crazy, less proof that he had any PTSD. Again, I don't think he'd be working on all this stuff. If he did have PTSD, he would not be working on all these projects. So I think that that's a big point there as well. And until we meet again, good peeps, God bless you all, and I will see you then. Alright, and I also wanted to just kind of check in with everybody, make sure you're all doing good. I know we haven't done a conference call in a while with everything going on. You know, it's just been, there's just a lot happening right now, and I'm sure all of you are having, you know, life issues as well. And I hope everybody's doing good, staying safe, doing whatever you can to stay safe during this time. Hopefully we'll get back to normal life at some point. I believe the group is, you know, at 3,400 members right now. We've got a lot of new people posting, a lot of good posts there, and a lot of good topics. And I would just want to thank everybody who has joined, everybody who is trying to find out what the truth is in regards to David Crowley and his family. We're just going to keep on pushing on until we get the case reopened, you know, and There's nothing there. I haven't heard anything new from Jim Gummert, so I'm still waiting for that, waiting for some updates. We just put out the Gray Stage podcast number 4, and I really enjoyed that one. Looking forward to the next one. I believe the next one, episode number 5, we're going to cover the medical examiners and the autopsies. So I hope to get everybody back involved for that podcast. I've even been thinking about maybe doing that one. That would be episode number 5. I'm thinking about doing that one live. Maybe as a YouTube simulcast, if possible. We'll see how that goes. But I would love to be able to do one of these live here. We put a new one out every month on Anchor FM, Anchor.fm, I believe, and it syncs out to Spotify, to Google Play, to a lot of other places too. I think Stitcher, some of those, but you can always get it. You can download it. We should have somewhere on one of our websites a direct download option, but we'll work on that. It's just timing, and it's, you know, there's so much happening, and I've been looking at, like I said, laying the groundwork for a possible second book on this that kind of goes into more deeper into the topics that are mentioned there. I didn't put anything about Kenneth Maines really in there, so I think that would be good to cover all of that. Some of the conversations with Kamel's sister, maybe go into more in depth about that. The conversations I had with Mason Hendricks, there's a lot of stuff there, and a ton of other things that just for whatever reason did not make it into this particular book, to this first book. The financial records, I thought, you know, was one of the weaker points of my book. There could have been a lot more about that in there. David Crowley's phones still being paid for and operational. What happened to their cars? What happened to who owns the Gray State? That big battle, how there was some internal wars, some internal struggles between the Gray State quote-unquote team and what they were going to do with all of that stuff, with the footage. Who's running the Gray State YouTube page right now? Who's running the social media, the Facebook? Who's running all of that right now? You know, how can these people say that David Crowley is this murderer, child killer, everything, and then they want to turn around and use his project, use his stuff, and act like they had a big role in creating it and taking it to the level that it made. And if they did, then they would be able to do that with other projects. They'd be able to do that with other things, and just not seeing that. But the Hollywood aspirations of the Gray State team is very similar to what David's was, and it's very clear that that was their goal, is to get this project, Gray State, to do something big with it, to, you know, get it onto a massive level. And the TV show was working out, but these guys were not going to be part of that. How were they going to explain that when people asked? You know, they'd just be on the sidelines. Everything would have been kind of quiet. One of the major things about the script, as we've talked about a couple times, is that Danny Mason's character is not in it. He's gone. He's not part of it. So I thought that was very interesting tidbit. Where's his character going? David and Danny are in this legal battle. You know, this the very early stages of a legal battle to see who is going to get the rights to what. David Crowley had no issue giving Danny Mason the rights to Danny Mason's character because his character wasn't going to be in the script, and that's at least since May 12, 2014. Danny Mason's character is gone. Now, you could say that the main character in the script is basically Danny Mason's character. You could say that. I don't know. Only David knows. But we know that the character that is in the legal documents going back and forth between David, that David wanted Danny Mason to sign, that character is not there. So Danny Mason would have been free to do something else with that character. I don't know. That's a whole nother issue. It's just a big mess, and it's a huge mess, and we don't really know. I don't know what all of those details are. I can just say, well, this is what this document says. This is what they were talking about. There's emails going back and forth between David and Danny, and they're very hostile, and not very friendly. And it's like, is Danny Mason stalling? What is he stalling for? If that's true, is David Crowley stalling? Why isn't David Crowley being honest with Danny Mason about his character not being in it? Saying that he's going to give Danny Mason rights. Then it's with the documentary, it gets even worse, because then it's, they want the documentary. Danny Mason wants it, and I'm sure a lot of the other Gray State guys want it too. And David sounds like he was ready and willing to give that up, to give them that, and a lot of the other stuff that they had already done, a lot of previous stuff. But it was, the things going forward that David Crowley was more focused on, moving forward. Again, more proof that David Crowley is moving forward. He's not looking back. He's moving forward constantly. So I think that's another big point that sometimes gets overlooked. He's moving forward. He is contemplating, turning this into a TV series. And yet, if you were to listen to what the friends told Kamel's sister, it made it seem like the project was dead. Kamel's sister probably really thought the project was dead, and that's because she listened to people that she should not have been listening to. Those were the same people that ended up tricking her when it came to Eric Nelson's film, A Gray State. And I think by that point, according to the interview I did with Kamel's friend, by that point, I think Sidra pretty much knew that these guys were not being upfront with her. And the games that they played with her and with her dad, all of that stuff. And I just think it's because they trusted these guys to be sincere, to be honest, and to really do something good with this work, and they didn't. They got burned. And so, if anybody tries to move forward, from what Kamel's sister said, if anyone tries to move forward with the project, they're going to have to deal with Kamel's family. We still don't know the details about Kamel's mom, only that she's doing better. And the chemo must have worked. Aside from that, we really don't know too much about it. So we'll just keep on pushing on, and we'll document it. We'll document all the facts, all of the lies, everything that people want to say will all be documented to make sure that it's accurate. And if it's not, they're going to get called out on it. Then it becomes, well, okay, where did this information come from? Sidra was saying that David was on the ground doing some type of a ritual. Where did that information come from? There's no evidence in that crime scene of any ritual or anything like that. Sean Wright has said that David Crowley was on the ground playing with the blood of his wife. Where is that coming from? Are they just making this shit up? So think whatever you want, but I mean, just all of the false stuff. Oh, there was footprints. Mason Hendricks, you know, they had footprints that match David. That's not true. They had fingerprints that match. That's not true. None of that is true. Kamel's sister probably doesn't know that. Probably has never read those documents. And if she has, then she should know better. She should be asking the same questions. Where in the documents? Where is it proven in the documents that David Crowley is guilty? That's a simple question that they all should be asking, all of them. And if you don't think that one day Kamel's family, even the younger generations, if you don't think that one day they're going to be asking those questions and demand answers, you're crazy. Of course they are. They're going to want to know. They're going to want to know. People just want to know what the truth is. Not my truth. Not your truth. They're not interested in my theories. They're not interested in your theories. They're interested in the facts. They're interested in what proves David Crowley guilty. Until you have that, you will not move. You will not be able to move on. You will continue to have the bad dreams. You will continue to have those bad thoughts, waking up, shaking. It will continue. All of that will continue. That darkness, that cloud that hovers over your family will be there until you decide that enough is enough. Let's reopen this case. Let's get some answers and let's put some real closure to this. Let's not put a blanket over this. Let's put some closure around this case and get some closure for everybody. For all the people that love David, for all the people that loved his wife and his daughter. And, you know, for everybody who has respect for our soldiers, for every filmmaker, for every future filmmaker, for everybody who loves what David did, who loves his film, what he put out there, for everyone who cares about children, even if you don't care about David, his wife, you don't care about the movie, conspiracies, all that stuff. Don't you care about what happened to this child? I mean, to me, that's a big, big thing. What happened to this child? And why are we to believe that it's just basically David, he's guilty, and that's it? You know, I don't think that that's right. I don't think that that's fair to just jump to that conclusion and to stay there. I'll try to move over here if I can. Let's see if this works. I don't know if this will work or not. Probably not. All right, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and wrap this part up here too, but I do want to thank you all for joining me, and hopefully we'll have another conference call coming up soon, and we'll get back on track, and we'll be able to go live one of these days. I still need to finish the little some more videos on David's script. Maybe I'll get to that Sunday. I'm not really sure. It's just all time with everything else and all the work, the regular life projects and all that stuff. It's all in progress. So you don't want to burn out, and you just gotta have a balanced life, balance all this stuff out, and that's it. Don't worry about what people say. I'm not a credible person. I have no credibility, so I'm not worried about that. Not worried about anything like that. Never have been, never will be, by the way. So, I just, just a funny little inside joke there. So, God bless you all. I hope you all have a great day. Stay safe. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do. Stay focused on Jesus Christ. And remember, David Crowley is innocent because he can never be proven guilty. Nobody has proven him guilty. Let's get the case reopened so that we can get some justice for this family, and so that there can be some closure. Even if it's partial closure, would just be to say that David Crowley is not guilty. And that's where we are. And as long as we keep the case going, as long as we don't let it die out, then David Crowley remains innocent, and we win, good peeps. All right, God bless you all. Have a great day.
Yeah, let me know where we're live, guys.
Yo, what up, everybody? Welcome to Ancient Visions with me, Gaz, and Ross from Planet X Films. Joining us today are Greg Fernandez and Dan Hennanen. And I just want to hand it over to everybody. If you could start your intros for today.
Yeah, if you guys want to set us off, Greg.
would probably help if I unmute myself. I want to say
That would be tremendously helpful.
hi to everybody. It's been one of those days. I can just say that there's so much happening, and I just think that this case is so relevant right now. There's a few things you could take out of this case, and just I think I hope this will be a good show. I haven't talked about the Gray State script yet, so I don't I'm looking forward to talking about this. I'm going to grab my notes here, and I just hope everybody will keep and just think about this case. Think about David Crowley. Think about what they are telling us. Think about all of the facts that show that David Crowley is not guilty, and just keep an open mind. I'm going to open up my blinders here to give me a little more sunshine, because we need that.
First things first, Greg, can you let everybody know where to find you, your Gray Stage recent book, you guys' group, and just your channels, just whatever social media, best places for people to find you guys. And we'll put them in the link as well.
Okay. I guess the best place would be to go to the Gray Stage, or go to, thegraystage.wordpress.com, and that will take you to where you can either purchase the book, or you can actually download that book free. And so it was very important for people, and Dan's got the book up now, but the main thing is this is all data based on all of the documents that we got, based on photos, based on people that we personally talked to, and so I just would hope that people will read this book, and then you can come to your own conclusion about if you think David Crowley is guilty or not. But I do think that the biggest problem is that people just aren't looking at the facts of this case. They're going on feelings, and we can't do that with this. When we're talking about a former soldier who is we're told that he killed himself, he killed his wife, he killed his daughter. Hands are missing. Most of the heads are gone. His daughter's arm is completely gone. No way. There's definitely something more here.
Absolutely. And the man of the hour, who pretty much pioneered a lot of the case research, Dan Hennon, please let everybody know, introduce yourself, let everyone know where to find you.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Dan Hennon. I created the Justice for David Crowley and a family Facebook group that many of you are already on. I can also be reached on YouTube at DM Hennon, or on my website at uglytruth.info. So, yeah, it's very interesting. The Facebook page just went over 3,000 members here in the month of March, and so this has been 5 years running that we've been running this page and this group, and it's never really hit a lull where it's been nothing going on. There's always been something going. There's been high spots and low spots, but now I think since this coronavirus came out and everyone's been quarantined and told to stay at home and in lockdown, we can hardly keep up with the number of members coming through, because I think people are watching that Netflix movie called A Gray State, and it's driving so many members to our page. So we're thankful for that. We don't endorse that documentary at all, as it is propaganda, but it's certainly the direct driver to driving people to our page and to our site. So we thank you for that.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much to cover. I mean, I'm not sure where you guys want to go directly in. I mean, A Gray State, I mean, it's been covered you guys have kind of covered that a few times. So, I mean, I really only think we need to gloss over that if people have specific questions. Me personally, since I'm on the writing side, I wouldn't mind getting into the new script that Dan recently released for us in the group. You guys can check that out under files. Unless you have anything that you have any questions for the guys. You want to start off with, guys? It's totally up to you guys. It's going to be free form, so.
Yeah, it's pretty free flowing. I just want to say to people as well, if they're watching now live on YouTube, you can drop your questions in the comments section. Bear in mind, my typing is really slow thanks to COVID-19. Hand is severely cracked open with all the constant washing, but I can read your questions and pop them to the guys as well. But I think the writing side of things would be a great place to start.
And I can answer the questions, even though my answer might be gibberish. So I think I'm willing to get into this screenplay, because I have a lot of feedback on this, and I found it to be in a super unfinished form. Now, you know, it's not uncommon for short films to go through 20 or 30 like completely full 100% revisions. So, and we really don't know what you know, status this was. I mean, I guess Dan, if you want to start us off with any extra information you have on the two revisions that you were able to obtain.
So for the newer listeners out there that aren't familiar with it, the Gray State was a project with David Crowley and a group of individuals that got together to work on a movie, an actual film. And so what they did was they didn't make a film, but instead produced a trailer, a 2.5-minute trailer that they released to the internet on YouTube. And to this day has how many? Over 2 million views on that.
Yeah, I think it's north of 3 last time I checked.
Over 3 million. So it's done very good, very professionally, and it was out there. And then they were using that trailer to pitch for investors and pitching it to Hollywood producers to see who would pick up on it and fund them to be able to get it out there and get it into what they wanted to have it go on the big screen. You know, have it be a Hollywood movie. Well, they didn't get the funding, and then it was never made into a movie. So David Crowley and his family were killed before that happened. So the question was on our page, most of the questions that come in as new members are saying, can you send us a link to the movie? Can you send a link to this? We want to see the movie. Well, Greg and I and others on the page, the first thing we got to say is to make sure that they understand that there is no movie. They never made the movie. Now, the Gray State group made a documentary that was released a couple years after the deaths called Gray State: The Rise.
Right.
So they have a documentary called The Rise. And then as a propaganda piece, the media came in and got some guys from Hollywood to make a documentary about this Gray State case, the David Crowley case. That's called A Gray State. And it's got nothing to do with us. Greg and I, we happen to be in it for a couple of short sentences in the documentary, but it was pitched to us that they were going to really expose this case and blow the lid off what really happened in this documentary.
Yeah, big deep dive.
Much like what I was expecting after seeing the movie Soaked in Bleach about Tom Grant and the Kurt Cobain case, where there's so many movies and documentaries done on the Cobain case, and some are misinfo, some are disinfo, and finally this movie Soaked in Bleach came out on an actual documentary that got into the facts that proved Kurt Cobain didn't kill himself. So when we got proposed, approached to do this documentary that was really going to really open things up, I, for one, jumped at the chance. Greg was more hesitant, thinking, you know, we might be being used and being thrown under the bus on this whole case. And so ultimately, he was right, because they did use us to focus on, to discredit us as conspiracy theorists who don't know what we're doing. And they put in a bunch of cherry-picked videos of David Crowley and his wife looking like nut jobs, people who drank and did drugs and were in a domestic violence relationship. They put all that together to paint David Crowley as a bad guy. So that's the documentary that's out there. That's the real deal from Hollywood. But Gray State has this documentary called The Rise, which is actually pretty good. That's 2.5 hours long. But there is no Gray State movie. So people want to see the movie. There was no movie. It was never even made. Now they pitched it. They pitched this information to a producer and to a group that did purchase it and wanted to move forward with it as a web-based series, but it didn't get any farther. The amount of that was being tossed around was a $30 million deal to get this turned into something to make it into the television homes to the public. And so we always thought, what's the chance of us getting that script? And the Gray State guys and us began clashing right away after we started exposing the anomalies in this case. So we knew they weren't going to give it to us or even get it, because I think that some of the members wanted to take that script and move it into and pitch it to Hollywood producers to get it made into a film anyway. So we never heard about it. We never found anything. Now 5 years goes along. I get a notification from someone who wishes to remain anonymous to say, you know what, I have a copy of that script. And I'm like, about every couple of weeks, I run across one of these instant messages where someone's got something
Yeah.
Well, you're hesitant, of course. And I said, okay, sounds good. Send it over. And so I received it in the form of a PDF file, 126 pages, and it said Gray State script written by David Crowley in May of 2014. So I go through and read it. It looks legit to me. I'm not going to comment if I like it or not, or if it was well done or not, but it looked to me like a script, and it was the content of what David Crowley was producing. So I released it onto the Justice page and say, here it is. I'm not going to talk about it or summarize it. I just uploaded the file directly to our page. There's a section called Files. If you go to our Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and become a member there, you can see all the files. I uploaded it there. People were looking at it. People were reading it. People were giving comments and pros and cons and, you know, questionable things. And that was that. Now, a couple of weeks later, I get approached by the same anonymous person to say, here's another revision. Well, I'm like, oh, really? You know, seriously? Are we going to get these now every 2 weeks? I said, okay.
I'm not mad at it.
Sounds good. Send it over. It's in PDF format, 126 pages. It's simply called V6, version 6.
Right.
This one doesn't have a name, doesn't have David Crowley's name. There's no title. The content is roughly the same as it was before. There's some things that were changed and altered, but I'm like, okay, I'll upload this as well to the same group, to the same section, and people can read it and draw their own conclusions. It seems to me like it was David Crowley's script. Was it in a finished version? Was it a preliminary version? What happened to the 5 versions in between, or the 4? You know, what's the deal? Some people read it. I think actually Greg Fernandez Jr., who's on this call, and said, I think that sounds to be more like a preliminary script than the other one. It doesn't sound like a Norwegian version, but something else. Now here we are at the end of March. I haven't received anything back from anything else. All I know is that there's 2 versions of the script out there. We've all been waiting for this script. Now we have it, and it's odd. There's nothing really in it that's explosive. I don't know if that was the version he would have been pitching, either one of those versions, to the producers for $30 million.
I highly doubt it.
It was interesting nonetheless, but I liked all the banter that came about because it was out there now, and the members were able to at least put something together, get something to chew on.
Yeah.
The only fallback from releasing the first and the second script, is that Greg and I now have been getting drawn a lot of flack. Things have been things have been laying low for a while as far as threats and accusations and things directed our way, and that kind of offensive speak and messages like that. Well, now the script is out there, and I've gotten not 1, but 2, but three or 4 strange things happening as far as instant messages, strange texts, strange emails. I wouldn't say threats, but people highly offended that this is out there. So I don't know what's in the script that's explosive, but there must be something there that someone doesn't like, because now it seems like we have stirred up a hornet's nest, if you will. That's all I've got. I don't know what else to say.
Can you identify any of the names for the messages you've been getting to anything that similar that you've gotten in the past, like anyone you've dealt with in the past? I know you've got previous messages.
It is 2 of them were from people I have dealt with in the past, but I haven't heard from them in, I wouldn't say months, I would say years.
Right.
But now out of the blue, I get nasty messages from 2 of those individuals. The other 2 situations were people I did not know, and I still don't know who they even are.
Right.
But the timing is important here. It's the timing, because that's the only thing that we've been releasing, other than Greg's book that came out at the end of last year. We haven't been getting hit with anything. Now the script is out there, and it seems to have rubbed someone the wrong way, some of these folks. And so I don't know why, but that's all I've got. I'm glad they're out there. I'm glad it's out there. It doesn't give me any more, I guess, comfort. I mean, I read it, but I think others in the group have done more deep dive into that script than what I do as far as their backgrounds.
What strikes to me strange hearing that as somebody who really, you know, as a fresh perspective, this doesn't really know anything about it, is a complete noob, is, you know, we see various films, TV series where we've got totalitarian governments take over, suppression of civil liberties, rights, etc., especially in sci-fi. Yeah. So for me, just coming from outside of this whole area, be thinking, well, this, you know, apart from the guess, is it just another potential film with similar messages to some of them we've seen. So it's, I'm not discrediting anybody's work, but you're getting you know, more or less messages that kind of inferring stop what you're doing or stop going down this line, when, you know, we've seen things like this, as I said, mentioned in other forms of film and media. So that to me just comes across as quite strange already. And, you know, and I don't really know anything about this, just, you know.
Do you have anything else on what Dan said, Greg? Because a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, sure. There is a lot to cover there. And when I read this script, I thought this is one of the greatest scripts that I've ever read, personally. And I've read a lot of scripts because I like writing scripts, and it's tough. It's really tough to write a good script. So when I read this, and I read the first one that Dan got, May, I think it has the date of May 12th. Yeah, May 12th, 2014. And I was hooked. I was really hooked. And so I really enjoyed that script. When I read version 6, it felt like a rough draft. And of course, I don't know, you know, and we don't know which one came first, and I can only speculate, but I do feel like version 6 came first. And I do think that the draft from May 12, 2014, I do think that draft is what got David this $30 million deal, because that's right around the time, I think it was maybe a week after that or something. So whatever he wrote in that one, I think that's the one that got his foot into the door. Now, we know around September of 2014, that became a TV series. So I don't know what the hesitation was, but looking at it more, I'm kind of feeling like the script is a prequel to the TV series, because if you read it, and I don't know if we want to spoil it or how deep you guys really want to go into it, but you know, it leaves the door open for a TV series. That's the way that I felt. Like, if you look at the last couple scenes, and I know they're very difficult because there's a lot of jumping around and stuff, but to me, it looks like that is setting up what the TV series will be, is the whole country at war, the whole country is involved in a civil war by the end of it. And the what's crazy is the film starts that way too. So it's just like, you're kind of hoping things are going to get better, and nope. But there is hope.
You take a guess, they won't.
Right.
For sure.
And
yeah.
some of the other things that I liked about the script was his fighting scenes. I thought some of those fighting scenes, I could actually visualize it. And so I was looking forward to, you know, I obviously love martial arts movies, so I wanted more and more fighting scenes, but I could visualize those fighting scenes, and I think they would have been really, really good. The most interesting thing about this script is the fact that Danny Mason's character was taken out. The name for Danny Mason's character is John Wank, W-Y-N-C-K, something like Wank, whatever. John Wank, come on, we all whatever. So, but that character is not in this script. That character is completely taken out, and I believe the main character's name is Daniel Walker. So it's changed. So, you know, one theory is that it was changed. Whatever it is, we know that David and Danny were working on a, you know, David was trying to get Danny Mason to sign off his rights, and David was telling him that he would still have rights to the character John Wank. Nothing is mentioned about this Daniel Walker, and this is in May of 2014. So it makes sense to me why the guys that David was talking about, the two Mikes, it makes sense now why they did not know who Danny Mason was. They had no idea that Danny Mason was ever even part of this whole project, because by May, it looks like by May of 2014, Danny Mason's out.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that is the way things look behind the scenes. I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning because Dan unpacked so much there. So because these are all like common misconceptions that people get with the Gray State feature film narrative that, you know, the screenplay David wrote versus the concept trailer versus the Gray State mess that just tried to capitalize on the situation versus the Gray State, The Rise, because I'm gonna go. So the concept trailer drops first, and that's what they used to run the Indiegogo campaign that they were using for crowdfunding, which is how I got involved. They got $60,000 for that, and that was supposed to be used for resources to help write the script and get it ready to pitch it to the pitch it to a studio to pick up the feature film, which is what Dan was referring to earlier. In that time, David was working on the Gray State, The Rise documentary, which was supposed to cover the kind of background subject matter, which is the documentary of the topics that was the material Gray State, the feature film, was going to use. So it's like, that's why so many people confuse this with, like, I see a lot of people go on the group and they go, I saw Gray State. And it's like, no, you saw a Gray State. And then, or they go on YouTube and they go, where's the movie? I want to watch the movie. I'm like, yeah, I want to watch the movie too. You know what I mean? And as Dan says, you know, it didn't really ever get to that point. They had, you know, possibly early or late level screenplay that was, you know, being used to pitch to Hollywood or wherever. I suppose now the big thing would have been, you know, streaming services such as, you know, Netflix having its own studio, Amazon Prime and the like, and all of them picking up stuff. But one thing I want to say about the Gray State, The Rise is when we had this infighting that I told you guys about when I saw the comments. See, I'm more active on like Twitter than anything else, but a lot of those pages have their Facebook linked to their Twitter. So when Gray State, The Rise started posting slandering Danny August Mason, it was actually Sean Wright, I believe, is the one who had the admin rights to that page. And I guess he was doing, you know, what was left of the Gray State, The Rise stuff. Now, after David's passing, this unfinished version of Gray State, The Rise leaks all over YouTube. It's like 3 hours long, and it has like these unfinished portions of it where it says like insert something here, blah, blah, blah. And later on, that starts getting flagged and taken down. You know, it gets removed, and then ultimately they remove the Gray State from it. It comes out. It's like 2 hours long. They chop a bunch of David's stuff out of it, and it's just called The Rise. They totally dropped the Gray State from it. And they also mostly removed Danny August Mason from the documentary, which, you know, had a lot of shots of his material, the concept trailer material they used, as well as a bunch of, you know, extra, you know, extraneous footage that they were using for the Gray State channel at the time when they were doing the promotion campaign. So there's just a whole bunch of strange things there that are totally inconsistent as far as guys arguing with each other across Facebook, and then, you know, chopping the documentary and kind of putting out this abomination that has like really bad sound mixing. So at that point, that's the trailer and the documentary. Then the Gray State documentary hits Netflix, which I suppose is where most people watch it. And it kind of has you guys segments in there, and, you know, they kind of put you guys in as, you know, like, they totally tried to just write you guys off. And it's like, it's hilarious. They tried to get you guys to say something that they really couldn't get you to say, you know what I mean? Which is like, you guys believe the government did it, right? And you guys were like, no. Like, we're looking into the case, you know what I mean? Just like, we just want answers, you know what I mean? Which is kind of funny. They're like, you know, yeah, because there's people on the internet that believe stuff like these guys, you know what I mean? It's like, yet you go into the rest of the documentary, it really doesn't have any facts, or, you know, probably the weirdest part about it for me is like the whole pact theory, where you have these mentions of this pact theory, but there's just really not anything to back that up, that there's any evidence of it, like, other than like, yeah, a couple of people heard there was a pact. Okay, so then it just goes straight on, so there was a pact. What? They just totally gloss over it, you know what I mean? Like, there's absolutely no evidence. Like, that's just super strange about it. So, I mean, that pretty much gets us to here with the concept trailer, the Rise, the A Gray State, and then finally Dan, gets a copy of this this feature film screenplay. So that's pretty much where we're at now, Gaz. With all this stuff, and also now we have Dan's Greg's book, The Gray State, which I think has some really awesome material in it as well. Very very informative. So everybody, go check that out. I think that's one of the best kind of timeline followings of all the information in one place, aside from the updates of the video updates that Dan has done on his channel, which you've pretty much been doing those for years, Dan, with pretty much the big deep dive of all the way in on the info. So I'd say those are the two main places to find information on the case. But yeah, that's the difficulty with this case, is you're talking about like 5 projects with all these shady characters, and no one agrees with each other and no one gets along. But yeah, I would say without a doubt, and after that split with Sean Wright and Danny August Mason moves out down to Austin, so he's out from where they were shooting all that stuff as well. So it's like, it almost seems like for sure that there was a split there. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing I want to bring up is when Danny came on the group drunk and he was supposed to debate you or whatever happened, Greg, like, that's something I would have really have liked to see, because, nobody from this Gray State crew, I mean, they did like what Mason did, that one podcast, and a couple people did things here or there, but nobody, they did like a couple interviews after David, but again, no one ever answered any questions. And that's kind of another huge problem with it, is you have these people kind of trolling Greg and Dan online in their Facebook Messenger, but no one wants to come out front and face the fire. You know what I mean? So that's another huge problem I have with it. So yeah, I don't know. Definitely. I kind of rambled there, but I don't know if you guys have anything on that.
Yeah, I got a couple things. You brought up a good point. Part of the confusion, I think, with the name was the Netflix, or at the time, it was, I think, broadcast originally on A&E Indie Films. I think they named it A Gray State on purpose as part of this propaganda to cause additional chaos and confusion. They could have called it the David Crowley, murder nut job case. They could have called it something else, but they chose to call it something very similar, and it was added that way on purpose as propaganda to cause more confusion. And so
I agree. I totally agree.
Good point.
I think what happened there, yeah, absolutely, 100%. I think what happened there was this. They found out about the concept trailer. Everyone found out that it made 60,000 plus, and I think it was like 65 in crowdfunding. They found out that the feature script was never leaked at the time, or that the project was never completed, albeit a feature narrative film or series. That part doesn't matter. So there was this huge. They found out that the Gray State Facebook, didn't they have like 60,000 subscribers or likes or followers, whatever? They have this huge following there. So they found out there was this huge following that crowdfunded a concept trailer into a lot of money, of a concept trailer that got 3 million views, like Dan was saying, but also that the feature film never came out. So there was this huge void of a fan base here. And, that was like Dan said, a kind of promotional executive decision. This project never came out. Well, we can name our documentary A Gray State, and that fills the void right there. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a unfilled,
Correct. And it was to cause confusion. And before that documentary came out, there was a big piece done in a feature piece in the New Yorker magazine that came out several months before. Alec Wilkinson did that article, and it was. Yep. I read through that, and I'm like, well, that was also pure propaganda. They were just pushing a narrative to get it out there. But once we found out, by the time that article went to press and was published and went out into that New Yorker magazine, it was about the same time that the A Gray State documentary was going out and making rounds on the Tribeca Film Festival, the Melbourne, the Sydney, Australia Film Festival. The film festivals, they entered it in the UK, all over Europe, and all over the United States and Canada. And then that came out in November, the actual movie, in November of, December around Christmas Day of 2017. And once you see the documentary, it ties in so perfect to that article that was written. It was what I call a companion piece of propaganda, propaganda piece A and propaganda piece B, that are meant to go together as a thing, as a operation to fool the public, is all that it was meant to do. And so now you start asking your questions: why was a New Yorker involved with writing propaganda, and why is a Eric Nelson in L.A., Hollywood, propped up to go and make a documentary with this narrative that all lines up together with David being a crazy person, which means someone in high places and with lots of money was able to steer this event or steer this propaganda. This is afterwards now. I'm not talking that there's people in high places that called out the killing or the government did the killing, but the blowback and the aftermath of this family's triple homicide. And it involves a 5-year-old girl and his 28-year-old wife who had nothing to do with any of it. So this is, it takes away all the focus on what really happened, the horrible things that happened in that home, to blaming it on that David and his wife were strange and were just an odd couple, not doing well financially, dire straits, and he decides to kill the family. Well, we already know that's not true, but you've got to ask yourself, why was the propaganda introduced in the format of a highly visible subscription New Yorker magazine and a big movie called A Gray State with the guy who did the Grizzly Man and funded by Werner Herzog. This guy goes way back. So you got to ask, why were these people put in place to do this? And not only was it just a documentary that went out on A&E and then ended up on Netflix, but they entered this film into all of these award categories for the Oscars that year. Best documentary, best original, all of these things that they wanted to really pump this thing up big and push it out there. And that takes funding to do that as well. They entered all of these different categories to win. Nothing came of it, and it ended up being a backfire. But that was the intent, was to compete, is to get as many people of the common general public to believe this narrative, and at the same time shut down people like me and Greg and others who were honestly just looking into questions because as an attempt to discredit us. So that to me is very telling when you put out something like that, to do that. Now, I'd like to thank them at the same time, because most people who watch that documentary, who are critical thinkers and understand the big picture and how things really work, leave that movie when it ends thinking something's not right.
That's what I thought.
Something doesn't add up. The dots don't connect. It's kind of jumbled the way it's set up, and it doesn't really make sense. And we're seeing such a big influx on new members on our page, I think because of this coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak, and everyone's locked up at home, and we can't keep up with the new membership coming into the group and people watching this because they've got nothing else to do. So we thank them all for that.
Yeah. What's our numbers at, Dan? What are the numbers at right now?
Well, just today I looked that up. We crossed over the 3,000 membership here in the month of March, which is pretty big for. I manage 7 or 8 different pages on Facebook that have 200 or 300 people on some of these groups, but nothing as big as 3,000. But we did see a 6% increase in the last 2 months, and we added 272 new members in the last 60 days.
That's crazy.
And of those members, 1,800 of those 3,000 members actually show as active in the past 60 days as well. They're reading, looking at things, watching, commenting and responding and liking things. They're not just dormant members that don't take any action. They're very active in our group. I have found that 65% of our members are women, 35 are men. So it's really drawing in a lot of females into this case. They're really drawn into this, this true crime nature of it. And the age group between 25 and 54 years old is 78% of our membership is that group. Not a lot of young folks, not a lot of older folks, but right in the middle, the 25 to 54 is 78%. And we're getting countries by the demographic breakdown. Number 1 is the United States, of course, but number 2 is the UK. Then we get Canada. Australia is number 4. Germany, Mexico, France, Italy, Pakistan, and India. These are the top 10 countries, but it goes down. There's over 100 countries listed that make up our 3,000 members. It's a wide array. It's a very diverse group of people. Now in the U.S., the top 10 cities, as far as our membership breakdown: Minneapolis, New York City is number 2,
Nice.
San Antonio is 3, Los Angeles, Houston. Number 6 is St. Paul, Minnesota. Number 7 comes in as cities, not even in the U.S., is Sydney, Australia. Is the 7th largest city of our membership. A lot of people down under are following this case down in Sydney. Then it goes to Chicago. Then number 9 is London, and then Philadelphia, Pennsylvania rounds out the top 10 for biggest cities. But the membership is just, it's phenomenal. And we have such good people as well. They're honest to goodness people looking for the truth. Many of them have contacted me directly saying, I've had a loved one commit suicide, or have had a loved one that was killed, or I've had a loved one that is in a situation like that, or has been discredited, or is a whistleblower. And so you get a lot of people that have empathy. I think it's the biggest thing of our memberships is they have the empathy background, and we're going after these people, which oddly enough, the men and the folks that are in the Gray State Project are comprised mainly of individuals with no empathy and no conscience. Yeah, I could probably go down that road as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I think what a lot of people want is, what have probably picked up just from watching it, as you said, is you've got this case of a loving family, and it just doesn't seem to correlate, make any sense. As I said earlier, when we were talking before we went live, it feels like there's a whole part of this story missing. And, you guys are simply just asking some questions saying, look, what's happened? You're not saying, right, we think this person's done it, or anything like that. And it's just, like you said, when people watch this documentary on Netflix, like I did, I think I had a migraine after watching it. I was just so confused. Stop. I still can't make sense of this. What has happened? And that's me coming from a totally new perspective. And you're totally right, Dan. Anyone watching that, if they can empathize and say, look, here's very loving family, and it's very tragic what's happened. So what is these missing information that is out there that doesn't seem to back up those loving people that we saw on screen? So yeah, 100% agree.
The other thing, Greg, and you might get this as well, but the people that I talk to that communicate to me or are happy and enthusiastic about joining the group, is the number one comment is they always seem to say, you know what, I'm consumed by this case. I've gone just 6 hours of watching videos. I've just finished 11 hours of watching YouTube videos on this case, and I can't get enough. I just can't stop. So what they do is they become almost obsessed with the case because it's so intriguing, and that's what I'm seeing a lot of is the new members, and they're coming in from all over, all cities, all countries. There's an interest, but right now I think because of the coronavirus and the various lockdowns of all these different countries, I think people are stumbling upon that as maybe a recommended movie to watch or something on Netflix. They may not know anything about it, and they're jumping on. I also see we're getting a lot of locals. I myself am in Minnesota, and we're getting a lot more people in the state, I think, and in the area that hadn't even known this case existed. I mean, this is a triple homicide that was horrendous back in 2015, and because of the lack of media coverage on the case, a lot of people just didn't hear about it, and we're getting those now.
These current numbers you're seeing, is this your fastest growing rate ever?
Other than starting off when we started the page was huge, and then once that the original police report came out, Greg, I think it was January of 2016. January of 2016, Apple Valley Police Department concluded their investigation, and there was some pieces done in the local media, articles, People Magazine, and a lot of nationwide articles did a summary basically confirming the fact that David did this allegedly. We had a huge influx of new members at that time. And then I think once the documentary came out, that was the other time we hit a peak.
Yeah.
But nothing like this. This is it's tough to keep up with all the new members. It's exciting.
We got to get Greg back in here soon because he's been out for a little bit. But because Dan covered so much when he was talking before, I want to just go back to the publications and the hit piece of the kind of propaganda pieces that came out at the time. The other thing Dan pointed out were these kind of obviously fake film reviews that popped up on Rotten Tomatoes and all these other things that are like 100% ratings, like it's the best thing I've ever seen. Like it wasn't even out yet. 3 people had been at like 3 film festivals, like, and they kind of just started popping up instantly. I found that to be super fabricated response, and also the whole circus of the the whole circus of the A. Gray State documentary. You know, it, as Dan was saying, it romanticizes their pact, and it becomes more about this, you know, kind of seemingly false domestic violence narrative, and how David was this tyrant, and it just creates a circus out of the whole story, and you start to forget that this is a real family, you know, like Greg was saying, and his, you know, that's the main focus of his book. You know, the project David was working on, it kind of glosses over that too. Like, not that, okay, you know, he had this big meeting with these Hollywood producers, but more like, and David was working on this A. Gray State screenplay, and it was about conspiracies, and yeah, he was looking into some dark stuff, so he snapped. But anyway, and then it, you know, again, it glosses over it and jumps back into this. What are we talking about? So I find it completely inconsistent and completely incoherent. But Greg, do you have anything on any of these recent points?
I think that's a great way to say it. That's exactly it. You know, it jumps around purposely because it knows it's just trying to hit beats, and it's trying to hit beats to touch people, to get them to not look any further. That is their whole point. Well, this guy's crazy. Oh man, you know, okay, well he's nuts. So of course he did it. Well, his script was going bad. The deal was dead. I don't know if they really cover that the deal was dead, but then they show,
I think they basically insinuate it, you know.
They basically do, and they show, you know, that the 2 Mikes, their reason why they passed on it. They try to just build all of those different things, but it's really what we don't see in that film is the most important thing. There is a reason why Kamel's family was taken out. They wanted all of their stuff taken out. They did not want to be part of this project. Yep. And that's a big deal, because I wonder if David's side, if there's people on David's side that also feel that same way too. So that was a big thing. But yeah, the whole pack theory, the whole pack thing, and they're still promoting that. People are still trying to convince people that there was a pack theory. It's crazy.
You know what? I want to bring up something unrelated, but at the same time similar. I'm familiar with another documentary that attempts to push a pact theory out of New England. There was this thing about the Gloucester 18 with these high school girls that were supposedly created a pregnancy pact for all of them to get pregnant, like young girls in high school or whatever. And there's like multiple documentaries and projects made about this. It's just this random article popped up, almost a similar situation as far as random articles popping up and then these weird documentaries blowing up about it. And it ends up being the same situation where a lot of it was just publicized and there may have never been any pact at all. So there's something about, you know, when there's not much clear-cut material for them to just put their story out and stick to it. It's like the pact is like almost like a scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, we don't have much, so it was a pact, and then they throw it out there, and you're supposed to go with, okay, well, you know, none of the evidence points directly to David, so let's go with the pact thing. You know, I feel like it's like the throw it out in the trash. It was a pact. Like, huh? Like, again, there's just nothing that sticks to it.
I'm still surprised they didn't stumble upon a big giant manifesto written by David Crowley or something. And he had a lot.
I'm sure it's coming.
That's the other one, right?
They always have a manifesto.
you still got revisions rolling in, so there's plenty of someone's working on it right now.
Redrafting.
Manifesto by David Crowley, version 7. You know,
I'm sure people tried. I'm sure they tried, but they tried a lot of different things. But it is really about how the common person watches that film. So Gaz, you didn't know that much about this project. You didn't know that much about David when you watched this movie?
Well, we actually did interview David back on our old audio stream.
I thought I recognized your.
Gaz is my original co-host from our
Okay.
original audio show we used to do. We had
Yeah.
a basically cross-genre, him out of the punk scene and me out of the hip-hop scene, and we used to do films and other things that we were interested in. But Gaz was familiar with the concept trailer and what the project was to me, but I don't think he followed the actual case.
I
as much.
reached out to David and Danny. We exchanged a couple of emails, and we did the interview with David, and it was generally going over the pitch concept with the film and everything, and then a bit of a general chit chat. I think we maybe discussed his career in the military, and since then, no, I haven't followed it at all. I heard about the tragedy. Obviously, it was shocked because I was like, wow, that's a guy who's been on our show. And actually, we had another guest from the punk scene who committed suicide as totally different case and circumstances. Nothing suspicious around that one, but it certainly shocks you because you're like, hey, we talked to this guy, so. What I can
we
say,
talked to David twice, Gaz. You set up a preliminary call where we all spoke to get to know each other. Then we did the real show. So
that's
Gaz set up both those.
Like as I've mentioned a few times, when I watched that documentary on Netflix, when I've looked up the various sites, tried to read other reviews and articles, and there's a lot of what we see now online of people just attacking each other. Like, would somebody just read this? Because to me, who doesn't know anything about it, this seems really funny and suspicious. Like I've mentioned, there's just more to it, and you guys are just wanting to try and uncover what that mystery is.
That's right. Yeah,
absolutely. Going to what you were saying, Greg, about Sidra, I do want to get to the script because that was kind of be my main focus. But obviously, when you're dealing with a book, 5 different projects, Dan's 10 years of research, it's not quite easy to just pull up the Rolodex and rip from topic to topic.
Yeah, here we go.
It's like JFK or any other big, you know what I mean? It's not just the easiest thing to cover in one call.
Just rolls off, doesn't it?
Dan has an entire channel for it. Greg has an entire channel for it. Another Gray Stage page. It's, the best way to follow the cases is along with those resources. But going to the resource of Greg's book, when you spoke with Sidra, Greg, I believe that was over the phone or however you chronicled it in your book, and basically what she says of like, it's never the project is never getting done without the permission of Sidra's father. And I guess that's interesting because so does that mean he got a stake in the actual intellectual property? Because was it our understanding that if David copyrighted it, with him gone, we thought that the rights would go to Dan Crowley Sr.? Was that the way things went? Because I wasn't 100% sure on that.
I'll probably let Dan take that one. I think he probably knows more about.
Well, I think
all of that.
From the business standpoint, the script was owned by, I think it was Hothead Productions, or the movie, and so David Crowley owned that himself. 100% was Hothead Productions, and so that was his business. That was his movie. That was his script. Now we know Danny August Mason was a co-founder and co-creator of the whole thing, but I don't know if he had any a stake in that ownership at all. And so the script itself, once David died, murdered, you got to go through the chain of the remaining heirs of who gets the rights to that. Now, and I would say that script was probably the biggest asset that David Crowley had. He lived in an average home and drove average cars and didn't have a wealth of other things. And so when people say you need proof for means, motive, and opportunity to kill someone, there wasn't really that much for David except for that script, and so that was valued at roughly $30 million. And so this is how we get into the fact that if someone didn't want David around, they would have taken out David. But there's a reason, in my mind, my opinion, that his wife was taken out and his child, they only had one child, was little Rania, was 5-year-old girl. All of them had to be taken out for that script or that asset of $30 million potentially to land in either the family's lap of the Crowleys, which was David's parents who were divorced, which was his parents. His father was Dan Sr. and his mother was Kate. Or it would land into the Alam family, who was Komel, David's wife. His parents were married, was Naila and Anjum were the parents. And so your question is, would it land into their lap or would it land into the Crowley lap? That's my question as well. It should go 50-50 to each. And I think the Crowley family assumed it was going to fall into their lap. And I think that's why the people that benefited from the killing, if you want to go that route, from a detective standpoint, who benefits from having these 3 people dead? It would be, in this case, Dan Crowley Sr., the father, Kate, the mother, and the kids, which is Dan Jr. and his sister Allison. Now, 7 months later, David Crowley's mother, Kate, who's divorced,
passes away,
dies strangely enough under strange circumstances. Her body is found dead outside of her house, also in Minnesota, in the same city as where the dad or the ex-husband was living, and her body was found out on the backyard patio, slumped over a table on table outside. So they came and looked for her. The boyfriend, person she was dating, she wasn't returning any calls that night. Went and did a welfare check, called authorities, and they found her body there dead. Now, she was only 51 years old, healthy, and had 2 jobs. But maybe she just did die accidentally. To me, that raises too many red flags, because if Dan Jr., the brother, who David was not getting along with and had severed ties, they weren't speaking, had something to gain and possibly was involved in the killing or the commission of this crime, he may be involved. And so the dad is Dan Crowley Sr., who was quick to grab a hold of that script or take the company to the next level to buddy up with Danny August Mason and create this new company called Gray State Universe LLC.
Yeah,
which was put into creation in the month of May, along with the appropriate trademark and copyright information from a business standpoint. They were the 2 that wanted to take this script and run with it, not to get another $30 million to go to big budget Hollywood producers to make it, but maybe they were going to pitch it to some mid-size and make 15 million off it or something smaller.
Yeah, go to the streaming services or something instead of a theater release.
They took an active role on taking that next step, as were found by the evidence that we found going back to the Secretary of State, Minnesota. We found that the company was formed. We found that Danny August Mason did hire a lawyer to get it trademarked, to get the logo of the Gray State done, and incorporate some of the intellectual property for that. So we've got evidence to suggest that he was moving forward with this case. And so nothing was said about the Alams at all. And so I think that they, push comes to shove, should have 50% rights to that script or any asset that David had, because David was married to Komel, and in the state of Minnesota, you are now one unit. You're not 51-49 ownership, it's 50-50. So the next heirs or the next of kin would be 50-50 for that script should go to the Alam family and the Crowley family even, and then have a judge or something divvy it up from there. But it was at that point that the Crowleys never communicated to the Alams after that point. There was no communication. They started having issues with that script as far as who was going to take that business and run with it. Crowleys took it, basically assuming it was theirs, and started running with it, and then never returned any phone calls back to the Alam family. And so that's where we start putting the pieces together of what was going on here in the mindset of these individuals. Now, Danny August Mason, all he had to do was sign off on his legal rights that David recommended back in August of the year before the family was killed. He just wanted him to write him out, as he did in the script like Greg said, in the May script of May 2014, had already written Danny August Mason out of the script.
Right.
And so when he's working with the producers and the executives in Hollywood, they already knew they were going to go with a different main actor. They didn't want to have Danny August Mason, which I think they didn't want him out there either. So he was done. His days were numbered being in the gray state. So there's your motive now once again. And he says, I need you to fill out this legal paperwork so you can't come back later and claim you have rights to this movie or this script. Danny August Mason refused to sign that legal document.
Yeah, he was stalling. He responded back, but he was stalling.
He was given the paperwork in August, reminded to sign it in September, reminded in October, reminded in November, and finally, mid-December, David Crowley says, I'm giving you a deadline of December 16th. You either need to shit or get off the pot on this thing. You need to do something. You need to take an action. I'm moving forward without you, or we got to come up with something. So you need an answer by the 16th. Well, 2 weeks later, the bodies were found. Around Christmas, they alleged that the bodies were killed. And so there never was an answer from Danny August Mason.
Right.
As far as signing off those rights. So I think in his mind, because he didn't sign off on the legal paperwork, he was still owed something, whether royalties, whether it's business percentage of the business or something.
Ownership, yeah, exactly. Equity.
He still thought that. So I think that leads back to your means, motive, and opportunity for this whole thing. Sean Wright was already out of the picture, David's other good friend, and he had switched his phone number. David did, and in fact didn't even give it to Sean Wright. And we see that from a Facebook post when David was going to release The Rise, that documentary, just himself was going to release it actually for free.
And that's when Sean Wright attempted to control The Rise.
You can't do that thing called The Rise, and that's got my tax stuff in it that could send me to prison, because he was facing charges that he later pled guilty to in the state of Minnesota for tax evasion.
Right.
And so he was facing a lot of things. And then in one of his posts, Sean Wright says, David, here's my phone number. You got to give me a call. Call me. Let's work this out. So David had already cut off ties from Sean. He was in the process of cutting off the ties from Danny August Mason. And then the bodies were found dead. And the police detectives' first inkling should be to go to these two individuals.
Yeah, I agree with that.
With these people as simply persons of interest. They have the most to gain. They were the ones that had issues with it. They were the ones had a falling out. They were the ones not pursuing any. They wouldn't have been part of any of this $30 million project.
Right.
And his own brother, who he had a falling out with in August, wasn't even speaking to him, David.
Right.
So those would be probably the three first people I would, as a detective, start interviewing. And they never did that.
For sure. And not only that, it gets better when they question Danny August Mason. Did you have any ownership in the project? He says no. And then he says he was just an actor. So but we never heard that any other time except for when he spoke to the police. You know what I mean? To everyone else, it was like, I'm VP of the, thing. So,
yeah, Ross, that's a good point. For a lot of the newer members here that aren't familiar with that, Ross is right on the money. He was questioned by police to say, what was your stake? What was your connection to David Crowley and this script and or this movie? He said, I was nothing, merely an actor. I had no connection from a business standpoint in this film. So that's an outright lie right there to the detectives. But like you said, he packed up and moved to Austin, Texas shortly thereafter.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to get Greg in here once again. I just want to shout out a couple people. Shout out to Sophia. She's with us in the chat. And then also shout out to my man, Mike O'Day. He's a very talented Boston area actor. He does Irish crime films, and he was in The Equalizer with Denzel Washington. Mike has helped me with some of my own screenplay writing and things of that nature. Very talented writer. Mike was just wanted a breakdown of, kind of the last few things that we covered. So basically, Greg and Dan are in this documentary called A Gray State, which covers the murder of the death of David Crowley, I will say, the questionable death of David Crowley, which was supposed murder-suicide of his family. David did the Gray State concept trailer, which I think I sent you, Mike. It was on YouTube. It has 3 million views. It's a pre-apocalyptic, dystopian, totalitarian martial law kind of thing rather similar to what's going on now. And David passes away several years ago when he was pitching this feature film narrative screenplay to a Hollywood production company. And basically after that happens, there's some fighting with the former crew that he was working with before, infighting, and kind of possibly struggle to get the rights to his project, which is ultimately never made to this day. Recently, somebody emailed a copy revision of the possibly working title screenplay to Dan, who posted it in their Justice for David Crowley group. So that's kind of what's going on right now and what we're covering right now. Do you have anything else on any of this stuff, any of these points, Greg?
No, I would actually love to hear what Mike thinks of the script if and when he gets a chance to read it. But basically, yeah, you just have you have a guy who was he was accused of a double murder suicide, and we can't find any evidence that he's guilty. Yet we have all these people, including the investigators, that keep telling us that he is guilty. There's nothing to look at here. These aren't the droids that we're looking for to go home. Don't worry about it. Life is good. Why do you care? Why do you care about this case? And it's like, well, why don't you guys care? Why don't you care enough to investigate this as investigators? That's what they're getting paid for. They're not getting paid to come up with their own theories and then go with those theories within 24 hours. Within 4 to 24 hours, these investigators are telling us David Crowley is guilty. Family and friends and Gray State team members are telling us that David Crowley is guilty. And all we've ever asked for was evidence. I wrote a book, 200 pages. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that David Crowley is guilty, and that's based on thousands of pages of documents.
Right. Yeah. That's yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing right there is like the whole thing of the so Kurt Cobainish soaked in bleaches about the thing is showing up to the scene and like, well, there's a couple of bodies there and there's a gun by the body, but it's not by his gun hand. Looks like, you know, that's the whole thing. It's like, you know, when they wiped down the rifle on the soaked in bleach case and they, you know, and they walked in and like, well, it's just a guy with a body and a shotgun and there's some heroin neatly put away in his heroin box. Looks like a suicide to me. It was like, that's the whole thing that was so soaked in bleach just about this thing. And also there's a bunch of other things I want to get to, but real quick, Dan, I want to totally commend you for the hiring of the private investigator to look into the case. I wish we would have gotten a lot more out of Kenneth Maines. I was really looking forward to those results and how he praised the AVPD for what a good job they did. I totally commend you for doing that. I really think it would have been good to go with someone that was, and I don't know how many private investigators exist that aren't former police, because I know it's probably like 60 or 70% of them that are former detectives, which I understand because it's a very similar skill set. But man, dude, he drank the Kool-Aid so hard on that report, man, that I couldn't do it, man. Like I was just like, man, missing even the Gray State guys, and we all know what we think of them. We're ripping on them for the freaking hole in the ceiling, you know what I mean? And just the many other inconsistencies, and him just going, you know, everything they did was perfectly 100% right. This is exactly how I would have did it. It's like he wouldn't criticize any, like, let's be honest, they made some mistakes, and you know. Much similar to the Kurt Cobain case, the difference with that one is now you have former chiefs and people coming out now, like Dan was saying, and Soaked in Bleach saying, this was terrible. We would never do this, would never go like this again, you know, even if we were looking into it now. One thing that's semi-related I want to shout out is, I don't know if you guys have had a chance, I mentioned it to Greg online recently, to see the Who Killed Malcolm X docuseries on Netflix. They basically do a deep dive into the Malcolm X case. As a result of that, of the research in that docuseries, the case is now getting reopened. That's Malcolm X, assassinated in the 60s in Harlem. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? That I still believe the Kurt Cobain case could get reopened with how that went. And especially, I mean, granted, Malcolm X is high profile, so yeah, whatever, you have that. And also there was like 6 other presidents and super famous guys that were kind of part of that whole series. But you know, it kind of goes to show you, dude, the thing about the Malcolm X case is this: 2 of the guys they locked up weren't even in the room. So I mean, it shows you the lengths that if they want to pin something on you, trust me, it can make it happen. One of the dudes had a doctor's notice and I believe a leg or a knee injury. So he literally couldn't have walked in to see Malcolm speak that day. You know what I mean? So it's like, this guy did 20, I think. So, you know what I mean? Like it should really put into perspective for people. And granted, I know there was obviously a lot of racism in the policy and what was going on between the Nation of Islam and New York police and blah, blah, blah during that Malcolm X case. But man, if they'll pin 20 years on 2 guys who weren't even in the room, trust me, this David Crowley thing is you know, it's a guy out in the woods of Minnesota. It's much more easier to make it appear how you want it to. So if you like Soaked in Bleach, I recommend everybody take that out. Check out that Malcolm X docuseries as well. Guys, I'm sorry, I got to grab a water. Gas, can you take it from here for a sec?
Yep.
Yeah, well, certainly try. Aside from the private investigator that you hired, Dan, has anybody else at all actually looked into it from a total neutral perspective? Has there been anybody? I'm just curious.
Well, I think the best way to put that is no one looked into it comprehensively. There's been people that have looked into it from a professional standpoint of a certain angle of it, of the crime scene or the bodies or the rigor mortis that had sit in, or the scene, the bodies, the timing of things. You know, taking a chunk of the case and doing a deep dive into that. People have done that, but as far as looking at the big picture, getting into the Facebook posts that were deleted after David Crowley died on his very own wall, while that laptop was in police custody. Now, I'm not saying the police did it, but it's things like that. Who else had his username and password? You know, we ask questions like that, but what we get hit back with is the password list for David Crowley was on a piece of paper for the whole world to see on the crime scene photos. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, who had, before the crime scene photos were available that came out a year later, who deleted the post on his wall 5 days later?
Right.
The general public didn't have access to these things, and so we hear things of, you know, David was writing a journal. He was journalizing a lot of this, a lot of the domestic disputes and domestic cases, involvement with his wife were in the journal. Well, we haven't seen the journal. There is no journal. There's no mention of a journal, but we do see that Dan Crowley Sr., the father, is the one that comes back later after the investigation's done and has a revelation that says, you know what, I got my son's laptop back and I was really doing a deep dive, scouring through the files, and I found, you know, a journal, electronic journal that David wrote, and it kind of answers everything. We're like, okay, time out, big shooter. So the police had it, didn't find it, but yet you were stumbling through his files and just found a journal. And you know, the question is, what does police say to that? What do we ask the investigators? What came of that journal? And so Greg's got a good connection, a responsible connection to James Gummert, the lead detective. We're very respectful. We agree to disagree on a lot of stuff, but he comes out and says that there was nothing, there was no journal. So why is the father of David Crowley lying when he tells people that he found and discovered a journal that explains all of this stuff? So now we have to almost bring in, the father into the persons of interest to question, but they were never interviewed, never questioned. In fact, police went to them to get information on what could have possibly happened.
Right.
Police took these very characters that we're pointing fingers at to look into. Police took them under their wing to get answers for this case, and so they were essentially bamboozled by their own thing. And I think that's part of the reason police do not want to reopen or reinvestigate this case, because it's really going to expose that they were bamboozled along the way.
Right.
And also were part of a cover-up after the fact. But what we keep hearing, and I forgot already, Gaz, what your initial question was. I got sidetracked. But what we're getting hit with all the time, what we get hit with is they still think that, talking, Ross, these stories with Malcolm X, there's JFK, there's RFK murders, and there's other things like that that obviously have already been proven. Martin Luther King Jr. death has already been proven in civil court in 1999 that the government was responsible for the death, not James Earl Ray. We already know this to be.
They sued the government and they sided with them and won. So I assume they got money for that.
So as with Kurt Cobain, we already know the answer. Now, no one wants to touch this subject, but people look to us and say, "But why do you think the government did this? Why was David Crowley killed in a government assassination?" Greg and I look at each other and say, "I don't think we've ever said that. I myself don't believe the government was involved in the David Crowley killing at all."
Right. Yeah. I mean,
but there's elements of agencies involved in the cover-up, in the subsequent backlash and the blowback from all this. There's evidence that people were involved in helping to aid and assist in the cover-up of this. I personally think amateurs made the killing of the family, but you need to focus on the facts. Greg's book is all facts. The facts that I mentioned to Kenneth Maines when I hired him as a private investigator, and I made sure that he knew nothing about the case. I was poking and prodding him to what his thoughts were on the 5-year-old girl's arm that was missing, and Homel, the wife's hands that were both missing, and David Crowley's right hand that was missing, and the skulls that were allegedly gone or missing. Those are the facts. Those are the facts. But yet, when you read the police report, you see 15 minutes of investigators saying that we see no evidence of forced entry in the front door. Well, one of the main parts of this case is that the rear slider was left partially open and unlocked in January in Minnesota. Now, wouldn't that be your shocking news as a detective to focus on the rear slider? Who came in or out of an unlocked slider on the rear patio at ground level? You could walk right in and right out in January in Minnesota in the month of January. So those are the things that Greg and I are focusing on the evidence. Now, the only thing that I could say to new folks out there, I know we see that we've got Mike O'Day in the chat room, and he'd be interested in reading this script and looking at this from a documentary perspective. But I would ask someone like him, someone brand new, to say, do you know that the bullet that killed David didn't even have blood on it? That's the thing that discredits the whole case. We aren't conspiracy theorists alleging that David didn't do this. We already know that David didn't do it. The evidence already points to the fact that the bullet was planted. There's no bullet in that house that has David's blood. He allegedly shot himself in the head with a .40 caliber weapon with a hollow point, no less. And
the thing about the hollow point is this: when I was reading Greg's book, The Mushroomed Bullet, I need to figure out if hollow points mushroom, because the thing I could see a standard round mushrooming, but hollow points have those 4 or 5 fragments that break off. And
they I don't know if they corkscrew, but they mushroom out, and they collect the brain, the blood, the tissue, the skin along the way, going through someone's head. So you would have skull fragments on that bullet fragment. You would have brain matter, blood, tissue, a whole assortment of things that they found. He shot himself upwards. The bullet went through the ceiling, allegedly, landed in the attic. Police found it, took it to the lab, and says that this is the bullet that killed David, but there's not a speck of blood on it after testing. Now, DNA came back that there was touch DNA on that bullet. David's DNA was on that bullet from a lab perspective. Not blood, but as DNA from touch, transfer, skin cells, something.
Yeah, I mean, you could have touch DNA on an unfired round that you just took and loaded in a magazine, or just touched and didn't do anything with. You know what I mean?
Well, David would have been the one loading all those magazines and cartridges and the weapon itself. That gun was his. The cartridge was his. His touch DNA would be on all those bullets, perhaps. But the point of the matter is, there's not a single drop of blood on that bullet that was found in the attic. And much like Kurt Cobain, the weapon, no fingerprints on the handgun.
Yeah, no, and the handprint as well. Dan, can you break down this possibly forged signature check that we have when there's a $60,000 check that appeared to be Dan Senior was possibly out of the country. I'd like you to mention that one because I feel like that's a fact that gets glossed over.
Yeah, that's another big factor in the case from an evidence, from a fact-based research on a case like this. David Crowley's father, this is Dan Senior now, who allegedly found the laptop with the journal in it and all this other shenanigans, traveled extensively for his job, and the police report said that he was unavailable in the month of October of 2014. This is when a lot of this stuff was going on. The deaths were allegedly December, but the October, November, September timeframe, a lot of shenanigans were going on that actually point to premeditation. And so he was gone and wasn't in the country. In fact, Dan Crowley Sr. told investigators he was out of the country the entire month of October. He was in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what we find when the BCA lab analysis and the investigative work that comes back from the Minnesota BCA, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the results come back at the form of a FOIA request. And one of the files is the banking file, the banking records. And it's showing David's bank statements, checking accounts, nonchalant things like that. But what we see is a $50,000 cash withdrawal at a bank, Wells Fargo, a Wells Fargo bank, $50,000 cash withdrawal on October 18th of 2014, taken out at a Minnesota branch location by Dan Crowley Sr. Now we got a couple issues with that. $50,000. This wasn't an instant cash transaction at a terminal. This had to be done at a branch bank location in front of a teller that you need to show ID with.
Right.
And so what we looked up with, because of Dan Crowley Sr.'s testimony to police, in his own words, that said he was out of the country, this withdrawal was made at a bank in Minnesota in the month of October that he said he wasn't there. So we have to assume that it wasn't Dan Crowley who did it. The question then is, who did make this withdrawal? So we went back through the records, financial records and other records, and was able to get a sample signature of Dan Crowley Sr., and then went and got sample signatures of Dan Crowley Jr. This is David's older brother. The account was in his name, so number one thing we're going to do is assume that maybe it was the son who did it. And so we got signature examples, and it looked very similar to someone, looked like the brother, looks like Dan Crowley Jr. did the signature. Now this bank account was a trust account for the Crowley children. David, his older brother Dan, and his sister Allison. It was a trust account. So when the old man dies, Dan Crowley, it was a paid upon death bank account, a trust fund for the kids. Now, a paid upon is that only money comes out of there when the person who owns it dies. So it's in Dan Crowley Sr.'s name. He didn't die. As far as we know, he's still alive. So nothing should have been coming out of that account to the kids.
Right.
Dan Sr. himself can do all the withdrawals and deposits he wants. That's his account. So what we think, the speculation, is that Dan Crowley Jr. went in with his ID and said, I'd like to withdraw some money from this account, and here's my identification showing I am who I am. Their middle initials were different, but the first and last name are the same. Signature looked to be roughly the same. Looked like the son's. So the question is, why was a $50,000 withdrawal done at all? Dan Jr. was at the time running a small business as a personal trainer or something. He wasn't making hardly any money. So there's an opportunity there that if he wanted to, that he had possibly the need for the money. Who knows? Some speculate that maybe the money was taken out to pay a hitman for the killings. But remember, this is October now. So that means it's premeditation, that he wanted to hire a hitman to kill his very own brother, his flesh and blood. That's kind of a stretch for some people to believe, but it's on the table nonetheless. Now, we don't hear anything back from the father who wanted to argue or fight this to say, hey, that wasn't me, or confirming the fact that, yes, I was home and I did make that $50,000 withdrawal. Now, the old man, Crowley, the senior, was known by locals in his hometown as a millionaire. He had cash, and that account was fluctuating between $200,000 and $300,000 at any given time. That fund account for the kids, I think it even topped out at $500,000 at one time. But he was using that as a savings account for the kids one day. So he wouldn't have needed $50,000 in cash, probably ever. I don't know why he'd ever need that. And so we did have speculation that maybe there was a withdrawal and then someone made a deposit the next day or something. So we looked into that too. There were no deposits in the subsequent days or weeks of $50,000, putting that money back in if they needed it in a crunch, maybe to bail out somebody from jail, and then you go and you put it back in. There was no deposit back in, so the money came out. So there we've got a problem. $50,000 withdraw, unrelated. This is unrelated to the Crowley murder case. We've got a problem. Normal detectives and investigators looking into the case would already be contacting the bank by saying, now it looks like we've got a potential fraud issue here. The old man is out of the country. Who's withdrawing the money and why, what happened to it? Nothing was looked into, nothing was researched, and nothing was followed up on by the Apple Valley Police Department by looking at that. Now, if you look at the date on that takeout slip, and the person filling it out, the bank teller who was filling out the form, there was a date, it was crossed off, and the new date was written, and then the person had another cross off, and the information was written. It looks, by an amateur, someone looking at it for the first time like myself, that the bank teller was distracted when she was filling out this information. She was distracted, wasn't paying attention, and so Dan Jr., the brother, who the way we think took the money out, is known as a smooth-talking con artist to begin with. Well, I could easily see him conning the young female bank teller while getting this done, talking about something off to the side, and her getting distracted that she's got to cross off and put the correct date and fill out the account number was wrong. She had to fill it out again. So this is speculation on our part. This isn't fact.
Right.
But nonetheless, it does appear that that bank teller was distracted by something for some reason. And if he shows an ID that the name matches up, she would have given it to him. I don't think she would have looked at the middle initial that it was different. But the question that I have after all this is, why did Dan Crowley Jr. make an attempt to make a Dan Crowley Sr. signature on a bank file? It was a poorly done forgery is what it was.
Right, that's what I was getting to.
Dan Sr., but why didn't Dan Jr., if it was actually him, or if he didn't want to cause any suspicion, sign his own name? But he made it look like the handwriting style of the father to get the money. Now, was that part of a payment, a hitman or an assassin or two to be paid? That would fall in line with killing a family of three if you look at the $10,000 to $15,000 a head for a murder in a typical case like that. Possibly. I don't know. I'm not well versed in that type of stuff, but it falls in line. Let's leave it at that. Now, Dan Jr. is left-handed. So now this all ties back together. We got a bank issue, which I still think should be open to this day as a bank fraud situation. But we got blood handwriting on the wall that says Allah Akbar on the Crowley family home, written in blood, which some of the letters looks like it came from a person writing with a left hand. And now I'm not saying anything. I'm not leading any speculation, but if Dan Crowley Jr. had something to do with the money or the hiring or to get the script into his lap, did he or possibly could he have been at the scene? Maybe not did the killing, but wrote the impact on the wall with the blood. That's conjecture right now. But some letters were with the left hand. David Crowley was right-handed. The words in all uppercase, Allahu Akbar, was written on the wall in the living room. So we already got more and more things that don't make sense. David was right-handed. The gun was found to his left hand, but there's someone left-handed writing on the blood on the wall. So we got a whole sort of scenario. So the conclusion to this, to my whole rambling here, is this. If Dan Sr. comes back from Germany and now is looking into the investigation of his one son that's already dead, goes through some paperwork, bank financial statements, to find out something his other son may or may not have done, would he be likely to call authorities and expose the other son to say, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
Now, that he's going to be put away for a long time if he does that. Now you're dealing with the position of a father. Are you going to see both of your kids now gone, or would you already have one son that's gone? Do you save the other one and say, let's brush it under the table, and you know what? Let's go along with this conspiracy that David did it. And that's what we're getting the consensus of the members of the group is that, well, Dan Crowley Sr. may not have had anything to do with it because he's more than likely involved or complicit in the cover-up and the possible getting rid of the mother in the case, who was the only person, according to law enforcement, that didn't necessarily buy this whole suicide scenario was Kate Crowley.
Right.
She's
At
the
what
one
point are
that
you going to implicate yourself?
winds up dead 7 months later. And so he may be implicated with that death. He may be implicated with the covering up of the fraud charges at the bank that he didn't want to expose, because that's going to send his other son to prison. More than likely, he is involved with the cover-up of some way, shape, or form. As far as him finding this manifesto or this journal on the laptop, this is the same guy we're talking about. Now, in the documentary, people are reading that the family members are talking about their interactions with David. Dan Sr. is the one on the documentary that's actually reading from a script by saying, you know, David did this and David did this, and too bad David killed his family and stuff. Here's the final journal entry on December 25th, Christmas Day. I'm going to kill my family today. You know, he's the only one on that documentary that really looks like he's reading something, that he's not being authentic. He's acting. And so that's what I think the general consensus of our justice page of the members is that he may be not involved with the killings, but he's obviously involved with something else, because none of his behavior makes any sense.
Since you mentioned Kate, correct me if I'm wrong, but you uncovered that Dan Jr. receives another payment once again after the passing of his mother. Is that correct?
What I did with
Another
her case,
inheritance.
it was not the inheritance per se, but if you check the legal documents at the courthouse after his mother died, he was the first one asking to open up that death benefit scenario to do the estate. It was he was not the claimant, not the defendant. So he was the one who first came in and ensured that the county, in that county, that they started proceeding with the death benefits for the estate of his mother. And he was holding the garage sale of the house and the property and her belongings. Now, David's gone. The sister lives in another state. Odds are that he would have been holding the garage sale anyway, in charge of that. Or maybe he's the one going to the courthouse to open the estate. But nonetheless, we have it in writing that he's the one who opened the estate planning. The estate for his dead mother was him, Dan Jr.
And did you get an amount on that with David gone? Do we know how much? Okay.
So she wouldn't have been worth a lot or anything large like that. So it wouldn't have been a motive. Her death, the motive for her death would have been her exposing things in the family. Maybe she would have gotten in the way, could have been potentially a roadblock for this bank fraud situation that the dad was covering up for the son.
Right.
That would have, if that hit the news and made a big story, she could be certainly one to step up. She wasn't afraid to voice her concerns. Let's put it that way. So even in the police investigation, she said, "I don't believe that my son did this, unless," she said, "unless it was in the form of a pact or some sort of agreement." So already that scenario was in play when they went to the investigator. Someone planted that whole pact theory to the family. And I don't know who that is.
Absolutely.
It was planted.
Yeah, there's a few people that give kind of quotes, or I guess information, if you want to call it information, on the pact theory. Let's head back to the gray stage, and because I want to get into some more of Greg's book. Dan, you did the foreword for the book. Greg asked you to do that. So is there anything you guys, anything extra informationally that you want people to know about your book, Greg?
Well, I know Dan had mentioned that he spoke with several people, but Dan Hinnon also spoke with Kamel's father and Kamel's sister.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was, I put some of that into my book, but Dan, after speaking with them, do you think that they would have been open to looking deeper into this, similar to how David's mom was?
Well, you're right. David's mom knew something was goofy. His father signed up for the deal right away and went along lock, stock, and barrel with what the investigator said. All the friends went along with it. Remember, David's friends were all conspiracy theorists. They were alternative media that would have looked at this case like, what happened? How can this even be?
Right.
Connected to Alex Jones, who would have been top news story every day of his show, would have been the Crowley case.
Right.
He was silent.
Right.
So the people that stood out were Kate, the mother, who's now 6 feet under, and the Alam family. Mr. Alam, when I spoke with him, said that he was busy, as he was, dealing with his wife, Nyla Alam, had a case of cancer, ovarian cancer that she was dealing with, and she was in hospice care when all this went down.
Yes, a terminal illness. Yeah.
She had a terminal illness. He did not have the time, energy, or the resources to follow up on this. But he told me on our phone call, if I had time and money, I would want to look into this to find out what really happened, because this doesn't make sense.
Right.
That's what he himself said. Now, we don't hear anything more from him. He says later that he's open to doing the documentary, which he did. But like Greg said earlier in the podcast here, when the final version came out of that documentary, Anjum Alam, who I still think is a good guy in all this, says, I'm done. This is not how you presented this documentary to be. I don't want any part of it. And he goes, you're taking my daughter out as well. They had interviewed the daughter Sidra for a group. They says, you're removing everything out that has to do with any of us if you want to release this film. And so they did. They took it out. They put in some B-roll footage of other interviews, and they published the movie. But if you notice, like Greg Fernandez said, what's in the documentary is important, but also what's not in the documentary.
Right.
Someone watching, for instance, Gaz, when you watched it, did that pique your interest at all by saying, why isn't Kamel's parents in this documentary? Everything was the crowd.
Exactly.
It just felt like there was another missing piece, and as somebody going in there with a completely neutral perspective, you would want to hear that other opinion, that other viewpoint, and that wasn't there. So yeah, totally.
So they were they were involved and wanted to do it. They were in, but I think and the other thing that the sister said was, she said, I'll be in this film. And the dad says he'll be in it, but the dad made sure that he said, when you film it, I want to have my daughter with me at all times. I don't want to have her be interviewed solo, because he knew potentially there's that option of being
manipulation
or led down with some leading questions and things like that. He says she's going to do it, but she's going to do it with me. So all the parts that they interviewed them they went to a local hotel in Dallas and filmed the parts in a hotel room, but both were together. But when they got the final review to say, how does it look, the final version before it went public, they says no. Now, the interesting thing is, Greg, with the final version, you and I were in the movie and never even heard that a final version came out, or a preliminary, or to ask what our thoughts were on it.
Right.
They didn't want anything by us. We just found out later that it was done and it got out there. They didn't send us a link to say, hey, guys, we're going to go to Tribeca Film Festival. Forward some people, send some links out on social media and help us promote it. Our role was done. Our role was to be thrown under the bus. We both interviewed for 2 hours, and what was made in the movie was 2 30-second clips.
Yeah. What is the point of having someone in and then not even telling them when it's gonna, like you said, if you're planning to go to the Oscars and go all the way to the top, you would want every single person involved to promote as much as possible.
Well, yeah, you want to promote
thing
you've been involved with, don't you?
Yeah.
We didn't even know until the movie came out. Someone on the Justice page said, "Hey, you guys know that they're showing the film at the Tribeca Film Festival." We're like, "Which
ridiculous.
one? The one we're in?" They said, "Yes, you're in it."
Didn't they have Greg swatting a fly or something? I mean, with all like
There's a flyer on his head, and he swatted it during the interview. That's what they put in the movie. That's the answer right there.
It's like the Twilight Zone with all the great research that Dan has done, and and Greg as well. And like as far as asking you guys intellectual questions to get an informed answer, which is what a documentary would be, one would think. You know what I mean? Since you brought up Komel's mother and the terminal illness, to make things weirder, to show people how far the rabbit hole goes with this weird stuff, is this point when this GoFundMe pops up to collect money on the Facebook, and is that not Dan Jr. again, who's the beneficiary of that? And they collect a bunch of money, then it gets shut down right away. I have to assume that was Anjum who wasn't with it, because random people collecting money on a GoFundMe and under the auspices of a terminal illness, no less, is seems absolutely despicable,
Well, that is one of the things, Ross. Glad you brought it up. We don't touch on that enough, but when the page first got started, we really focused on that GoFundMe campaign. The campaign was set up after David, Komel, and Rania were killed in this horrendous event. That it was first announced, I think, on the page, is Dan Crowley wrote it or Danny August Mason wrote it, and says, "We found out today that our friend passed away." We're like, well, that's odd, They were brutally murdered. So then they die. Anjum Alam is dealing with his wife down in Waco, Texas, in a hospice care because of her ovarian cancer, and they're having a tough time paying bills. What comes up on the Gray State Facebook page group, not ours, but the group, says we're having a GoFundMe to raise $6 million.
That's what it was.
To raise money for medical issues for Nyla. The fund name was Medical Fund for the Crowley / Alam Medical Fund.
Mm-hmm.
So Greg and I look at each other like, why would Crowley's name be on the medical fund? That's odd.
Right.
The very next day, I log in, put $20 to the donation. No, 15. I donate $15 to this fund. I get automatic reply back, thanks for the donation, signed by Dan Crowley Jr.
Boom.
I get my screenshot. So why is Dan Crowley Jr. involved with this at all? He doesn't even know the woman. Doesn't even live in Texas. And may have met her once or twice. But when you go to GoFundMe, you go to create a campaign, it forces you to put in a goal amount. Mm-hmm. Now, Greg and I have looked into this. Other cancer, people dying of cancer, people going in for treatment, unexpected child cancer, they're going to raise $100,000, $200,000. You don't see $1 million out there. I've never seen $1 million, much less $6 million.
Right.
And so I go to Sidra and I said, why is Dan Crowley Jr. involved in a GoFundMe? Why is he working on this? And she brought it up to her dad, Anjum, and he says, "You're shutting this thing down. I didn't even know about it. I knew nothing about this. No one asked me.
See,
where's this money even going?"
Right.
So he had him shut it down. I get the money. I get the receipt. Next thing you know, the fund had raised $8,000. It was a week later, I think. The fund was shut down. We don't know to this day where the $8,000 went to. But why was Dan Crowley Jr.'s hands in the cookie jar once again?
So did your payment get kicked back to you?
No, it went through.
And like you said about the head of the cookie jar, everything with this guy just seems like a complete lie. This is just
you're dealing with
complete lack of empathy, and every time it's like a trip to the bank. It's the fake GoFundMe. It seems to be money motivated, and you know what I'm saying? That's just
David. I think what David found out in the last months of his life, that his inner circle, including his own brother, he was infested and infiltrated by the snakes in his own group.
Right.
So he started to try to distance himself from some of these people, including his own father. that he turned down a couple times from babysitting his own daughter. He knew something was up, and he goes, I'm trying to distance. But the narrative, and Greg can back me up on this, the narrative we see in the movie is that David was isolating himself because he was in depression. He was financially in dire straits. He didn't know what to do after the movie makers says, no thanks, we don't want to have your filthy script, you're done. They used that and turned it against David, that he was isolating himself and was in a deep depression that ultimately took his life. That's how they spun it.
Yeah, not knowing that, he could have had, completely legitimate and good reasons for every decision he made. Let's get back into the book, because I've been reading this the past few days, The Gray Stage, and Greg does a really excellent deep dive into the case and lays out the facts, as Dan said earlier, in quite a good timeline. I mean, you pretty much cover everything in there, Greg, so it's kind of hard to break down any one thing. But one thing that's interesting to me, that I come from a bit of a background of researching this myself, is this chapter I finished recently on this possible paranormal activity that Sidra has when staying over with Ronnie. I just want to get your thoughts on what could have happened here and how you presented that chapter with this possible paranormal activity in the house.
I think there was something there, and then after watching A Gray State and watching what they did put into that film, with Kamel talking about how she heard something. She felt a presence. I do believe that there is a paranormal aspect to this case, and that is something that you're never going to be able to really prove. So right. I get why people don't spend a lot of time on it. It's a big hook, because it's one of the biggest ways that they can discount everything, that all of the research, everything that we've done. Sure. Once they hear that, they're like, oh, okay, these guys are really crazy. But I think what she said was truthful, and I don't have any reason to doubt it. And I think what made it into A Gray State pretty much confirmed what Kamel's sister said. It's really weird the way that it's in that film and how they don't really touch on it. They're just, again, they're just hitting beats. It's just beats to just stir up thoughts from different people. People that have had those type of things happen are going to just gravitate towards that. People that think that is complete BS are just going to not even go down that road. They're going to turn the whole film off and never look at this case. So absolutely. That's the only thing that I can say is I do believe that stuff can be real. I know one of the biggest anti-theories to the ghost theory, to a paranormal thing, is that they were TIs, that they were a targeted people. Mm-hmm. And that's why, they weren't really seeing anything. They weren't really hearing anything. Somebody was putting that into their brain, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know anything about that. All that I can say is this is what she said. This is what Sidra said. She said that she saw a presence there. This is not when the bigger thing is, this is not when they lived at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. This is, I think this was in 2013 or 2012. So this is, prior to all of that happening. But
okay, so this is a different house than where the deaths take. Okay, see, I did not pick that up when I was reading that chapter. Okay, I'm glad you cleared that up for me.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just like it's one of those things that I didn't want to focus too much on, but at the same time, I felt that it was necessary because that's what she's told me. And
right. Well, you know what? That's information that you uncovered, and I still appreciate it. I appreciate you for putting that in there, because you could have easily left it out. You could have easily glossed over it and took the A Gray State route. Like, well, this is what she told me, but I don't believe in anything outside of the physicality in front of me. So, just gloss over it type thing. Go ahead, guys.
I was going to say, well, it's approaching it with an open mind, and you want to look at all theories to try and ascertain the answer. That's what that says to me.
I think we lost Dan, but luckily we got a lot of information. Oh, I think we got him back.
He's back.
Boom.
Yeah,
We're
back.
Then.
That was the ghost that killed them.
Right when we covered that part.
He truly rewrote as a Legion, but I won't go into my recent rants.
The way this show has to go, it has to go that way, right?
Just before I cut out there, Ross, you brought up a good point, and maybe that's another good point for a lot of the new members. David and Kamel lived in an apartment when they first got married and moved to Minnesota. They were in Dallas or Waco or Texas. She went to Baylor University. Another strange thing, it's a Baptist Christian university, and she's Muslim.
Right.
So they moved to Minnesota. They live in an apartment, have the baby. Then they just moved the prior December. They were in that house 12 months, only 1 year in Apple Valley in that actual house. And in fact, there's emails that have also been leaked a couple of years ago that show them working with a real estate agent in California to move to LA. Mm-hmm. And so they were interested. Not only was the script ready to go, and he was signing off on the deals of the movie web-based series. They were signing off on the options and things like that. They were looking at real estate homes in California to move because he was going to be closer to the film and closer to the whole thing. So they were very happy, looking forward to the future, and did not have money problems at all. Sorry, but that's a good point. They were just in that house 12 months and all this happened.
Sure. I mean, one of the things that, it's just super frustrating about this to me is granted, Gaz and I had limited contact with David. It's like, I would have loved to reach out to him and consult to him if he was in this supposed state of isolation, but we've only spoken to someone a few times in business, it's kind of hard to open up that kind of emotional channel. And the other thing about the whole Dire Straits financially thing is the check from Dan Crowley Sr. sitting outside on the front steps, while the family is essentially dead inside the house, is the most frustrating part in the world to me, because it's like, if it really was a financial thing and there's this check outside on the front door that no one checked, it's like little things like that drive me insane. Obviously, you can't go back in time and change the circumstances, but it's just like, I guess it's another part that doesn't really add up for me. What we were talking about when you just dipped out there for a second, Dan, was the paranormal activity kind of chapter that, or at least mentioned that Greg has in his book, and also how they present that in the Kamel is hearing voices, she's cracking, she's going down this downward spiral with David. We can't trust her, she's in the pact, she's compromised, right? But then Sidra, who we have assuming nothing but genuine information from, also has the same report as well. So that's kind of conflicting in my opinion with what you're showed in the A gray state.
One point I want to bring up on that, Greg. We did, or for Ross and Gaz as well, is that the paranormal stuff was, I believe, legit in that previous house, and there may have been something paranormal in the current house. But to reiterate, it had nothing to do with the murder of the three.
For sure.
Much like saying David was drinking absinthe or using mushrooms, we think there's evidence to support those things as being factual or true, but it doesn't relate to the deaths of these three people. So we have to discount it and focus on just the facts.
Absolutely.
Were they a happily married couple? It sounds like all looks of it was. Did they have some arguments or discrepancies? More likely it did, but we can't focus on that because that had nothing to do with the killing. There may have been paranormal activity. There may have been strange things going on, but someone still shot David, and it wasn't him, wasn't himself. So we've got an issue there. So those things are true. The other part of the documentary that Eric Nelson did with A Gray State was he inserted a lot of the video footage that David took. David was filming all the time, making audio recordings all the time. He was a producer, a filmmaker. He was recording his child in the backyard playing. He was recording everything.
Right.
So they had access to all these gigabytes of data, and that's when they started cherry picking the items to use in the film that cast David in a poor light. Now, the video footage is true. It's not a hoax. That's actual video footage that was used. Are they using it in a way to construe something and lead the viewer down a wrong path? Yes, but it's not a hoax. It's not made up. It's not footage that's not photoshopped.
Yeah, created.
It is footage. There's footage of David doing some strange things. There's footage of Comel doing some very strange things. There's footage of Rania having a tantrum in the basement. Those are actual footage. But the way they presented it is to shed bad light on the family and to discredit David, discredit Comel, and discredit Rania. The Alam family, and this is my last thing. I gotta jump off here in a few minutes. The Alam family was more disgusted. Remember this, Greg? When we found out when the movie came out, after they took their pieces out of Anjum and Sidra, the sister and the father of Alam of the Alam family, they did. Eric Nelson and his staff obliged and took those pieces out. What they put in, or the reason they got angry, I think, Greg, was the hallucination scene that they put in on purpose to discredit Comel, who had nothing to do with this whole murder case.
Right.
That's the thing that when Anjum saw that and Sidra, they're like, no, you're really trying to put a spin on this whole documentary, and we want out. So they inserted that, not only to discredit David, they went so far as to discredit his wife, who's another innocent victim in this case that they threw under the bus. That to me is sickening.
Yeah, I totally agree. Do you want to shout out any of the recent series of cases you're following, Dan, and just where people can find you and to join the Justice Group?
They can join the Justice Group there. I'm under DM Hennon on Twitter and YouTube channel under Dan Hennon. There's also a Justice page for, I'm following the Jennifer Janes author, The Strange Death in November. From her, she's the Amazon bestseller author. Her body was found. She was writing some books on the anti-vaccination world, anti-vax, and young, healthy, 2 boys that she loved, 2 twins, and allegedly shot herself one day. So that is strange. Greg and I have both followed the Philip Marshall case in Calaveras County, California. We've got a Justice page for that. And most recently, I've been covering the DHS whistleblower Philip Haney's strange death that took place in Plymouth, California last month, where they said he allegedly shot himself. He had a book coming out. He was engaged to be married and was blowing the whistle on some things. And the official narrative that he pulled over onto a wayside rest, got himself out of the car, shot himself, and they ruled it a suicide. And so that's another case that obviously isn't the case. He was blowing the whistle on some things that took place in the Obama White House years ago.
Right.
But religious man, a very faithful guy, and Christian, and they said he just killed himself. So those are some of the cases that I've been following, but you could reach me there. But Greg's book, I just want to say that there's 16 chapters in Greg's book. Each chapter of this book goes into a deep dive on a particular topic, and it's backed up and sourced by the facts. Who made the quote, who sourced it, who said it, who stated it, and where it came from. Nothing in this book is from a Greg Fernandez as far as an opinion or a slant until the very end. He talks about some of the situations in the case. But these 16 chapters are fact-based. Not only fact-based, there's a source list at the back of the book that provides the link to every single thing that he's talking about. Many of this is right from the law enforcement's mouths themselves or the detectives. Quotes.
Direct interviews.
Quotes from the police chief. Quotes from the lead investigator. Actual quotes that we've caught them so many times in, I don't want to go as far as to say lies, Greg, but caught them in statements that are, I'll just leave it at this, contradictory statements.
Yeah,
Family,
inconsistencies.
and law enforcement are very contradictory. And so Greg does a good job pulling all this stuff together in his book. I think it's the best book that's out there on this case at all.
Good.
There's just an analogy there where he's saying about referring to their answers, for want of a better word. Dan, it reminds me of an episode of UFO Hunters years ago where they were interviewing. It was a very senior ranking general, and they asked him outright. He's not going to confirm anything, and he was kind of smiling, like his eyes were saying something else, smiling like I can neither confirm nor deny but everything his eyes revealed, yes, you're onto something, but I can't say. So yeah, as far as interesting to hear that.
Can't admit it. I do want to say the one thing about, I guess the I don't even know what the word was, but the accusation of David's occultism and kind of ritual ceremony thing. When he makes this statement that like he has a soft spot for the Antichrist, like maybe I just interpreted that wrong, but I interpreted that from a screenwriting perspective. Like, so he has like a soft spot for people using the Antichrist concept and writing about it. I didn't really, if he's a Christian and all that, he has a soft spot for the Antichrist, which is like, it's a guy he would like to have a beer with and get to know sometime. I thought he meant, specifically using the concept in writing was how I took it, you know what I mean? But I suppose it's open to interpretation. A couple other cases I want to throw out there real quick just before Dan goes. The Michael Rupert case, the guy who created the Collapse book and documentary, he supposedly committed suicide. I mean, apparently that one is confirmed, but with the content that he was covering in Collapse, I have to say that that's highly questionable. And also Hunter S. Thompson, the timing of his suicide. Again, he's covered a lot of, kind of inflammatory stuff, but he was writing the Kingdom of Fear book about 9/11 and the Bush administration response to 9/11. So, I mean, this whole suicide thing comes up a lot is basically, the whole point I'm trying to make. Or you just have something like Malcolm X where they're just going to blame some guys that literally were nowhere to be found when the actual event happens. But thank Dan very much. I want to thank him for his work on the case and also helping out Greg with the A Gray Stage book and spending time with us here today. Definitely shout out to all the truthers in the group, and make sure you guys keep following Greg and Dan's work in the group. Been a grand old time having you boys. I do have some more. I want to go back into the screenplay with Greg because I have my opinion coming, and I honestly thought it needed some work, man. Like I saw a very working status form in the script, which again we don't know. This could be literally the first prototype, right? Because we don't know if this is I would say it doesn't appear to be a final copy, but man, I for $60,000 into what we saw with the concept trailer, man, I expected a lot more for the screenplay, man. Like I was really excited that was going to be on, blockbuster level, especially, with the amount of detail that's in the concept trailer. That's where I was at with it.
Well, they made that trailer for $6,000, and that was back in 2012.
Right. Absolutely.
And if you look at the concept trailer, it's very, very different from David's script, from the May 12 script, But whatever our view is on David Crowley's script, the main thing is that script is what created that deal. That was
for sure. For sure. Well, I mean, I would say the concept trailer created the deal. But obviously, he's not selling them a couple of minute concept trailers. You said he's selling them a feature film screenplay. So
you're right.
I totally agree.
Yeah, you're definitely right on that. Yeah.
Because if you get 3 million views, it's much easier to say like, "Hey, dude, this got millions." Like it's not. You're not going to it with a 200 view trailer. Like it's really good. Trust me.
Well, that would be the other thing too, I guess, is to go back and look at before everybody found out that David Crowley died, how many views did that trailer have? And then after his death, how many did it generate? But I still think it's at least 1 million, 2 million views before he died. I forget.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's like between 1 million and 1.5 million after. And then that's, like you said, A Gray State with the Botch Rise coming out. Obviously, you guys' group and a lot of other, not that you guys are necessarily, you guys are following the case. You're not necessarily saying, hey, go watch the concept trailer, but I assume a lot of people are finding it from you guys' research if they hadn't previously heard of it.
Yeah, they definitely are. Yeah, I don't know. I really liked it. I really thought that the script, there was a few things that I would have taken out. I think, the one thing that we learn is everything in that script has to make sense. It has to lead you into the next scene. And there were a couple things that I thought that he could have taken out but that's just small nitpicky things too. But I really thought that if you were to take out the fall of the dollar and replace it with what we're seeing now, you pretty much have what is happening now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm not arguing with the relevancy, you know what I mean? And also, you know, the other problem with it is a lot, that whole pre-apocalyptic martial law, Mark of the Beast. I mean, all of those things are stuff that like Alex Jones covered in like, you know, Police State 2000. Like, and I'm not just saying, you know, that was David's one resource. There's like a million documentaries that cover that stuff. You know what I mean? My whole problem is, like you said, it's very different for the concept trailer. And if what you're pitching us is these concepts for the concept trailer, but then you take out the Masonic beheading because maybe that's too inflammatory. You take out the public. There was certain imagery that I was expecting to see in the feature film because it was like these big moments in the trailer. You're like, it was what I'm talking about is impact, the emotional impact I had from seeing the visuals. And like you said, I think they covered it in a Gray State too, when you see those black armored FEMA troopers kind of beating down the peasants, you know what I mean? And then Time Magazine basically has a cover that is something that you've seen in the Gray State trailer, and it kind of has that kind of Main Street imagery. I was expecting this, you know, to really see that. And what I felt really lacked was like the emotion. Like I didn't feel this emotion from the screenplay that was a impending doom of the suppression of our freedom. If what we're talking about is the whole collapse, but before our eyes, that comes with a very emotional, like you're going to walk outside your door and you're going to be on your own. No one is going to come to save you. Not the police, not the National Guard, not you know what I mean? Not only that, to take it a step further, you might be an enemy. You might be a non-combatant. So then, like, not only are you fighting for your own survival, you are fighting oppression, you know? And that's, I felt, not to say that they couldn't sell it to these Hollywood writers that a lot of people were saying in the group, but
but the big thing, one thing that we need to, I mean, the script starts out, right? Well, I mean, it starts out in Afghanistan first, so they're chasing Osama bin Laden. He gets away, blah, blah, blah. But when the movie really starts, the collapse has already happened. So they're already under this. So so David's character, Daniel Walker, is already there, and the twist is when he becomes the person who is a victim of a false flag. So there is a bombing that happens and he's blamed for it. And so then it's like, okay, why would they ever blame him for it? Now, if you watch the first scene and if you watch some of that stuff, you kind of get a glimpse. So I get that there's pieces missing because it's like, okay, what made him so special that they had to blame him for this false flag? I think the tie that David Crowley, the writer, was trying to make was that they were after him for whatever he did in Afghanistan.
For sure.
And looking at the David Crowley case, speaking with some soldiers who are very reluctant to go public about David Crowley and all of that, there have been some weird theories about things that happened when David Crowley served, and that things that he might have seen, people that might have been killed, curses that might have happened to these people who ran over children over in Afghanistan, things like that. Theories. All obviously that stuff you won't find in my book. There is a lot that you will not find in this particular book. But you know, that's a big rabbit hole. When you start thinking about what did David Crowley go through while he served at the worst possible time. I mean, think about that. What, 2005 to 2009? That's horrible. I mean, this is right after September 11th. This is right when they go in there. There are so many stories that you could talk with any soldier who served over there during that time. It's hell. It was hell.
I mean, I'll put it like this, you know, since we've been dealing with this whole fiasco, and I mean all of us, you know, I've been following it. You and Dan have been on the front line when this, you know, obviously, if you guys don't know, I was an investor in the crowdfunding, and it's like, for me, it's like, all I ever asked is that, you know, I would have loved to have a conversation with Danny August Mason about what is the plan for the project, given that you guys got $60,000+ it crashed and burned, this thing happened to David, it's copyrighted, so the script can't move for 70 years, blah, blah. I would have loved to have that discussion, because if you would have ever had that dialogue with him, I would have definitely given that question to you, like, dude, ask him this. And, you know, when I mentioned that I did this Champion of Liberty perk for $1,000, which, you know, I make enough money independently in music that I'm able to do such things. I know a lot of people can't, but we talked about it when I came on with you and Dan way back when. Someone put $10,000 into this crowdfunding campaign, and with Sean Wright and Eric Sayward or whoever else messaging you guys on Facebook and threatening you guys that they're going to do something. Bro, if I put $10,000 into your crowdfunding campaign and you guys freaking shelved the project, I would have been Googling every single one of your addresses and showing up to your door, knocking on your front door to have a conversation, bro. I would have went down the list, and I would have had a face-to-face with every single. The $1,000 I can eat, and it's whatever, because like I said, I'm a screenwriter myself. I have my own crew where we do these kind of stuff. And so I was kind of thinking, not something I would ever say on camera, hint, 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 but if I were to write a similar project, I would think about dedicating it to David to try to get this done how I would get it done. And I see what you're saying about David using his personal influences, and of course he has to use his own personal experience to write. That's the only way that you can write, right? But I also felt that it somewhat lost focus with the whole Iraq and Afghanistan Bin Laden thing. I know that David used that through line because that's his personal experience. Makes perfect sense for him writing it. For me writing it, I think I would avoid Bin Laden and Iraq and Afghanistan altogether, because at one point it's slightly outdated at this time, and for two, if you already don't know about that stuff, I don't think it's necessary to helping you understand pre-apocalyptic dystopian fall of the fabric of the government, or whatever we're talking about here, the collapse of capitalism. You know what I mean?
Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to have to actually go in a couple of minutes, guys. It's 12:30 here, and so we are going to have to wrap things up in a moment.
For sure, no worries. Do you have anything else on that stuff, guys?
No, I'm to be honest with you, and this is to everyone watching and listening. I'll be straight up. I'm completely out of my depth because I'm a complete noob to this, and I don't really know anything about it. Like I said, I watched the documentary on Netflix. I've read a couple of articles. I'm still more I've just come out even more confused. There's definitely, as I've repeated throughout the show, there's definitely something missing. But I don't have that knowledge, about everything related to it. What's going on? I just think, though, it's interesting that the guys have been approaching it with many different angles, from paranormal to whatever, and it's not going on a conspiracy theory. It's just saying, hey, we're asking questions here, there's more to this, we just want to try and find out basically what happened.
Well, I mean, you know that, like, how long I followed this basically this discussion.
Yeah, I haven't, bro.
Well, at least with the project, I mean, this discussion me and Greg are having is interesting because of the concept trailer. I was a David Crowley Gray State fan, and Greg wasn't. Now that this so-called revision version of the feature film has left, now me and Greg have kind of reversed positions because he really liked it, and I thought that it needed a lot of work. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hilarious. Like, I was this huge fanboy of the trailer, like, oh my God, that's the best trailer I've ever seen. Greg knows I was a Gray State fan. He reads it and he's like, I thought this was a really interesting screenplay, one of the best I've ever read. And then I read it and I'm like, dude, I thought that it needed a lot of work. Like, I probably wouldn't even invested, because stuff like this, I've heard people throw around, like, I wish Mike was still with us because, for some of the stories that we're familiar with, Mike is working on a film called Townies. It's an Irish crime kind of film. I think it was even, what is that Matt Damon movie with Robin Williams? When he's the teacher, Good Will Hunting, right? Yeah. So the Good Will Hunting, that was I think that was sold for like $600,000 when they first pitched it. So I mean, for like a Hollywood screenplay, it's like $50,000-$60,000. Is about like ballpark for that kind of offer. So it's just interesting for some guy to invest $10K and for them to get like around 60, 65, like, and then some guy was trolling you, Greg, saying like, oh, 30 million? Oh, that's like a Hollywood comedy movie. Like, let's put that into perspective for that dude, because he had no idea what he's talking about. Terminator 1, as Caesar said, guys, was like an $800,000 or $900,000 budget. Granted, it was the 80s, and the blockbuster wasn't a thing yet, blah, blah, blah. But what I'm saying is, action sci-fis have been made for less than $1 million. So don't try to come to us and, John Wick, I think I was telling you guys before. John Wick had issues around $20-30 million. Keanu Reeves invested his own money to get it finished. John Wick 1. Now, and that was basically considered like a indie Hollywood film for their standard. You know what I mean? So when people throw around these 30 million, 60 millions, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's just, Greg, I found it super unfocused. I didn't find the characters. I didn't really have any emotional attachment to any of them. Like even the villains. Like I'm like, I don't like. I gotta hate the villains. You know what I mean? Especially in something where we're coming and taking your freedom away. These guys need to be the most like heartless of all time. Now, not to say David couldn't have tightened all this stuff up and got it ready, but it's just like, and I found it super unfocused. Even the Native American theme, like. I appreciate the concept of him putting the Lakotas in there, but what I would have liked to have seen, I wish I had Mac with us, guys, is the natives are people who are completely exterminated by European colonists. You know what I mean? What I would have liked to have seen is that same fighting spirit that they were fighting for their literal existence with during colonization against this totalitarian government. I would have liked to seen that come out. I would have liked to seen those Lakota rituals to add. He writes like, the Lakota performs a Lakota prayer over the body. I got to see the actual ritual, and I got to know the purpose of it, because I would have liked to actually seen the Lakota spirit. You know what I mean? That was missing from that Lakota theme. Like, so I'm not saying he didn't put things in there that I thought were good, but I just didn't see any like extrapolation on it as opposed to. Also, I mean, I know we said we weren't sure what we were going to do about the spoilers. When the whole revolution gets behind Daniel, like, dude, I gotta see a reason for that. It can't just be like, hey, there's one guy out there getting false flagged and he's fighting the revolution by himself. We're all gonna go follow him. Like, I gotta see what he did to win them. It's just like certain cliches, like you were saying. Like, I felt there was just like certain cliches in there that are like, dude, it's too predictable. Like, you could see that coming from a mile away. You got to get us emotionally invested, and then we got to feel it. And like I said, who knows? Maybe this is a super early prototype. But I don't necessarily agree that if you just sold it to a bunch of Hollywood writers, they would have fixed everything right away. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe if David took it to the right people and they gave him the right feedback, I think all that stuff would have been tightened up to the point of, and maybe for a series, if it's like 3 or 4 series, that's like 10 episodes each. So maybe you would have seen all that stuff play out over the story arcs, you know what I mean? But yeah, I thought it needed major work, man. And maybe I'm just being too critical because we've been waiting 10 years. So maybe I made the standard too high for myself. But like, I was like, the talent that I saw in the concept trailer, I would literally say that as far as filmmaking, I know he was an early filmmaker. I'd literally say David was probably a genius. However, maybe that was more of a directing talent that came across in the concept trailer as opposed to screenwriting. It's literally a completely other, a different talent than what directing is. Now, you do have some screenwriter directors in Hollywood, guys like Stanley Kubrick and Ridley Scott, but not always. You got to keep in mind, a lot of those Hollywood directors just, Scarface, for instance, you have somebody else write it for you, and then Brian De Palma directs it. You see what I'm saying? So doing both is very, very difficult. I don't expect some starting out guy to just get in there and knock them both out and amaze us. Correct. So
sadly, guys, I got to wrap up. It's 12:35 a.m. for me here now.
Okay,
so
my friend. Well, thank you.
If we can do a follow-up show. I know you don't want to cut off your response to Ross there. I do want to jump on one thing as a nerd, and I noticed it. Especially being into martial arts and stuff myself, immediately when you said I'm into martial arts movies, like see more fights, well, being as somebody who's into all of that and watches all of those kind of movies too, I immediately gravitated to that and thought, right, I want to ask him about martial arts movies. One Time, your love and passion of them. I watch a ridiculous amount of them. Even that series, the recent series, which I've been talking about all the time on recent shows, Warrior, set in San Francisco in the 19th century. You've got all the Chinese gangs fighting with the Irish gangs for control of San Fran. Awesome. But yeah, I better shut up or I'll make myself even late. I can talk about that stuff all day.
Yeah, well, I believe it was Jeet Kune Do, which was the martial art. Yeah, definitely. The Jeet Kune Do was what Danny August Mason studied, which is the Bruce Lee martial art, guys, which is what they were going for Gray State, which I think would have been original because you don't see it a lot on screen. I would say that was definitely, obviously David comes from a military background, so I'd say the whole when he described the military stuff, the Iraq, the Afghanistan, the hand-to-hand combat, the guns and the weapons, as Greg was saying, I think that was what he did best. But as for everything else, which is the story arcs and the emotion and the dialogue, I mean, that's what a screenplay is. So you could definitely see what his strengths were. And I think that would have, if they went to set, David would have been the military advisor, you know what I mean? Because that's who, make sure everything is accurate on set. Guys are holding the, weapons correctly and all the equipment and everything. So you could see, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I look forward to a part 2, and we can dive a little bit.
Yeah. Let's do a post game. If you want to have me and Gaz on, over on the Gray Stage, we could come over there and do a post game with you. If you want to come, you guys want to come back with us. However you guys want to do it.
And also, Greg, if you just want to come on one time for a general discussion on the movies and music as well, even the creative process, we often get off topic. One of our co-hosts, Caesar, shout out to Caesar of Sea Dark Films. We do that with everybody. We just look for an excuse, and then we greenlit yes.
Wait for him to say action movies. Yeah, okay, he said it.
That's pretty much it. But
sounds good.
It certainly would be an interesting topic, especially chatting about indie film now, where it seems to be. And again, this would be a debate for a whole other show, but with Disney pretty much owning most of the movie industry, and it's getting harder and harder for other properties to get out there now. I did creative writing and screenwriting at school myself. Graduated 2 years ago, so it's something I'm very interested in. I do want to send shouts to everybody. I know I've missed some folks. Shout out to Catherine, Sophia, Steve, aka MC Therapist, Alphabetic as well.
Yes, sir. Didn't see it there.
Mike O'Day as well. Thanks for coming through, man. Reach out to Ross if you want to come on the show as well. I know we had you on way back in the day. Of course, thanks to Dan for joining us, and anybody who's listened or listens back in the podcast. Very interesting for sure, and definitely lots out there. So do you just want to shout out where people can find you on the internet, Greg, for us just before we pop off?
Real quick, one thing before that, just a question for the fans and the group. Okay. So since it looks like Gray State is never happening, if someone was going to do a similar kind of project, would you guys want to see it? That would be a question for the fans. And then Greg, let everybody know where they can find you, where let them get
Greg
your
Fernandez Jr. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And also, is it thegraystage.wordpress or just Gray
Correct.
Stage? Okay.
Thegraystage.wordpress.com. That's right.
Yep, and a Gray Stage YouTube channel as well. Subscribe there. Go get Greg's book. It's the hard copies. You have the link are on a specific site and the free download PDF.
Yeah, the hard copy is on lulu.com, and I'll make sure that everybody has that. But if you go to the website, follow the link, you'll definitely find it.
Greg's enjoying a little red wine. I think I'm going to go ahead and drink myself. I might have a couple things after this.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate your help with this. Thank you so much.
No, it was overdue, man. I've been working with you guys for 5-6 years, and
I know,
me and
right?
guys do a weekly show, and you guys do a weekly show. And it never occurs to us hey, maybe we should do it together. Anyway, stay tuned for part 2. Shout out to Greg and Dan. Subscribe, all of us. Follow all of us. Yeah. And another successful show. Shout out to the fans who came through.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for everybody for supporting it. Everyone stay safe at the moment as well. And we'll get through this and we'll be okay. And just look out for each other and stay safe, y'all. Talk to you soon.
We never got to ask them about COVID-19 but that's okay. I'm not really. There's been enough about it. I'm not going anywhere. Neither are we. One thing, quick, guys. I just want everyone to shout out the channel American Spy Fox. That kid does an awesome Nirvana Kurt Cobain series. I'm going to try to get him for an interview as well. I'll send his channel over to Greg and Dan if they want to follow that stuff.
Yeah,
it's really good. Check that out, guys. All right, thank you, everybody. Education. So,
All right, thanks all. Peace.
Respect.
All right, well, I hope everybody is doing good out there wherever you are, staying safe, and I want to thank everybody for your support here, your continuing support. Trying to get justice for this family. We're not ready to give up, are we? I know a lot of you aren't. Hopefully none of you are. 3,000, almost 4,000 members in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and still growing. So that is great. That is awesome. Always good to see that, good to hear that. Last few weeks have been a little bit crazy for me, so I have not been as responsive as I would like to be with the group, but I am really glad that I'm seeing a lot of great comments, a lot of great posts still. And so if you're not a member of the group, please consider doing so. I think there's something for everybody. Again, just the main thing, what the purpose of the group is. The group will be used to investigate the odd circumstances surrounding the deaths. Alright, so that should be the focus. That should be where our focus is. And just go through a few other things here. So if we go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, this is where, gotta type it in right, of course, but thegraystage.wordpress.com, and this is where you can find all of the documents. All you have to do is all the documents, all the photos, scroll down to the bottom of the home page here, and you can get the AVPD reports, the 2 copies of David Crowley's script, The Gray Stage by me. You can look at the Apple Valley Police crime scene photos. We also have the BCA 485 big document, 485 pages. The BCA crime scene images, the BCA 488, which is another 488 page document that we got later on. Lots of stuff in there. All of this stuff I try to use as much as I could for my book. I am working on what I thought was going to be an extended version of the Gray Stage book. Now we'll see if maybe if there will be enough content to actually be kind of like a second part, I guess, of the book. The Gray Stage really needed to be focused on the documents and focused on all of the strange things, and there was a lot of stuff that was cut out just because it just didn't flow, didn't fit, or wasn't at the time, I guess I felt wasn't necessary. But going back through the book, getting ready for our next podcast that we're going to be doing here very soon, probably this weekend on the kitchen laptop, I just realized how much more stuff there was that did not make it into this book, and probably a lot of stuff that should have, and just little things like that. The gun, David Crowley's gun, was it registered to David Crowley? Sophia brought that up. A few other people brought that up too, and it was like, wow. The more I look at it, the more stuff here is like, wow. Okay, I could have included this. I could have included this document. So we'll see. And then I've done myself 199 episodes for the Gray Stage, the YouTube series, the video series. So going through a lot of that, there's a lot of that stuff in there that I probably could have included. I wanted to stay away from a lot of the he said, she said stuff, but I still think there's a lot of good documentation in there that should be added in book form, including the conversation I had with Sidra's friend. I thought there was a lot of stuff in there that needs to be put in print.
So that was, I think we went about an hour long, and so there's a lot of stuff there. Going back over the notes I had with Sidra, there's a lot of stuff there that didn't make it in. But the stuff that is a little frustrating that didn't make it in is stuff like the documentation about who owned that gun. I don't know if that's in the police reports, so I'm going to have to go back through that. We know that Kamel owned a similar gun, and so just looking at some of the documentation here, this is one of the guns that David Crowley sold back in 2011. A lot of stuff with Danny Mason, a lot of interesting things. The conversations between David Crowley and his lawyer regarding the Gray State LLC, I feel like I kind of dropped the ball on that. I could have included a lot more data there. There was so much to go through at that time, so it's still a question of if I'm going to make an extended version of this book, or if I should really try to maybe just make a second book. And so if you have any thoughts on that, please feel free to let me know, and I'll keep an open mind to that. But so here's the bill of sale. This is for a different Springfield XD purchased. The thing about this Springfield XD is it was purchased by Kamel but sold by David. But because they're married, I guess that's okay. I guess it doesn't really matter. But that was in July of 2009. Is that right? That can't be right. That is right. So she bought a gun in 2009. Interesting. Just noticed that now. Alright. And that gun was then sold later on. So this is some of this guy, Eric Paxier, he's an interesting character too, and he was in the Sloppymentary, A Gray State as well, so you'll find him in there. But sorry I didn't give anybody any notice that I was gonna go live here. I have neglected this channel, this Gray Stage YouTube channel, so I noticed that there's a lot of videos that I need to upload to this channel, and need to give this channel a little more TLC. So let's try to start working on that too. Here's another gun, and Adam Schambauer is another guy who keeps popping up here. And of course, another guy who believes that David Crowley is guilty. So, pretty interesting there. I don't know. The correlation with these people that David Crowley surrounded himself with, and how quickly they all were to just assume that David Crowley was guilty, is very shameful. So Adam Schambauer, maybe just Sham. I mean, that's a pretty accurate term for how this guy acted after David's death, in my opinion. So there was a gun, the AR-15, just the lower receiver, was sold to Adam Schambauer in 2010. So I'm sorry, this is a gift, not a sale. A gift, not a sale. That's right. I got that mixed up a few times before. So let's see, another firearms transfer to David Stark. Never really found out who David Stark was, how he fits into all of this either. But that was in June of 2012, right before, 2 months before the Gray State movie trailer, the 2012 movie trailer was released. So, and this is a Springfield XD, another Springfield XD. It's a pretty popular gun around where David is and everything that he's doing. So there's another one there, but could not find anything about who the gun was registered to. Again, it could be in the police reports, but if anybody has that information, I think that would be a good thing to kind of just to verify, to clarify. So, but anyways, tons of documents if you ever want to go through, and whatever documents you are looking for, you'll find them here. There is a lot to go through. All right, so I hope that all of this helps in your research. Regardless of your view, even if you think David Crowley is guilty, I think you'll find a lot of stuff in here that will show you why he's not. And below all the documents, you will find the latest episode, whatever the latest episode of the Gray Stage podcast is. Those will all be here too. Try to make that fairly easy for you to kind of scroll through and find more. But yeah, the one I did with Kamel's friend is about an hour long. The Rotten reviews. So there will be bonus shows, some archive shows, and then of course every month there will be a new podcast for the Gray Stage podcast, and you'll be able to find that either on Spotify, on Anchor.fm, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. I think it's pretty much everywhere. Google Play. So wherever you're looking for it, wherever you're trying to find it, you should be able to find it. Here's another image of the of how the bodies were found, northeast, and there you go from there. So all that was in a lot of these notes and stuff, the stuff that you'll see where it looks like it's all handwritten stuff. Most of that came from the BCA 488, which I believe is a big document. I mean, that's almost 500 pages, but I think if you're going to go through any document, look at the police report, and look at the BCA, where is it? The BCA lab results and the BCA 488. I mean, really, it's like, well, you gotta look at everything pretty much to really get a full picture to understand, why David Crowley is not guilty. I mean, if you just want to assume David Crowley is, then I guess just don't even look at any of this. But if you want to actually look at the facts, then you would have to look at the stuff and come to the same conclusion that any logical human being would come to, which is David Crowley is not guilty. Still on the Gray Stage WordPress site, if you click on Read the Book, this will take you to the link where you can either download the free PDF, or you can always purchase it too. You can purchase a physical copy there. Now, if you have purchased, or if you're going to purchase a physical copy within the last month or two, this is an updated version of the book. It's just basically typos, things like that, grammar that fellow researchers have helped me out with. I want to thank you all for that too. I really appreciate that. So I did not have the money to hire a professional editor to go through this, so I pretty much did all of this myself, and had some very talented people proofread this, and that is about it. So if you bought this when it first came out, you'll probably notice some typos, maybe some grammar errors, but if you purchase this within the last month or two, then you have the version without those typos and everything. And I know for a lot of people it's more about the actual research and the document, so it's not a big deal, but I do want to put in as much work, as much effort to it as possible. So a lot of the stuff that was taken out, I'm just going to go back there if I can. A lot of the stuff that was taken out, there's also a section for that, Gray Stage book extras. This is what I started with, and it was going to be, I think this one, if you read this, it's about maybe 20 pages on text, but it has grown, and it's growing. It's about closer to 60 pages now. So that's where I'm at with that, and who knows, I might be able to get maybe a whole nother book out of this. It'll have to be structured in a certain way, but that's possible. So that's what I'm debating now. Just finished two books. Gonna get back into the COVID book that I'm writing in real time, pretty much. But then I need to figure out what to do with the Gray Stage extras. Do I have enough here for a second book?
And should it be a second book, or should it just be an extra chapter, which is what the first idea was, is I could just make this all one big chapter and throw it in the Gray Stage book as a bonus chapter, I guess. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm still not 100% sure. But going back to the Gray Stage, or going back to the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, lots of good posts. This post that has come up here, Solomon Daywood, I hope I'm not butchering your name, but I really want to thank you for dropping in and creating this post here, and I'm going to read this out. I think this is a very important post. A lot of the posts are really good. This question has come up, this area has come up a few times, and I think it's really broken down well here. So here's what he said yesterday at 9:44 a.m., so that would be October 27th. Truly bad work by the police. The police on The Simpsons would have done a better job. The only thing I can really set aside from lie to truth is in regards to the open Quran on the floor. I would not have thought much on this until the documentary stated it was open to pages of forgiveness. I'm here to tell you that is a complete lie. If anything, those verses are asking protection from evildoers and the mischief makers. I have a huge in-depth of knowledge in this area as being a Muslim, and for the last 6 years studying from an Islamic university in Doha, Qatar, and receiving certifications in areas of Quran, Sharia, and other Islamic issues. It was truly what piqued my interest in looking into this more. The documentary and media was pushing a narrative he was asking for forgiveness before killing his family, hence open Quran to the verses like I mentioned. The verses are in reference to seeking protection, not forgiveness, and in all respects to me believing that people other than David did this, and supporting physical facts that just don't add up. No blood on bullet or ceiling. I worked for the summer at Trauma Bioservice Cleaners some of these events, and I find that almost impossible that was the case, as multiple other impossibilities in that house. I apologize for the long novel of an introduction, but I truly hope someone reopens this one day and runs polygraph on those 4 people. Pretty powerful. And by the time that I got to asking this question, I noticed that this question had already been asked, but it is about the Quran, and it is about it is about the blood writing and why Allahu Akbar and then Allah, why it's written twice differently. So he does go into that, and he explains that as well. One of the comments here from Catherine: you're not the first person to come forward and say the Quran is not a forgiveness prayer page. A couple of years ago now, someone who came from Pakistan and has read the Quran their entire life said it wasn't a forgiveness prayer. That's pretty interesting, because the forgiveness prayer, I believe that was Sidra, Kamel's sister, is the one that told police that it was open to a forgiveness prayer. We're not sure what page the police actually showed her, or if they showed her the photos of the quote-unquote forgiveness prayer. But this has been a big thing here, because the Allahu Akbar, the Muslim angle, the Quran, all of that is almost like a second murder scene. It's almost like a second crime scene. And so why is all of that here? What does that have anything to do with David? And why is it being pushed? First it was covered up, but why is it being pushed so heavily in the sloppumentary? I think that's another valid point. Barbara Carpenter commented, I believe the Muslim Quran Association was all stage. If you are proficient in both Arabic and English, would it not be that term Allahu Akbar does not translate properly into English? That if it were a real Arab Muslim who had written it, it would be Allah Akbar, is what she says. So she's saying
It would not be the term Allahu Akbar does not properly translate into English. And if it were a real Arab Muslim who had written it, it would be Allah Akbar. My second statement would be that the term Allahu Akbar is a takbir. I'm not sure what that is. Exclamation or phrase that is spoken. Interesting. For example, if you greet someone during a happy event, you might use the term Allahu Akbar, but it is never used in a negative sense when speaking, and that it is a spoken expression, not written. It only appears in 2 or 3 places in the Hadith and in the Arabic dictionary, of course. Last, I understand that Allah Akbar means that Allah is great, where Allah is the subject. However, Allahu Akbar, when attempted to be translated into English, makes Allah the object, not the intended subject. This would be improper, which is why I feel the term Allahu Akbar has no written translation in English. I understand in Arabic and many other European countries the passive tense is used, but that is rarely used in English any longer. So an attempt to translate Allahu Akbar into English, which would mean that Allah is the greater or the greatest, and would be wrong as written, because Allah is not the subject in written English translation. My contention is that it was staged by someone who had a smattering of knowledge on spoken Arabic expressions, but not how they were used. The person who wrote on the wall was not fluent in both Arabic and English. The Muslim connection was a red herring. Your comments would be welcome. And he sure does comment here. I'm going to read 1 or 2 of these comments. Barbara Carpenter, very impressed with your details on the topic. The takbir can be used in various ways. For example, in our prayers, we open our prayers with Allahu Akbar, and almost every movement requires the takbir prior to those movements. Now that it's used in the passive in prayer, as for greetings, it's never used. The greeting will always be a salam alaikum, and the reply is equal or better as a requirement in Quran and Sunnah. Now, if we are chatting after our salams, and it's about something amazing, like, let's say, a beautiful sunset, then one could say Allahu Akbar. Now, in the possibly yelling Allahu Akbar, this is usually seen on the battlefield. When success of a battle or explosion of something, Allahu Akbar will be yelled. But linguistic, it all means the same in English. God is Allah, great, Akbar. God is, which is Allah, great, Akbar. So Allahu Akbar. The Arabic English translation of most is almost backwards into what we are used to in English. This is something that when English speakers like myself start to learn Arabic, we can't really think in English terms. A small example. In English we say bylaws, book. In Arabic is first and the bylaw is last. The book of bylaw. Billah. I know I'm mispronouncing this. I don't speak Arabic, sorry. Al-Kitab Bilal. Or another example is where are you from? In Arabic it is from where you. It's somewhat complicated to explain over text really, and for me to read it too, but he says it's somewhat complicated to explain over text really, but I hope that kind of gives you a brief understanding and direct translation. Because some things cannot be directly translated really. It's more implied with an additional or removal of a letter. As for the writing on the wall, that's a tough one really. I agree that someone did definitely have a smattering of knowledge of the expression indeed. And honestly, I do agree with your findings on who you think wrote on the wall. And the connection was a red herring. I hope I somewhat answered your questions and didn't add more confusing things. And they go back and forth kind of, and so by the time that I had gotten, to ask this question, Barbara had already asked everything I pretty much wanted to ask. I'm actually going to read a few more here. I got a little time
we're still live here, October 28th, 2020, and be live here for a few more minutes, and then I'll just go into some of the Gray Stage replays. And I want to thank everybody who has participated in those, everyone in the chat room who has helped with all of that. And you know, the main reason the main reason why I replay all these is because every day it's like there's new people that are just learning about this case, that are curious about this case, that are trying to get caught up. And it's almost impossible. You cannot, this is not one of those cases that, the way that I feel is this is not a case that you can just, you know, look at a couple times and just, you know, within a couple days really think that you have it all figured out. I think the more knowledge people have, the more research that they do, the more documentation, it can solidify one's view, but it can also change one's view too. And a lot of people that are just learning about this you know, they've only either looked at the 2012 trailer, they've looked at some of the conspiracy theories on this, and they've looked at the sloppumentary, and that's really it. So they're coming here to this group, to the YouTube channels, to find out more, to learn more, and that's a great thing. So I try to replay those as much as I can until we can get the case reopened, and then I'd probably you know, stop that for a while, until we can get some solid conclusions about this, or at least till we can get the police to admit that David Crowley is not guilty and there's possibly a murderer out there right now. Whichever comes first. Okay, so Barbara says, I'm impressed. When I said in my earlier post Allahu Akbar would be used in a good positive way, to it would be after an initial greeting, after meeting. If I tell you in a conversation that I got a much better job, I think you might reply Allahu Akbar on my new position after the greeting as Salam Alaikum. I know I said that wrong, and I know I've heard that before. She also says, I think it would be never used if I told you that my mother had recently died. I know it is a call to prayer, also a positive event. I know it is used in battle, but is that not a usage that for which it was not intended originally? We may hear people use the term in the news, but to a non-Arabic speaker, it would be a negative use. Allahu Akbar is a positive takbir by my reading. Spanish is similar. I'm glad she brought that up. Japanese is also similar too. When I'm watching my Japanese wrestling, when they announce the Japanese wrestler, they announce they announce the first name and the last name, but when it's translated into text, it's backwards. So their last name in English is pronounced first. So I understand what they're saying. It's a little bit backwards there. Spanish is similar. In Spanish it would be El Libro de Badal, which translates to the Book of Badal. Where are you from? In Spanish it would be De Donis Eres, which would literally mean from where are you. The police would not have bothered to look at language or religious nuances that only pose as being religious and correct Arabic, like the page in the Quran, all staged by someone to confuse the police, who would not likely have any Muslim authority on staff to say this is not right. Someone with no conscience did this, to throw the police off the real motive and make the police decide upon David was a murderer. I blame police for not immediately calling in the FBI, as they would have the experience and the personnel to know it was staged. Not only those who have direct knowledge of Arabic and with the Muslim faith Quran, but also forensic people who would know how to collect evidence and view a crime scene for inconsistencies, all pointing to a staged crime. Thank you for the information and help. It bothers me that it would seem so stereotypical to add in a religious element to throw off police to the easiest conclusion that David had disintegrated mentally. or that David was financially finished, his movie rejected, he had become mentally ill from the obsession with the film, and throw in a few Muslim references to add religion to the mix. But the opposite is true. He had money. He was not a big spender. He was close to signing a deal for a series, and he was interested in many spiritual teachings, so no evidence that he was fanatical toward one. Thank you. Very good. So curious to see what you all think about all of this. Allahu Akbar, Allah Akbar. Why is it written in two separate places? I'm going to scroll down here to see. So I had asked, and thank you for this info, what about Allahu Akbar written in blood on the living room wall and submit to Allah now written on a notepad? Why is Allah written different? And this is one thing that has really, really bothered me. Why is it written differently? So I'll just read some of this explanation here. And I have not responded to him yet, to this person yet, but I do hope to respond very soon. And he says, that's an extremely good question. That Dhamma I was speaking about is always there, but pronouncing it depends on where it is in the sentence, and if it's a subject or predicate information, like noun to adjective, or in Islamic terms, connect Allah to his attributes. There is another saying we use in Islam that uses this Allahu Alam, which means Allah knows best. But you wouldn't apply the same rules to submit to Allah or submit to Allah now, because I believe. Now is the verb. Even though the Dhamma is still present in writing, it's known not to pronounce it. Like I said, Arabic can be a very complicated language, but I don't think the difference of terms that were used Allahu on the wall and Allah on the pad of paper signifying any high level of understanding of Arabic, but rather just knowing Allahu Akbar is with a U, and anything mentioned with Allah other than the Takbir has no U in translation. Very interesting. He says, you will see the Dhamma, but I would just write and say this as Allah. Even submit to Allah. Allah will be at the end of a sentence, and the word is surrender instead of submit. Ooh, that's pretty interesting too. This is, yeah, so it sounds like Barbara is right on, that it's someone who has a smattering of knowledge. They wanted it to look like this. Maybe to shut up the family, shut up Kamel's family. Because I think Kamel's family in the movie, in the sloppumentary, they were a big target for that. I mean, after speaking with the family friend of Kamel's family, that's exactly what it was. Like, they were being set up too. It seemed like, they had no idea what the sloppumentary was really going to focus on. When they saw an early copy of it, they didn't understand the point Eric Nelson was trying to make, and it was all just to make Kamel look crazy too, to if not subliminally promote this pack theory, maybe even worse, if not consciously or subconsciously, I don't know. But that film, it's almost like an MK Ultra film, I guess you could say. That's the best comparison that I could get. So surrender to Allah, and you would not even pronounce the Allah. It would be more like Ilah because of the Shada symbol on Allah. It's very confusing. I will make a small video. So I need to look at this video. I look forward to that. That would be great. So it looks like he did make a video. I wonder if this is it, if we can actually watch this here. Oh, 60.
Hi again, this is a message in replying to Barbara's comment or questions. Definitely one of the things I can't type out, I can't text it, because we'll lose. Some things are just better explained, because then we have intention and stuff like that behind it. You're finding out very quickly that the Arabic English trade-off for words doesn't always work. when I first started learning Arabic and reading and writing, I found that I had the same problem. Like, words meant one thing, it just doesn't flow. Like, you said yourself in Spanish, and the context of where nouns go and stuff like that are similar to Arabic as well. And even French is like that too. And but Arabic goes one step further. Well, I wouldn't say one step further, but I find the complicated thing with it is there's not general trade-offs for words. There's general words for things of items, like cat, ball, dog. But when it comes to even like jump, action words, there's those words. But when it comes to things like submission, like how do you define it? Like how do you define a submission, right? So I can see where a little bit of the confusion comes in, where it's submit to Allah, but also Islam means submission. But we also got to remember that Islam also means peace, right? So it all depends on the context in which you're using it. We obviously in the English language have something similar. It's the word cool. Cool can mean two things. It can mean I'm cool, like I'm doing all right, or maybe better than all right. Or it can mean cool, it's not cold and it's not hot. It's cool. It's cool out. Or, I had a situation where my wife came in the house and she asked me how I was doing, and I said, I'm cool. She says, it's not cold in here. Are you sick? Of course I laughed. I said, no, I'm doing good. Then I had to explain to her what I meant. And she knows English. She's fluent in English, but she's only been at it 10 years. So she has that issue that we're having, which we have it going from English to Arabic. She has it going from Arabic to English. Now, I hope I'm not getting on different tangents. I'm just trying to explain that you will never have, I'm not going to say never, but it's a complicated language. Some things are very expressive, and it's all in how it's used, much like English. So, for instance, if I wrote a letter to a friend of mine, or I want to ask a question to somebody in Saudi Arabia, and they didn't know English at all, and I typed out this letter in English and used Google Translate, it wouldn't work. You'd almost be running the risk of maybe insulting the person. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, it's that kind of language. It's really different in that sense. Like, I might throw up a screenshot. I got a couple friends on my Facebook where they'll put something up in Arabic, a long thing, and then Facebook will do a translation below. And if you read the translation below, it's just like, wow, what are these guys talking about, So enough said about that, and I'm glad you've noticed that, because a lot of people don't notice that, but that doesn't really affect the English, what was written. What does affect what was written was the intent of who wrote it. Like, I think you mentioned that. And that's the key. That is the whole key, is what was the intention of who wrote it? Because in Islam, we don't usually say submit to Allah now. We do say submit to Allah, and we say it quite frequently. It's basically the intent behind that is to submit to the will of Allah. But because, the will of Him, we believe that everything is in control from Him. He's the creator, sustainer, maintainer of everything, right? Nothing happens without Him, good or bad, to us. So if we're submitting to the will of Allah, whether it's good or bad, then we're submitting to what we believe comes from Him. And only He can remove that hardship from us. It's much like if your neighbor parked a car in your driveway and blocking you in your car or in your driveway, and you want to leave. Well, where are you going to go? You're going to go down the street to another neighbor's house to tell him to remove the car? No, you're going to go to who is blocking you to remove this obstacle from you. And we believe the same thing. So if we have obstacles in our lives and hardships in our lives, we actually say it. Submit to Allah. Or if we say it usually to ourselves, but it also sets it to another brother or a sister to another sister. That, I'm having some hardships in my life and things are not just going the right way, especially with COVID right now. Like, you'll hear it a lot now. People sometimes are losing their businesses, and, people say, submit to Allah, like it's within His control, submit to Him, pray, ask Him to remove the hardship, whatever, right? So that's one end of it. And this is why I think I mentioned in one video that when that came up on the documentary, the photo of that particular note, my wife and I were looking at it and was like, wow, because that's a deep statement. That is a deep statement to say that. This is usually not reserved, I don't want to say reserved, but it's something commonly said by Muslims. Submit to Allah. And the now part, I can't see why that would be used. This is not something. I've actually asked a few other colleagues, brothers, or teachers of mine about this statement. They would say the same thing. It's we would never say this. We would say it maybe to somebody who maybe was, really, that was Muslim and who wasn't practicing the deen that much, and who was starting to get involved in maybe whatever. They were coming away from Islam for whatever. We would say, you need to submit to the law right now. It's not tomorrow, not later. You need to do it now, right? But honestly, without the intent, it's really difficult for me to, say one way or other why the statement was put down, and what context it was trying to be used in, by either David's hands or the other perpetrators in the house. It's definitely left me scratching my head for sure. Because, like I said, it's not a statement you hear very often being used. Even Allahu Akbar, it's not a statement that you hear. Like that note actually contradicts a lot of stuff that they say. I don't know. The only other negative form of context I've heard this statement, submit to Allah now, is around 2014, 2015. Well, maybe even before that, where it's basically some of these radical Muslims with hostages, and they're making videotapes. I don't want to get into details, but they have the hostages, and it was around that time, I think, they were addressing a lot of videos to America and Britain, and they would have hostages, and they would say, submit to Allah now, withdraw your troops, submit to Allah now. And then, they would do away with the hostages. That's the only other time I really heard it being used, really, like in that context of submit to Allah now. As more of a command, like somebody telling somebody else to do it, like submit to Allah now or else, which is generally not something we practice, really. It's, forgive me if I'm rambling on. I'm just in awe with the note too, and I wish I could offer one way or another, to shed some light on, an exact why somebody would say that. It's not an easy statement to, decipher and say, well, this is the intention of the person who wrote it, and this is why they wrote it. It's definitely, we're missing big keys here, right? If David wrote it, what was his intention with it? If somebody else wrote it, what was their intention from writing it? Because like I said, it totally contradicts the rest of what happened, really. If David wrote it, what did he mean of writing it? Was he going to, what were they trying to set the scene like? Like, he killed his family, he wrote Allahu Akbar on the wall, lots of blood. Then went to his office, thought he ran himself down a to-do list, open the Rise. Oh, and just in case I forgot, I need to submit to Allah now. And then go out back into the living room, grab the Quran, rip pages out of it. Hey, we found this place in the Quran. We're going to read it and shoot myself. This is way too much inconsistencies, like way too much overlapping hypocritical things going on there. It's just, I was told many years ago by a judge, when we have so many inconsistencies, generally it's a lie, because there's lots of inconsistencies. Truth is very easy to follow, and with what they're trying to portray and what's actually happening, is very contradictory to religiously to each other, actually, like if they were trying to, at one point I think they were trying to sell the notion that that this whole Islam ripping out pages and all this kind of stuff and the writing on the wall was some kind of salt in the wound towards his wife after he killed it. Like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, especially with the note, submit to Allah now. Like, how does that come into play? Was it trying to mean in the context like, well, submit to Allah now? You can't. You're dead. It doesn't make any sense. It just, and I'm glad you brought up that point. And I think I've seen a brief on the A's you were talking about, and yeah, he didn't write that. Yeah, his A's were very particular. You don't change your handwriting, just because, his writing was pretty constant, really. So I hope I've helped a little bit. Sorry if I couldn't help anymore. It's like I said, it's just one of those things that I don't want to speculate, and I really don't want to say one way or the other what he had in mind, if he did write it, or the killers. On that side, like I said, I think they were trying to paint a picture. The one picture where, he flipped out, killed his family, felt overwhelming remorse. For some reason, wrote Allahu Akbar on the wall, God is the greatest. Went into the office, or vice versa, who knows. Wrote, submit to Allah now, because I got asked for forgiveness. Went back out, opened the Quran to some apparent verses that meant forgiveness, according to the media and everybody else. And ripped out pages for some reason and shot himself after asking for forgiveness. To verses that had nothing to do with forgiveness. Even the pieces of paper that were on the ground, I looked at those surahs. They had nothing to do with forgiveness. There's that one little clip. It just had the number 57. Well, that was from Surah Al-Furqan, and it has just to do with you'll be getting no reward other than walking the straight path. So you'll be getting no riches other than just walking the straight path and doing good in the name of the law. And the other one was Surah Nahl from ayats 10 to 13. This just has to do with reaffirming the existence of Allah and the bounties on His creation. So it had nothing to do with forgiveness at all. So I don't know what they're trying to sell, but I ain't buying it. Can't sell no freezer to this Eskimo. But I'll let you go, and any other questions, I'll be sure to try to help more than this one.
Well, that was great. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that. Let me just like that one. I'm gonna also subscribe here. Okay, I was gonna leave a comment, but looks like he has the comments turned off. But I would definitely like to maybe get him on one of our conference calls, and I think doing a whole show going over all of the writings, all of the Quran pages. I think this would be a person that would be able to help us out to understand what those pages mean. So I'm definitely going to like this video, respond to it, and try to see if we can do an in-depth show with this person, and that will be great. I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here at this point. I'm going to, let's get into some replays here. But the other thing that I would love to ask this person is about jinn, Jinn, and that is because there is the question about jinn, demons, in the English translation, and I do want to know more about that. So what his view is on that. I was watching a YouTube video about the Chris Watts case, and it's an interesting video because it goes through the police CCTV or the police body cam videos, and in the body cam videos there's voices that are heard. A child's voice, perhaps the mother's voice. In another body cam video, the police, after the deaths happen, after Chris Watts, his family is murdered, there is a video of police that are called to the house because they think there's somebody in there. Somebody reports seeing a woman in the house. The police go there, they look around, the garage light is on, there's nobody there, but in one of the videos there is a shadow behind one of the cops. And I bring this up because trying to consider all possibilities with the David Crowley case, I do consider the possibility that jinn were involved, that demons were involved. It doesn't mean that it came from David's side. It could have been there for a long time. It could have came from Kamel's side, but it seems in the Middle East it's more common. It's like in Russia, in the Russian area. My father-in-law was telling me about some of these stories about demons, about seeing things, and you know these are not crazy people. These are not insane people. And so I think the whole demon thing was supposed to be in Eric Nelson's film. When Kamel's family had their footage taken out, all of that gotten taken out. So that's why it's kind of out of place. A lot of the things that you see in Eric Nelson's film regarding Kamel seeing things, hearing things, they don't go into it more. They just kind of like, well, she's just crazy. But I wonder if there is any footage, any of the home footage from David, from his wife, where maybe there is some shadows lurking in the background. Maybe there is something there.
And in the chapter, in the Gray Stage book chapter, where I talked with Kamel's sister, she had mentioned she saw something, and I don't think she's crazy either. These things are real. And so I do wonder if there's any, I believe there is involvement in it. I don't know how deep it goes or anything. It is the only thing to me that would explain, not the only thing, it's one of the only things that would explain a police cover-up. Because they're just not going to go there. But, you know, again, I'm keeping an open mind to it, and I really don't care if people think that I'm crazy for even going there. It doesn't matter to me. But I'd like to ask this person about that, about the gin, get some more information on that. Bring this up because David Crowley, we know that there was at least one camera in the house, and the camera was pointed towards the Crowley family garage. I always thought that was weird. But then looking at the Chris Watts case, and where the light was coming on was in their garage. Just a wild theory, just throwing it out there. Maybe they were David had cameras set out to try to catch something, to try to catch some footage of it. David had the same technology that a lot of these ghost hunters use. So who knows? But if he caught something, I'd be pretty interested in looking at the family footage, at his footage, to see if they did. That'd be the first thing that I would look for. The camera in the garage is never mentioned. We had some of our members who pointed it out that it was even there, and then we had the owner at the time, who has since moved out, the owner that lived there after David. She was able to show us photos of where you can see that the camera was pulled out of the house. So, and it's just a camera. It's not like there'd be any footage on that particular camera, but it would just be interesting to know what the purpose of having a camera in the garage was, and if there were other cameras set up around the house to try to catch something. I think if David was willing to film his wife's experiences or her recounting these things, it's possible. Maybe he was trying to catch some footage of a djinn. Alright, now I'm way off topic, way off. So I hope you all have a great day, and I'm going to go ahead and play some replays. God bless you all. Until next time.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is August 6th, 2019, and this is the latest update on the Crowley case updates. This episode is called The Private Investigator Kenneth Main's Conclusion. Back in February, I retained the services of a private investigator named Kenneth Mains to look into this case from top to bottom and review the David Crowley family murder case, or the triple homicide. He didn't know anything about the case. I didn't let him know anything about the case, and so this was a new set of eyes coming in. And once we agreed to the contract to have him come basically into the fold and look at this information of this strange case of the Crowley family deaths when the bodies were found in January of 2015, I proceeded then to let him know, forward to him on a USB jump drive, all of the files, the case files, the police files, the BCA photographs, the detective photographs, the final conclusion, the BCA conclusion, the lab results, and a series of videos that we had done on the case relating to things that we've uncovered along the way in the 4 years since the bodies have been discovered. That case, the investigation now has wrapped up. Kenneth Mains provided his final conclusion at the end of May 2019, and now we're at the beginning of August here, and after some back and forth, I think I'm able to now bring this to conclusion. They're working with Kenneth Mains. The reason I hired Kenneth for this case, Kenneth Mains here, as you see, is a United States Marine Corps veteran and a detective. He uses a unique and particular combination of forensic science, criminal investigation, forensic psychology, victimology, crime reconstruction, crime scene assessment, and criminal profiling to solve cases. He is the president and founder of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases, which was created to assist law enforcement members and victims' families in solving the plethora of unsolved cases. And so with Kenneth Maines here hired, he was able to look into this case, read all of the documentation, look through all the photos, watch the videos, watch the various documentation and of this strange case. His conclusion was that although there are some oddities in the case, his conclusion really basically agrees with the Apple Valley police detectives in saying that David Crowley did do this. He did kill his 5-year-old daughter, Rania. He did kill his wife, Kamel, and then he shot himself in the head, killing himself at the end. Around the December 25th Christmas time frame of 2014. 3 weeks later, neighbors found the bodies, and they've gone with it ever since. The case has been now since closed. David allegedly did it. There's been no evidence to support that David did it, although all the circumstantial evidence points to David doing it. What we found here in the last 4.5 years with the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, with all of its 2,700 members, have come up with a plethora of information that has come to light since then, along with other people looking into this. We put that package together, sent it to Kenneth Maines, and he came back with his result. Although I'm not pleased with the results of saying that David Crowley did this, as we know that he certainly did not do this. Kenneth Maines did put together a pretty good summary and the reasons for his answers and his reasons for how he came to his conclusions. Some of those reasons were sketchy and kind of soft. That didn't really, some of his answers weren't too beefy, and so what I did was I responded back to him with the two following. I put together a summary of 2 items. 2 things here that I wrote back to Kenneth Maines. Number 1, section 1 was a listing of 15 different items of clarification from his conclusion. These are things that I think that he may have misunderstood what I was asking, or I may have not termed the question very good, and it appears that he wrote answers based on not exactly what the questions or coming to a conclusion that was not really what we were after. And so I sent those to him to get some clarification, because once I think we get clarification on those items, it'll steer him in I think a better direction as far as coming to a conclusion. He did not answer those questions. Section 2, there's 12 items of relevance, I think, that came out of his conclusion that were not even addressed in the Kenneth Maines conclusion. So in his concluding report, his report of findings in this case, there was 12 things there that I felt were relevant that were not addressed at all, and he did respond to those, and he did reply with his answers to those. So basically his answer was that this is his opinion. This is what the facts lead him to see. We're not here to necessarily sell him on anything, but just to make sure that he's got the right facts and we're all sitting on the right facts, therefore we can come to the right conclusions. So Kenneth did say that it's fine that I don't necessarily agree with his opinions, but that's strictly what they are, as opinions, as are what he states in his report as are mine. These are my opinions, and so he was not interested in getting into a debate about these, and I said that's certainly not the case. We're not here to debate. We just want to make sure that we're all in the same. We understand the information the correct way. So first thing I'll do is go over these 15 items, because if we're going to ever hire another investigator, get another private investigator into looking in this case, this could be the video to help aid that. As like I said, I am not sure if I didn't word my questions correctly or not, and if Kenneth Maines interpreted some of these things one way, who's to say that another person will not do the same thing? So this is just going to go through the 15 things that I think were confusing when reading his final conclusion. Item 1. He had mentioned that after years of trying to obtain funding for his project, it appeared it faded out. And I just want to clarify with Kenneth Maines that I'm not sure why he would write that. After years of trying to obtain funding, it faded out. Now, we do know David did get the contract, was working towards the contract, and moving forward with his new Gray State web series or internet series. Whatever it was, we don't know exactly, but he signed the contract and everything, so that is correct. We know that he had an offer, and actually he was moving forward with the deal. And I sent him the video. Now, I'm not sure if he watched it or not, but there's an interview that I did back in 2017 with Michael Entertainment Group President Mike Boggio III. And that video, I'm hoping he watched it, but it clearly states that they did have a deal. They were moving forward with a deal. David Crowley was not depressed, despondent over no funding and no contract. He certainly was looking forward to this contract. So that was my first thing to clarify. I think if we had another investigator look into this in the future, that's the first thing we need to understand, is that he did have a contract. That is not an opinion. That is a fact. Number 2, there was a text that was sent allegedly by David Crowley on December 19th, 2014 to Christopher Peck saying, "Do you have any?" And that was a text. It was the last day of school for Rania. It was a Friday before the holiday of Christmas, and allegedly David Crowley was looking to score some weed from his weed dealer, Christopher Peck. Christopher Peck says, "I received a text from David Crowley on 12/19 in the morning saying, 'Do you have any?'" And later on, it's alleged that David and Comel both drove to the house, picked up some marijuana, and that's now what we see in the crime scene photos sitting on the bedroom dresser. I just want to clarify that point. There is no proof that this text ever took place. David's old phone was shut down October 28th, 2014, and via FOIA requests, cell phone records indicate David received only 3 text messages in the month of December 2014 and didn't send any during the month of December. We have the FOIA requests for that phone number that David Crowley had for his voice messages, voice calls outgoing and incoming, and his text messages outgoing and incoming. There was only 3 texts he received that entire month, and in fact he never sent any texts. So the question now is, did Chris Peck really receive a text from someone, or was it from David Crowley? If it was from David Crowley, it wasn't from David Crowley's phone. So on December 19th, there's no activity at all on his cell phone for text incoming or outgoing. So the question is, one of the questions that we had as a group with the Justice page was, did the Apple Valley detectives vet the comments made by the Crowley friends, family, relatives, and those on the Gray State project? We tend to believe that they didn't vet this because there are several instances where people claim to have made phone calls, claim to have made texts, claims to have sent and received texts, and once we receive the phone logs from AT&T for the records, those things did not take place. So the question is, did the Apple Valley Police detectives vet what was said? Now, for sure on the Christopher Peck text that he claims with law enforcement, I don't believe they vetted and looked that up. So the question is, did Christopher Peck lie to police, or did he indeed receive a text from someone else and told police it was from David Crowley? And so that's a pretty big thing, and I wanted Kenneth Maines to understand that's a pretty big deal. that didn't jump out at him, so I don't think that he went through and vetted the individual's comments, phone-related comments, to actually looking up at the phone records to ensure that those things actually did take place. Item number 3, Kenneth Maines wrote, there were numerous military and electronic gadgets that were not yet organized found in the basement of David Crowley's home. And so the point of clarification is here is David Crowley owned and operated a company called the Bullet Exchange. This company purchased large amounts of used military/police gear. These were used as movie props and rented out or sold to customers. David shut down the business once the Graystate movie script was purchased, and plans were made to turn the script into a web-based series or a television series. The inventory that remained was put up for sale via a garage sale on September 5th, 2014 at the Crowley house. The items we see in the basement of the home in the crime scene photos were the remaining inventory. It appears that it was not yet organized or put away. These were not sitting untouched in the basement since the Crowleys moved into their house a year prior. So I think with the way that it reads in the conclusion to Kenneth Maines was that it was very unorganized home with a lot of things sitting around. And so that garage sale took place, we know, it was September 5th. So all the month of September, October, and November, and even into December there, it does appear that David Crowley did not organize, put that away, get rid of it, sell it, or donate it. It was still sitting down there. So that is, it was not sitting down there for the entire time from as a result of moving into the home and not yet getting a chance to put it away. Just wanted to clarify that point, that this was just September after the garage sale that this was sitting down there. Item 5, dog activity. The dog activity, Kenneth Maines goes on to mention that the dog was strong enough to pull/tug on the bodies. And I just wanted to clarify with the investigator here is, I agree that the dog may have scavenged on the bodies and perhaps torn the sweatpants on Comel and perhaps moved Randy's body. She was only 5 years old. But Randy's right arm was missing at the socket. This means it was removed altogether from the socket. This isn't something a small or mid-sized dog could accomplish. Animal vets have commented that Paleo could not have pulled through the muscle/ligaments and tendons in this area to be able to do this. What caused it? Although we do not know how exactly the arm was removed, we do know that a mid-sized beagle dog could not have done this. So the question is, how did that arm, Randy's arm, her right arm, entire right arm was removed, taken, I believe, taken from the scene. The dog didn't eat those bones. It may have scavenged on some of the other parts, but I believe that bone was, that arm was gone altogether. So the question is, if the dog didn't do it, who did it? And I think on the investigative report from Kenneth, the conclusion says that the dog was very active, tugging and pulling on the bodies. While that statement is true, it doesn't explain an entire arm missing that's pulled out from the socket. And I think this is a very huge point in the case. He himself mentioned that he had trouble understanding why the arm was missing. And the next part, item 5 here coming up, why the rib was fractured. But he didn't seem to allude to it being large enough an impact in this case to further examine it. He just chalked it up as being strange, is what I think he did. Item 5, fractured rib. What is most complexing to me is the fractured rib that she suffered. This is a direct quote from the investigator, and it is very perplexing. The fractured rib on a 5-year-old girl was just below the armpit. This is not something that the dog could have done. This is the fracturing the rib once again. A dog could not have fractured her rib. This also happens to be very near the missing right arm, right below the armpit of that arm. If a human foot was used as leverage to pull the arm out of the socket, this could certainly result in a fracture of the rib at that location. Did David pull the arm off of his daughter after killing her? Why? If the arm was pulled off while Randy was still alive, the neighbors would have certainly heard the screams. More than likely, the arm was removed after her death. Regardless of why or how the arm was removed, there was no arm bones found at the scene. Lead investigator James Gummert told me personally, that he believes the dog ate the bones. The radius, the ulna, the humerus, all eaten, swallowed, and digested by a mid-sized beagle mix? Very unlikely. It does appear her arm was taken by the killers as a trophy of sorts. Item number 6, bloody footprint. My comment is that I agree that the bloody footprint on the floor contained Comel's blood. The investigators and the detectives did find that the blood on the floor that was in the shape of a footprint was Comel's. That we agree with. I also agree that Comel was wearing socks, and I agree that David was not wearing socks. The Apple Valley police detectives deduced that it must have been David's footprints, as he was the only adult that was not wearing socks. The question is, was David's feet tested to ensure there was ever blood on his feet? The fact that there were only a couple of footprints in the house suggests these were homemade to appear as footprints. There are no footprints in the office, in the hall, or the kitchen, or anywhere near the kitchen. But there's only a few near the kitchen island, conveniently right near where he would have been potentially standing with a laptop. We simply need to find out if anybody tested David's feet to ensure that there was, in fact, no blood on them. The answer should be a simple yes or no. We just need to know exactly who to ask. If the testing wasn't done, who would have been the ones doing the testing? Who would we ask? Who would conduct a test like that? Would the investigators know? Was it assigned to someone to test the feet? The question here is, we think that the foot was never tested for blood and there was no visible blood on the foot. Nothing was ever mentioned in the lab reports about this important step of the process, but I don't want to assume that it was not completed. Maybe it was tested. We just don't have any evidence to support David's feet was ever tested for blood. If he had blood on him and it was visual and it was visible, we would have seen it with the photographs from the crime scene. Or it would have been noted that the blood on David's feet matched the blood found on the floor. Yeah, and so we don't even know. We know that David was barefoot, Comel was not, and footprints were on the floor, and it obviously wasn't Randy's footprints. Comel had socks on, so what we think happened, did the Apple Valley police detectives just assume that it was his feet because he was the only adult not wearing socks? That's where we want the clarification to come from. Item number 7. David's DNA on item number 57 up in the attic. David's DNA was found on the bullet fragment labeled 57 in the report that was found, that bullet was found in the attic. So the question we've got here is this. I agree with the statement that his DNA was on that bullet found in the attic. The hollow points bullet used were David's, and he would have loaded the weapon, and filled the magazine. Each of the bullets would potentially have David's DNA on them. All the bullets could all have had David's touch DNA on them. He loaded them. They were his. The weapon was his. The ammunition was him. The contention here is that item 57 had no blood or brain matter on the fragment. This was the shot that allegedly killed David Crowley. This is the most important bullet recovered at the scene. Assuming the bullet went through David's skull, through the living room ceiling, and landed in the attic, there would be blood on it. These are hollow point bullets that mushroom out once fired and gather/collect human tissue on the way through the body. If this bullet did not have blood on it, we have a problem. The other 4 bullet fragments at the scene had blood on them. 3 that went in and through Comel, and 1 that went in and through Randy. Those had blood and DNA. Blood DNA on them. The most important bullet found in that house from the killer had no blood even on the bullet. Why not this one? Was this bullet planted in the attic? Was it fired into the ceiling without going through any person, such as the shot that went through the living room floor that ended up in the basement wall? Was this bullet a warning shot fired by the perpetrator or perpetrators? Or was this shot fired into the ceiling on January 19th, 2015, when several friends were inside the home for some reason prior to the home being professionally cleaned, when a neighbor called 911 that day because of all the activity? If David was killing his family, then himself, would there be a need for one or possibly two warning shots to take place at all? So just a clarification point. We understand that there's DNA, touch DNA found on that bullet. Question is, there's no blood. There's no tissue. Item number 8, song list playing in a loop. Kenneth Maines in his report said that this was most likely created after the murders. So the question is, my comment is, the 53 songs included in the playlist called Ascent could have been added months or years before the killings. And what I'm saying is that playlist could have been created and even used by David. We only know it was playing when police arrived. We don't know when it was created or who created it. If it was even the murderers or perpetrators who created the playlist. Did the investigators from the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit arrive at a date stamp or a time stamp as to when exactly this playlist was created? That's the key. We know it was playing, not audibly. The Bluetooth speakers' batteries were dead. But when investigators opened up that laptop, it was in play mode. It was playing a song. One song out of 53 that was playing in a continuous loop for potentially 3 weeks. It seems to me that anyone could have simply hit play on this playlist prior to leaving the home. So that's another thing. We just want to clarify. Private investigator says most likely was created after the murders. And so I think what he's saying there is David did it, put this whole playlist together, and then hit play. The point of the matter is, how do we know that? Number 9, rear slider unlocked and slightly ajar. Maines, in the report on his conclusion, made the statement that this could be something or it could be nothing. Those are his words. My comment is to keep in mind this is December/January in Minnesota in the winter. This isn't common practice. For instance, if the kitchen is hot, or if there's smoke filled in the kitchen after burning something in the oven, for instance, a pizza, frozen pizza, something to that effect, yes, it's common to open the slider in winter in Minnesota, probably for 2 or 3 feet open for maybe 15 minutes to let it air out. But leaving a slider, the rear slider open a 1/4 of an inch in winter in Minnesota is very odd. This raises suspicion that a person or persons left rather quickly or either potentially re-entered the home later again. It was close enough that neighbors would have, it would have looked closed to someone behind the house. Although up close you could tell that it was still slightly open. So that's just a matter of, we just need to make sure we understand the point that this is December or January in Minnesota, unlocked, slightly ajar. It certainly wasn't something that could just be nothing. Item number 10, no fingerprints on the gun. And so the investigator Kenneth Maines says that the reports show that it was inconclusive that David's fingerprints were on the weapon. Okay, we agree with that. David's fingerprints were not on the weapon. We know that, and that's typically what happens if a weapon is wiped down by a perpetrator. So the prints are no longer on the weapon. So we agree with the point is we agree that David's prints are not on the weapon. What concerns me the most is that there are no fingerprints on the weapon. None. No fingerprints. From the manufacturer to the salesperson to the owner. Wouldn't there be many fingerprints on the weapon? David used his gun many times for practice. And it is also likely that Comel used it for practice. So there should be many prints on that weapon. It appears this weapon was wiped down. But why? Who had the motive to wipe it down? Item number 11. Why did Chris Klein lie to detectives? My comment here is Chris Klein said that he was in the house with David Crowley, his father, David Crowley's father, Dan Crowley Sr. Dan Crowley Sr. told detectives that he was in the home, but never with Chris Klein. Someone isn't being truthful. Was this followed up on? If so, who followed up? What was the answer? This would be a question I would like to ask investigators, or maybe it was mentioned in the full report. We've only received the supplemental reports or the summaries. Why was Chris Klein even in the home? 2 days after the bodies were discovered, one would think that only law enforcement, professional cleaners, or immediate family would have a need to be in that house. This was 2 days later. This wasn't a week, several weeks later. This was 2 days. Now, professional cleaning was either just completed or not yet completed. And so we've got a problem with the professional cleaners not yet being done, or may potentially have been done that day. Why were they in the house on the 19th? Now, we need to make a note here. Chris Klein was the one who mentioned to law enforcement that they, quote, missed a bullet, and this turned out to be the infamous item number 57. How would someone know what police may have missed during an investigation? How did Chris Klein know that the investigators didn't see the bullet in the attic? How did he know that? So investigators, of course, came back on February 18th, a month later, and found a bullet in the attic, after the crime scene was tampered with by a multitude of reasons. Items number 12, the bodies were moved by police. Now, this was one of the questions that we had here as the group. The position of Randy's body was not consistent in the reports. My comment is this: while the sketch drawing and the computer rendition of the direction of Comel's body and David's body were accurate, Randy's was not. The sketch drawing shows Randy's body in a north-south position, while the computer rendition shows the body in an east-west position. The only photo image that we have of Randy's body shows it lying in an east-west position. We understand that the sketches and drawings aren't intended to be 100% correct, but to be completely off leads one to wonder if someone moved the bodies. I have no problem with there being a 5 or 10% error in the drawing, a little bit this way or that way. But some think the officers did move them. The question is, how could the sketch artist be completely wrong? Did anyone follow up with this person? Was it intended to be corrected? It seemed off that even a young, inexperienced officer would be completely wrong on their view of it. Yeah, and so what I'm just trying to say here is that even if it was a young, new person on the detective case and may have gotten it wrong, they wouldn't have got it this wrong. So Randy's body, Comel's body in one of the sketches, and one of them is Randy's body, Comel's body, laying between her legs, same direction, head pointing same direction. The other one backwards, sideways, perpendicular. So the question, not that it's off a little, we're not expecting the investigators to be perfect, but how is it that they're completely wrong? And didn't that raise suspicion for him when he saw that? Item number 13, Comel's missing hands. Both hands were missing, but attributable to dog scavenging. So what we've got here is Comel was lying on her stomach, both arms crossed beneath her. Her right hand would have been near her left side, and her left hand would have been near her right side. There's a problem. Her right side was up against the sofa. Even if Paleo, the dog, could have tugged to access Comel's hand near the open side that the dog had access to pull it out from underneath her, it would still be impossible for Paleo to access the hand that was under the body near the sofa. So Paleo didn't deal with the missing hand on that side. Did he deal with the missing hand on the other side? We know Paleo didn't do anything with that missing left hand of Comel's. How did the hand get removed? The hand that was exposed to Paleo, her right hand coming out the left side of her body, was there, that the dog perhaps may have scavenged on, may have eaten, may have bitten on, may have even removed the whole hand. Highly unlikely, though. But the question here is, how did the dog even get at the other hand at all? So the question is, who or whom removed it and why? Also, question was, why were 3 hands missing from the scene? Comel's left, Comel's right, David's right hand, all missing. Was a dog left alive by the perpetrators to be able to conveniently be blamed later for the destruction of the bodies? That's what some think. Anything that was wrong with the bodies, we can just blame it on the dog, and the gullible public will believe it. Well, we've got problems. We have problems with that. Number 14, was there a cover-up by police? Kenneth Main's report says, I will say this unequivocally, did not happen. My comment is that I don't believe I ever suggested that the police were involved in a cover-up, but it does appear that the detective staff was bamboozled by individuals from the Gray State Project trying to steer the narrative. This also leaves the door open that a very few at the very top may have been compromised in some fashion to make the anomalies in this case simply go away. He mentions that it would take, you get all these sworn officers, dozens of them involved in this case, that they all were involved in some cover-up. That is not the case. I don't think anyone's mentioned or said that or even suggested that. Was it covered up by a couple of very few people at the very top that were compromised in doing so? Could be. We don't know. The only other option is that the investigators were this inept. I can't think of any how else would this have happened. So this is part of the clarification. We want to just make sure if another investigator looks at this down the road, we've got some real problems. There's real problems with this case. Now, the very last thing on the clarification, no mention of a silencer or a suppressor. My comment is that a .40 caliber handgun in that close neighborhood would have been extremely loud, with the potential of 2 series of 3 gunshots each, total of 6, and not having neighbors come running to the door leads me to suspect a silencer was used, because the perpetrators had spent considerable time in the house after the murders without being concerned about being interrupted is very telling. The staging of the scene included writing on the wall, leaving a note in the office, typing a word pad or notepad on the computer, playing a song list, opening the Quran and ripping out pages, removing body parts, all these things could have been done with the dog left in the basement with the door closed. Then, once the scene's staged, open the basement door, let the dog come up, and exit through the rear slider. So if we've got 6 shots here, and a possible series of 2 separate incidences, 3 shots followed by some time, and then another shot or 2, or another 3 shots, a total of 6. A .40 caliber in that neighborhood with no silencer, no suppressor, would have been very, very loud. And like we say, it's not that no one came running, that no one heard it. No one heard it at all. But you have to keep in mind that the perpetrators in the house were not afraid of anyone coming in and stumbling upon this case. They knew they had time, as much time as they needed to stage that scene. That's the question. So then what I did with the second section, after this was a section 2 that Kenneth did agree to answer, and these were just items of relevance that were not addressed in Kenneth Main's conclusion. And so I wanted to see here is if they were just missed. Was he not aware of these things? Did he not think that they were relative or relevant to the case? And so here are the items for things that were not included whatsoever in his report. Blunt force trauma to the piece of David's skull. There's 13 indentations found, appear to be from a hex-shaped tool. Why wasn't this addressed? We sent the information, the photos that Catherine Michelle put together of her investigation that were looked at by a retired deputy coroner that said that these are indentations on a skull that would not normally be there. A skull, the bone of the skull is a smooth bone. There wouldn't be indentations at all, much less that many, much less in the shape of a hex. Kenneth writes, I did not see this documented in the police reports. I may have missed this. Well, the point here is that it wasn't in the police reports. This came about in the 4.5-year investigation that we've done ourselves surrounding this case. That's the point of sending the information, is to have another set of eyes look at this and come up with it. And that's all that he wrote. The next comment is, the end corner of the living room recliner had massive blood stain easily seen in the photos, but there was no body near it. Let me bring this one up. This is item number 34 on the living room sofa. It's not the sofa, I'm sorry, it's the recliner. It's the reclining chair. And this is the bottom of it. Here's another shot. That stain of blood seems to be a head or some exposed, I'm guessing a head, or some exposed body part that was bleeding into it. This is soaked right through with blood. There was no head near this section of the sofa. David was lying in the middle of the room. Comel's head was up near the sofa, the sectional sofa, snugged up there pretty tight, but not near the recliner. And Rania was laying kitty corner near the glass table and over the top of the legs of Comel. So this is the recliner. The answer, Kenneth Main's answer was, I did notice this. That was it. Page 3 of the investigative report states, his conclusion said that I did see the crime scene video. And so I wrote back and it just says, what does that mean? There was no crime scene video. There's crime scene photos and videos of the crime scene photos. But he wrote that I saw this after looking at the crime scene video. And he said that I just mixed it up. He was talking about the video that was done, that we made, of the slideshow of the crime scene photos. Then I went on to write the next bullet point is, the mother dies under suspicious circumstances 7 months later. This is David's mother, Kate Crowley. We've done whole episodes on Kate. In fact, there's a whole Justice for Kate Crowley Facebook page called Inquiry into the Strange Death of Kate Crowley. She was 51 years old, healthy and working 2 jobs, divorced from her husband, had a boyfriend at the time, and was found dead on her patio 7 months later outside her home in Owatonna, Minnesota. She was the only one who raised suspicion that David could have done this at all. And she thought maybe if there was a pact I could see it, but I really have a tough time thinking that this went down as noted as the official narrative. So Kate is on record, in the only one in the police report, who has trouble falling for this official narrative. this wild, outlandish official narrative. She's the only one who not quite buying into it. She winds up dead 7 months later. Kenneth did receive the YouTube video to watch that outlines the whole very strange effects of this. The response from Kenneth was, "I did not see this in the police report or know what mother. I am not sure what you are referring to here." The Kate Crowley death is one of the biggest pieces of this David Crowley family murder homicide. And he wasn't sure what I was referring to there. My next note is relating to the Facebook posts. Facebook post deleted on David's personal webpage. Note, keep in mind, the police were in custody of that laptop when the posts went missing. Now, I'm not saying they deleted them, but the laptop was in police custody in the month of February 2015 when those posts on David Crowley's personal Facebook page were deleted and or hidden. My question is, did someone hack the account? Did the investigators pursue this? Did they look into this? Does Electronic Crimes Unit look into why posts were missing? Why were posts deleted on David's page after David was dead? Who had the access codes? Who had the credentials? Who had the login? Now, typically, the Facebook page is logged in if you're the owner. You just keep it logged in, but someone else is going to have to access it by logging out of their own personal Facebook page first and logging in, only if they know the password to get into David's. The laptop, the MacBook Pro, was in the custody of the Dakota Electronic Crimes Unit. So the question is, why wasn't that looked into? Why wasn't that followed up on? Kenneth's response was, "I did not see this in the police reports." Well, correct. That's why we're asking it. That's why we hired a private investigator to get into some of these things that don't make sense. That's why we did the homework. We found the evidence. Now we need someone like yourself, a private investigator, to raise this up the chain, raise it up the flagpole, raise the alert, take it to law enforcement, and start asking questions. Or at least come back to us and say, this would be my first question I would ask authorities, and start to possibly get a reason to reopen this case. My next comment is a jawbone lying there in the living room. Not normal, but appears to have been cut straight, even perhaps by a saw. So remember that maxilla laying on the blue blanket in the living room is someone's upper dental jaw. It's someone's teeth is there. Now, the upper portion of someone's skull does not come through flat like that on the underside. Was it cut? Why was it cut? Some have said that the loud explosion, the violence of the gunshot ripped that apart and to make it splinter like that. But remember, this is flat. This is smooth. Why was it like that? Why was it laying there? Whose was it? I'm assuming it was Comel's, who was shot 3 times. Kenneth's response was, "I don't see it being cut straight or at all." And so it's just lying there. So it does look like the bottom, the mandible of someone's jaw, and it's laying upside down. But it's the top, it's the maxilla of a jaw, and which is the bottom. The teeth end is going to be flat and straight, depending on the teeth. But the top of that is a rigid piece that connects up to the nose. It would never, ever be straight cut like that. That's a question. And the question is why? And did police look into it? Was someone of the detectives in charge of finding out whose that was? Whose jawbone was that? And would it ever have been in that condition? My next point was Danny August Mason and David Crowley had an exchange of emails during October, November, and December of 2014. A deadline of December 16th was made by David. Did he see those in the memos? Did he see that? Kenneth wrote back, I did see email exchanges. Well, that's pretty, this is the potential person as the number one or number two potential suspect in this case, with having the most to lose and also the most to gain. The most to gain by David being dead, the most to lose by David moving forward without him on the Gray State episode. That's that $30 million script that comes back to haunt. My next point. There was a $50,000 cash withdrawal from a Minneapolis branch bank on October 17, 2014 from Dan Crowley Sr.'s bank account while he was out of the country on business in Germany. Who made this withdrawal and why? And in parentheses I wrote $50,000 amount would be in line with an amount required to pay someone to kill 3 people. That's a ballpark amount. That's what raised my suspicion to when I first saw it. It wasn't $3,000, it wasn't $500,000, it was a nice even $50,000. The response from Kenneth Maines, I did not see that in the police report. Well, the police report in the banking section certainly had the photocopy of the deposit of the withdrawal slip in with the bank, the Wells Fargo bank statement documents. And I certainly sent it to him, so he must have seen it. And that's a pretty big amount, especially by someone who wasn't there. Now, I don't know if Kenneth Maines vetted it to go back in time to see who did what on what dates, like an investigator would do, but Dan Crowley Sr. says he told authorities he was out of the country on business in the month of October in Germany. This withdrawal was made in the middle of the month. Highly unlikely that Dan Sr. would have came back. So then who made the withdrawal? This was a POD bank account, kind of a trust fund for the kids that's only payable on death of the owner. Once Dan Crowley Sr. dies, that money in that account, which was hovering at $300,000 to $400,000 at times, into that account would be then distributed to the remaining children. David, Dan Jr., and Allison all had their names on that account as trustees or beneficiaries if something were to happen to Dan Sr. That does not allow them access to the account while Dan Sr. is still living. So we've got a big issue here. This wasn't a certified cashier's check. This wasn't a money order. This was cash. This was cash withdrawn at a bank by a teller. And because it's $50,000, it's not something you could just walk up to and get. They are going to demand to see your identification and check things out to give you cash like that. Now, Dan Sr., it's his account. Dan Jr. comes in potentially to do it. That's what the odds are right now, is that it was Dan Jr. who did this. My question to Kenneth Maines wasn't that surprising? Didn't that raise your antenna by seeing $50,000 2 months before the murders, right in the exact same time that Danny August Mason and David Crowley were going back and forth on emails trying to cut him loose on that legal rights, and at the same time David Crowley was having an infighting with his own brother Dan Crowley Jr., who wasn't talking to him since the month of August. They ended their relationship on bad terms back in August. Who knows what happened? We don't know what. We don't even care at this juncture. But the fact that August precedes October, and now there's a $50,000 amount missing, not only missing, we don't know who took it out. It was signed for by Dan Crowley, Jr. or Sr. We don't know. Next point, medical examiner arrived hours late to the scene. and the log records indicate that she stayed for only 45 minutes. This would be very odd for a triple homicide. She was young, and then transferred to a new job out of state 7 months later. The very same week, Kate Crowley's body was discovered. So this is just taking a step back as an investigator to look at the much bigger picture. Is it something? Is it nothing? Who knows? Kenneth writes, I do not find this to be odd. Now, I see several things wrong with this already, and I'm not even an investigator. A triple homicide down in Apple Valley, Minnesota, a small community of 40 to 50,000 people, that they only average one homicide a year, is going to be a pretty big news, and whoever gets the call for that medical examiner, coroner, is going to get there rather quickly. They probably wouldn't send out a young woman just basically starting in her mid-20s to do a case that big. Now, if there's cover-up implications, and this was done with bad motives in mind, the first person you're going to send or attempt to send out and cover this case like this is a young, unwitting professional who's going to be up and over their head doing what their bosses tell them to do. That's what rings true about the whole fact that this young gal was running this investigation into a triple homicide. Now, the other thing that's strange is in the world of medical examiners, it's not a job or a position that you transfer often to different locations. It's one you typically may have a job or two change in your career, and maybe that's it. For a young woman to be a medical examiner coroner in Hennepin County, which is large, and then 7 months later be transferred to a county in Milwaukee in neighboring Wisconsin without much fanfare is strange. Now, the strange thing about it is it's the same week it took place that Kate Crowley died. Now, if this was a cover-up, I'm not saying it is, the question is, would she have been assigned to do that investigation also, the same medical examiner? The problem with that is Kate Crowley died in a different county farther south, 45 minutes south from Apple Valley. It would have been a different coroner anyway. In fact, a different person did the autopsy altogether on Kate Crowley. So I don't see how that would have come into play. The fact is that it certainly was just odd. Now, Kenneth doesn't find it odd, and that's an opinion, that's fine. The other question is, would there be a reason for her to only stay 45 minutes at the scene of a triple homicide without, you think it'd be a couple hours even for just one homicide, not less, much less three. The next quote is, Danny August Mason created a new Minnesota-based company called Gray State Universe LLC in May of 2015. Bodies discovered in January. This is May, 4 months later. Why is this? Kenneth writes, I do not have an answer for this. Remember, this is Danny August Mason, number 1 or number 2 suspect in this entire scenario. One of the prime suspects because of the mode of an opportunity. That he would be right up there with this whole scandal with the owning the rights to the project and wanting to make it big out of this. He goes and creates a new company, allegedly to take that script that I believe fell into his lap and not get busted with the Gray State company that David had, or Hut Head Productions was the name of the company, but in fact start his own company and make this thing go live and pitch it to some investors and make a movie out of it. He was setting his steps in sequential order, setting up the company and moving from there. So while a normal person would still be possibly grieving or whatever, this is 4 months later setting up a company. Now remember, Danny August Mason told police in his interview that he was nothing more than an actor in the film and had no business relationship with David Crowley. We know that also is a lie. We also know that Danny August Mason hired an attorney to get a trademark for Gray State LLC, Gray State Universe LLC, in May also of 2015. Why? You know, he was setting up the company. He was getting the trademarks. He was working with lawyers to get this all squared away. Kenneth Maines writes, I do not have an answer for this. And my last question, were Kamel and Rani killed because they were the remaining heirs to the estate? Were all three required to be murdered to ensure the valued at $30 million, the valuable script fell into the hands of Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Crowley Jr.? This is what some think that David was meant to be killed. Some think that the perpetrators came into the family and ended up killing them all. Some think that David and Kamel were killed, but they didn't know what to do with the daughter, so they had to kill her too. I'm not one who believes that. I do think that all three were killed on purpose. All three were required to be killed because the asset that the perpetrators were looking for needed to fall down to the lap of the Crowley family. It needed to stay in the Crowley family. Dan Crowley Jr. was good friends with Danny August Mason. If he had the money and hired the potential hitman using the $50,000 to do this, that script fell nicely into his hands. Obviously, it did by May. He was setting up the company for it. I don't think he would have done that unless he had the script fall into his hands. And so I believe that fell very nicely into it with the remaining heirs all dying out. Killing David doesn't solve that issue. That means Kamel gets the script or the rights to a $30 million asset. If David and Kamel are both killed, it falls nicely into the hands of the remaining child, Rani. So I think that is why we've got all of these things going on here as far as the required all three. The family members needed to be exterminated, I think. And so it's going to fall back to that family. And if Kate was going to be putting up a fuss, worrying about the rights, worrying who gets that script and who does what with that script, could also probably relate to why she's dead. Hopefully we can use this down the road for future endeavors with private investigators. I do have a GoFundMe site. You have $7,000 to hire Kenneth Maines. Regardless if you view if that was money well spent or not, that was out of my own pocket. I do have a GoFundMe campaign set up to try to recoup that $7,000. So far we've raised $1,185 of that. I'll put the link in the description as well. That campaign will remain open until more additional funds come into that. I do see that it says that 36 people have donated in the last 5 months. And at the top right corner of the photo, you can see that 47 individuals marked it as a favorite. So people are watching this. They may or may not be able to donate at this time. I will leave the link in the description of this video. Feel free to donate whatever you can, or feel free to share it. This is just simply trying to recoup. I have no plans to hire again another private investigator for this case, but hopefully this video will be helpful to shed some light on some of the clarifications, and hopefully if we were to hire an investigator down the road, we can answer these questions or ask them in a more direct way, so the investigator doesn't have to read our mind on some of these and assume some of these questions. Thank you for listening. My name is Dan Hennon. Today is August 6th, 2019. This is the Crowley Case Updates. Please leave your comments below, and thank you for listening.
He should be spending this time with his family, visiting his grandkids, maybe even the one he hasn't met yet.
Robert Mueller's special counsel team wiped clean at least 22 cell phones before handing them over for review.
And just enjoying his retirement and his golden years, so to speak, in Delaware. I don't believe he's the right man for our country, and
increasing your regulations are going to increase.
Love for country is evident. He's done everything in his power to help America, to help our veterans, to help our police, to help everyday citizens, to help, I mean, even in the economy. I mean, people say he didn't pay attention to minorities, but we know that minority unemployment was at all-time lows. Contributions to historically black universities were at record levels under President Trump. He's got the Platinum Plan to help out with black American businesses and recovery after the election. So many things this president has done. He's done well for all Americans. And he doesn't do it because he wants to cater to any one ethnicity. He wants to do it because we're all Americans. And on a CBS interview, when he was asked to describe his supporters by Leslie Stahl, he said, "Sure, I can do it. It's people who love America. That's who his supporters are. It's not an ethnic group. It's not a political group. It's not an ideology. It's not a gender. It's none of that. It's none of the sectors of identity politics that the Democrats and the left would be throwing at you. It's not a coalition based upon separates coming together. It's not isolating segments of the population and then putting them together as a political party like the Democrats do. The common thread of all of President Trump's supporters is that they love America. And there are people, I know you're out there, if you're a libertarian, if you're in the Green Party, and even people in the Democrat Party, there are many of you who love America too. If you're a Democrat and you've been left behind,
Ladies and gentlemen,
join us for President Trump.
United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. This does not look like a second place finish. I saw Sleepy Joe. He had about 12 people and unable to fill up his circles. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Pennsylvania, we love Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a nice rowdy crowd, isn't it, huh? Only in Pennsylvania. You know, we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole deal. You know that, huh? Just like last time. We want to have the same result as we had last time. Hello, Scranton. Hello, Pennsylvania. Thank you very much. Tomorrow we are going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we are going to win 4 more years in the White House. With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut regulations, support our great police, support our magnificent military, protect your Second Amendment, defend religious liberty, and ensure more products are proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA, right? More and more. Thank you. Thank you. Remember last time they said, no, Pennsylvania hasn't been won by a Republican for many, many years. Many, many years. And then we won. And it wasn't even close when you get right down to it. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's really nice. Don't make me cry. I'll cry with that whole thing. I'll cry. And then they'll have it on tape. They'll say the president broke down and cried in front of his fans. And I don't know. Hey, maybe that would lift you up, right? You pick up 10 points for crying. I say I still don't want to do it. Thank you very much. No, it's really nice. Thank you. Nobody's ever heard that chant before. You know, it's never a chant that anybody's ever heard any political. We like Ronald Reagan, we like people, but nobody's ever heard of that chant, and we appreciate it. Next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. We have the foundations already going. Under my leadership, our economy is now growing at the fastest rate ever recorded. Last Friday it was released. 33.1%, the fastest. We created a record 11.4 million jobs in the last 5 months, while foreign nations are in a free fall, and you see what's happening all over the world. We are creating an economic powerhouse unrivaled anywhere in the world. We went down less, and we've gone up much more. Nobody close. A recent Gallup poll found that 56% of Americans say they are better off today than they were 4 years ago. If Biden and Kamala, you know Kamala, right? Kamala. Remember, it's the Harris-Biden administration when he said that. The Harris-Biden, no, Joe, you're supposed to go first, Joe. But Harris and the radical left, and she is radical left. She's farther, I guess you could say Bernie is a conservative by comparison, right? Now she's the most far left. The radical left gained power. They will collapse our economy and send Pennsylvania into a steep depression. Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. We're going to win. We've got some big surprises. Oh, look at all of the fake news. Look at all of the fake news. Hey, David, turn the mic up. Turn the mic up. Biden will raise your taxes $4 trillion, massively increasing your regulations. They're going to increase your regulations, maybe more important than the tax cuts. We gave the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, and maybe more importantly, we did regulation cuts, which were also the biggest in the history of our country, whether it be 4 years, 8 years, or in one case more. Shut down your economy, close down manufacturing, send your jobs overseas, destroy our suburbs, and he will destroy our suburbs. So I say to the women of the suburbs, love me, women of the suburbs, love me. I terminated the regulation. Dissolve your borders, terminate religious liberty, outlaw private health care. 180 million people, outlaw. They're going to have socialized medicine. That's what they're going to have. Somehow I don't see Pennsylvania liking that too much. Confiscate your guns, Second Amendment, in big trouble. And indoctrinate your children with anti-American lies. I just signed an executive order to teach our students pro-American values. Biden has vowed to abolish, extinguish, and eradicate American oil, all fracking and natural gas. And, you know, I say this because we'll give it an extra little time. This is Pennsylvania. This is a state that's a wonderful state. I went to school here. I went to college here. And I'll tell you what, and I know it well, a big part of your livelihood, your money, your income, your low taxes is fracking. He spent over a year saying he will not allow fracking. The first time he came into Pennsylvania as the nominee, which was a shock to everybody. Everybody. All Elizabeth, Pocahontas, Warren had to do is leave 2 days early, and it would have been Crazy Bernie instead of Sleepy Joe. I would have had a crazy guy instead of a sleepy guy. But he came in, and after going for 1 year, and she forgot it, she still can't say it. She can't say it. But he said, no, we will ban fracking. We will ban fracking. That's what he said many, many times. Once he got the nomination, he came to Pennsylvania. They said, you're going to have to do something because you have 1 million jobs, and it's a massive part of your wealth. So he walked in, and he went from, we will ban fracking, to, of course we can have fracking. What's the problem? Just remember this. It's always, yeah, that's right. He said, play the video. You know, I might not have that one in the video today. But, you know, he immediately changed, and the fake news, where is Hunter? Where's Hunter? Hunter's in a foreign country, taking in 25 million today. He's at a country that his father just left, picking up about 25 million. No, that's total corruption. But he went out, and he started talking about fracking, and he said, we will absolutely allow you, but not on government land, you know, not in government. And the press never held him accountable. And they never held him accountable for all of the corruption that he's a part of. Biden's plan to ban fracking is an economic death sentence for Pennsylvania. Biden's energy shutdown will wipe out your jobs, decimate your towns, eliminate your factories, and send your state into a nightmare of crippling poverty. You've been there. You've been there. You had the best 3 years that you've ever had under President Trump. The best 3 years. The best 3 years. And next year will be the best of all. Watch. You see it happening. If you look at housing starts,
You look at automobile manufacturing, you're going to have your best year next year unless somebody decides to come along and quadruple your taxes. Then you're going down here, which is what he's going to do. A vote for Biden is a vote to ban fracking, outlaw mining, explode energy costs, and totally destroy Pennsylvania. You know that, right? It's going to destroy Pennsylvania. And it can happen. It can happen very fast. You take a look at a country. Take a look at Venezuela. Same ideology. And this was unbelievably wealthy, rich country, one of the richest countries. And now they don't have water. They don't have food. They don't have medicine. It's a very sad situation. It can happen here just much, much bigger. But it can happen here with these maniacs. And, you know, it's one of those things. Joe Biden is a globalist who spent 47 years outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure on ridiculous, endless foreign wars. Most of you have never even heard of some of these countries. He shuttered your steel mills. I got them open. I tariffed, very nicely tariffed, dumped steel. They were dumping steel. China was dumping steel all over the place. You ask the heads of your steel companies, you wouldn't have any steel companies right now. Annihilated your coal jobs and supported every disastrous trade deal for a half a century. He was a cheerleader of NAFTA, which was one of the worst trade deals ever made. We have a very good one now, thank you. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization, which lifted China into a great power, great economic power, except they were going to catch us. For 10 years, if you study, China was going to catch us in 2019. Guess what? We were going so far ahead. And frankly, if you have somebody smart, real smart in this position, they'll never catch you. They will never, ever catch you. But if you study the history, you'll see 10 years ago, 2019, they will catch, and they would have. If I didn't come along, they would have caught you. They would have caught you. And then we had the plague. We built the greatest economy in history. And then we had the plague come in from China, came in. We closed it down. We saved 2 million lives. We saved 2 million lives, and nobody gets it. The projection was 2.2 million modeled out. We saved 2 million lives. We understand the disease, and now we opened it up. And by the way, Pennsylvania, get your state open. Get it open. Terrible. Terrible. Your governor has to open your state, Pennsylvania, has to open your state. Terrible. Get it open. Get it open, Governor. Get it open and count the votes honestly, Governor. Count them honestly. There was a very good pollster last night, actually a good one. He has us winning everything, but he was on last night. How's he going to do in Pennsylvania? He was on a show called Sean Hannity. Have you ever heard of it? No, they said, how's he going to do in Pennsylvania? He's going to win Pennsylvania except for the cheating. We figure we have to leave 5% for the cheating that takes care. Can you believe it? For the cheating that takes place in Pennsylvania. And the guy meant it, a very great pollster, but he predicted we'd win the whole election. But the question was, what about Pennsylvania? He said, well, you have to leave 5% for the cheating. And when the Supreme Court gave you an extension, they made a very dangerous situation, and I mean dangerous, physically dangerous, and they made it a very, very bad, they did a very bad thing for this state. They did a very bad thing for this nation. You have to have a date. You can't extend dates. The danger that could be caused by that extension, and especially when you know what goes on in Philadelphia, and it's been going on for years. So, Governor, open up your state, and please don't cheat, Governor. Please don't cheat. Because we're all watching. We're all watching you, Governor. We have a lot of eyes on the governor and his friends. A couple of other governors out there, too. Pennsylvania lost half of its manufacturing jobs after... Thank you. Thank you. So Pennsylvania lost half of your manufacturing jobs. Think of it. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician who sold out to Pennsylvania, to China, and also sold out for personal gain and family gain. And where's Hunter? Is Hunter in the crowd? Is Hunter? Where's Hunter? In 2016, Pennsylvania voted to fire this corrupt political establishment.
Words like violence break the silence, come crashing into my little world. Painful to me, pierce right through me. Can't you understand? Oh, my little girl. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary, they can only do harm. Vows are spoken to be broken, feelings are intense, words are trivial, pleasures remain, so does the pain. Words are meaningless and forgettable. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary, they can only do harm. shirt, hello, I know I dirty hello, 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 well, that child, it's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, an albino, a mosquito, my libido. I'm worse than what I do best, and for this gift I feel blessed. Our little group, it always been and always will until the end. Hello, 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 it's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, I'm a albino, I'm a mosquito, my libido. And I forget just why I taste. Oh yeah, I guess it makes me smile. I found it hard, it's hard to find. I will whatever, never mind. Hello, 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 hello. It's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, I'm a mosquito, I'm a albino, my libido. What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mama. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama, only attracted to things that'll bring the trauma. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists here living in the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate. And to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah, madness is what you demonstrate. And that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love just to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. When you practice what you preach and what you turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
It just ain't the same, always in change. New days are strange, is the world insane? If love and peace is so strong, why are the pieces of love that don't belong? Nations dropping bombs, chemical gases filling lungs of little ones with ongoing suffering as the youth are young. So ask yourself, is the loving really gone? So I could ask myself, really what is going wrong in this world that we living in? People keep on giving in, making wrong decisions, only visions of them dividends. Not respecting each other, denying thy brother. A war's going on, but the reason's undercover. The truth is kept secret, it's swept under the rug. If you never know truth, then you never know love. What's the love, y'all? Come on, I don't know. What's the truth, y'all? Come on, I don't know. What's the love, y'all?
People killing, people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. When you practice what you preach and what you turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. People got me questioning. Where is the love? 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 Where is the
I feel the weight of the world on my shoulder. As I'm getting older, your people get colder. Most of us only care about money making. Selfishness got us following the wrong direction. Wrong information always shown by the media. Negative images is the main criteria. Infecting the young minds faster than bacteria. Kids wanna act like what they see in the cinemas. Yeah. Whatever happened to the values of humanity? Whatever happened to the fairness and equality? Instead of spreading love, we're spreading animosity. Lack of understanding leading us away from unity. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling under. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling down. It's no wonder why sometimes I'm feeling under. Gotta keep my faith alive till love is found. Now ask yourself, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love?
Sing with me, y'all. One world, one world. We only got one world, one world. That's all we got. One world, one world. And something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with the world. Yeah, we only got one world, one world. That's all we got. One world.
Light the fire. You place the flowers in the vase that you bought today. Staring at the fire for hours and hours while I listen to you play your love songs all night long. Only for me. shine through them fiery gems for you, only for you. Our house is a very, very, very fine house with 2 cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard. Now
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sleeping while my guitar gently weeps. I look at the phone and I see it is sleeping. Still my guitar gently weeps. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold your love. I don't know how someone had told you they wasn't so old you. Look at the world, and I know this is turning while my guitar gently weeps. Every mistake we must surely be learning. Still my guitar gently weeps.
Master, I don't think you quite realize what you've got here. So why don't you just ruminate whilst I illuminate the possibilities? Well, Alibaba had them 40 thieves, Scheherazade had 1,000 tales. Well, master, you're in luck, 'cause off your sleeves you got a brand the magic never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp. You got some punch, pizzazz, you who and how, all you gotta do is rub that down. Mr. Alonzo, will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, jot it down. You ain't never had a friend like me. Life is your restaurant, and I'm your maitre d'. Come on, whisper what it is you want. You ain't never had a friend like me. So don't just sit there slack jaw boggy out. I'm here to answer all your midday prayers. You got me bone to feed day certified. I'm your genie for your child the fast. I got a powerful urge to help you out, so what you wish I really wanna know. You got a list of 3 miles long, no doubt, so all you gotta do is rub like so. Hey ho, hey, Mr. Alonzo, will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, jot it down. You ain't never had a friend like me. Life is your restaurant, and I'm your maitre d'. Come on, whisper what it is you want. You ain't never had a friend like me. Mama, no, no. Ha, ha, ha. A friend like me. Life is your restaurant, and I'm your maitre d'. Come on, whisper what it is you want. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend, never had a friend, never had a friend, never had a friend like me. I never had a friend like me.
Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun rise. Running in the shadows, damn your love, damn your lies. And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. You don't love me now. You don't love me now. Never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. Listen to the wind blow, down comes the night. Running in the shadows, damn your love, damn your lies. Break the silence, damn the dark, damn the light. And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. You don't love me now. You don't love me now. Never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. You don't love me now. You don't love me now. Never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. Chain, keep us together, running in the shadow. 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 Chain, keep us together. Don't come around here no more. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for, don't come around here no more. Give it up.
of walking down my street. Don't come around here no more. What are you expecting me? Don't come around here no more. And whatever you're looking for, hey! Don't come around here no more. knocking, but you can't come in. Keep a knocking, but you can't come in. Keep a knocking, but you can't come in. Come back tomorrow night and try again. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. I know you've been drinking gin. You've been cheating around with other men. I'm busy and you can't come in.
What
sound great, MJ. Sound great. Losing size. Get me out, bam. Something right there. Into the nighttime. Four walls won't hold me tonight. If this town is just an apple cart, let me take a bite. And they say, why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Does he do it that way? And they say, why? Tell them that it's human. Why? Does he do it that way? Reaching out to the nighttime. Electric eyes are everywhere. See that girl, she knows I'm watching. She likes the way I stare. If they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why, does he do it that way? They say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why, does he do it that way? I like living this way. I like loving this way. Looking out. Across the morning, Sydney heart begins to beat. See that girl, she's so watching. She likes the way I stare. If they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why, does he do it that way? They say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why, does he do it that way? They say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why, does she do it that way? Why, hey, does he do it that way? And they say why, ooh, tell them, hey, I like living this way. I like loving this way. Anthony works in the grocery store, saving his pennies for someday. Mama Leone left a note on the door. She said, "Sonny, move out to the country. Oh, but working too hard can give you a heart attack. You wanna know by now? Who needs a house out in Hackensack? Is that all you get for your money? And it seems such a waste of time. If that's what it's all about, Mama, if that's moving up, then I'm moving out. I'm moving out. back. At least we can polish the fenders. And it seems such a waste of time. If that's what it's all about, Mama, if that's moving up, then I'm moving out. You get for your money, and if that's what you have in mind, yeah, if that's what you're all about, good luck moving up, 'cause I'm moving out. I'm moving out.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the chocolate room. Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look, and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it. No life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there you'll be free if you truly wish to be. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. anything you want to do it. Want to change the world, there's nothing to it. There is no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you truly wish to be.
Triple cream cuts for Christopher, goat cheese soda for Otis, Sizzler for June Marie, and listen, Wonka's got a new one today.
What is it?
This is called a Scrumdiddlyumptious bar.
Scrumdiddlyumptious bar? How does he do it?
My dear boy, do you ask a fish how it swims?
No.
Or a bird how it flies?
No.
No, sirree, you don't. They do it because they were born to do it. Just like Willy Wonka was born to be a candy man, and you look like you were born to be a Wonkerer. Who can take a sunrise, sprinkle it with dew, cover it in chocolate and a miracle or two? The Candyman. The Candyman can. The Candyman can, 'cause he mixes it with love and makes the world taste good. Who can take a rainbow, wrap it in a sigh, soak it in the sun and make a strawberry lemon pie?
The Candyman?
The Candyman. The Candyman can. The Candyman can, 'cause he mixes it with love and makes the world taste good. Willy Wonka makes everything he bakes satisfying and delicious. Talk about your childhood wishes, you can even eat the dishes. Who can take tomorrow, dip it in a dream, separate the sorrow and collect up all the cream? The Candyman.
Willy Wonka can.
The Candyman can. The Candyman can, 'cause he mixes it with love and makes the world taste good. And the world tastes good 'cause the Candyman thinks it should.
Book of love is long and boring. No one can lift a damn thing. It's full of charts and facts and figures and instructions for dancing. But I love it when you read to me, and you can read me anything. The book of love has music in it. In fact, that's where music comes from. Some of it's just transcendental, some of it's just really dumb. But book of love is long and boring and written very long ago. It's full of flowers and heart-shaped boxes and things we're all too young to know. But I love it when you give me things, and you ought to give me wedding rings, and I love it when you give me things, and you ought to give me wedding rings. You ought to give me wedding rings. to me that my life run off too fast, and I have to take it slowly just to make the good part last. But when you're born to run, it's so good to just slow down. So don't be surprised to see me back in the bright part of town. We'll be back in the high life again. All the doors are closed one time, will open up again. Be back in the high life again. All the eyes that burst me once will smile and take me in. I'm drinking dance with one hand free. Have the world so easily. Won't be a sight to see. Back in the high life again. You used to be the best to make love be love to me, and I hope that you're still out there and you're like you used to be. We'll have a silly time and we'll dance the morning sun, and we'll let the good times come in, and we was up till we're done. We'll be back in the high life again. All the doors are closed one time, will open up again. We'll be back in the high life again. All the eyes that watch
come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Just thinking about tomorrow. Here's away the cobwebs and the sorrow till there's none.
When I'm stuck with a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick out my chin and grin and say, oh, the sun will come out tomorrow, so you gotta hang on till tomorrow. Come what may.
Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love ya. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love ya. Tomorrow, you're only a
Said the night wind to the little lamb, do you see what I see?
Do you see what I see?
Way up in the sky, little lamb. Do you see what I see?
Do you see what I see?
A star, dancing in the night, with a tail as big as a kite. With a tail as big as a kite. Said the little lamb to the shepherd boy, do you hear what I hear?
Do you hear what I hear?
Ringing through the sky, shepherd boy. Do you hear what I hear?
Do you hear what I hear?
A song, high above the tree, with a voice as big as the sea, with a voice as big as the sea. Said the shepherd boy to the mighty king, do you know what I know? In your palace warm, mighty king, do you know what I know? A child shivers in the cold. Let us bring him silver and gold. Let us bring him silver and gold. Said the king to the people everywhere, listen to what I say. Pray for peace, people everywhere. Listen to what I say. The child, sleeping in the night, he will bring us goodness and light. He will bring us goodness and
sing out strong, sing of good things, not bad, sing of happy, not sad, sing a song, make it simple to last your whole life long. Don't worry that it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Just sing a song. Sing a song, make it simple to last your whole life long. Don't worry that it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Just sing a song. Just sing a song. Just sing a song.
45S41. I'm in the area of the switch vehicle, territorial drive.
10-4.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon along with Greg, Catherine, and Sophia. Today is April 22nd, and we've got an update for the Crowley case relating to the phone records. Now, the phone records we've gotten via a FOIA request in the past, and that has all helped, and that's been very interesting. But the new thing that has come to light is when looking at David Crowley's personal account that he had, his cell phone account, and we need to remember that Anjum Alam had been paying for David Crowley's phone number, but in October of 2014, due to some rifts, Anjum Alam canceled the number, so David went out and got his own, created a brand new account. And so what we've got here, what Catherine and Sophia have discovered along with Greg's help, is the fact that after the bodies were discovered, is that the warrants were issued, the search warrants to go into the cell phone, AT&T cell phone records for David Crowley, and at that point his account was in a suspend mode, suspended because of the bodies were dead. Now recently we have activity on that account that it was never shut down or never closed. And what we've got on the screenshot here is that as of this day, I mean, we're talking April of 2019, that David Crowley's account is still active. That cell phone account is still active. I don't know what cell phone number, for instance, or what 10-digit cell phone number is being used, because I do believe, Sophia, you can help me out, but they can recycle the numbers if they're not used for a while. They can reissue them to someone else. But the account number itself would not be something that would be recycled. And in fact, when we pull it up, it still shows that David Crowley's name is on that account. And it's currently being paid on a monthly basis. So,
yes,
what can you say about that, Sophia?
Well, when I went in and talked with one of the reps, he told me that the phone number had been recycled, but the account number was still active. Now, on the 18th, which was Thursday, the account had been suspended on March 21st, 2019. And it was suspended for non-payment. But when I went back to a different store on April 19th on Friday, the account had been paid and it was active again. And he pulled up a screen where it showed payments all the way for the past year, back to March 2018. That was as far back as he could go in the store. And I mean, it's kind of important to find out why his account is still active and who has 2 phone lines on that account. Why do they still have them? Who is making the payments? And I mean, it's still active because as of the 19th, it was still active.
Yeah, because that's a lot of money to put into an account, you know, $184 every month for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
Absolutely. It adds up.
Mm-hmm.
And needless to say, I was kind of shocked when I came across that information. I was not expecting that answer. I had gone in because of codes that we were researching. All 4 of us were researching, and just questions in regards to those codes, and come to find out that the account was still active and being used. That was just a little shocking, to say the least.
Yeah, when you called and told me that, it's like I sent Dan an email right away, and I'm like, we need to talk. It's like, what's going on here? Okay, this is not right. Something's off with this.
And that's and you mentioned $184 per month. If that was active this whole time, 4 years, that's 48 months. That total is $8,832 that someone is using, unless it's just a random person that created an account called David Crowley. I don't buy that. But
no.
And like I said, it's not going to be recycled. Do you think that that account went dormant for some time after the killings and then someone just reactivated? But if they did, why would they use the name David Crowley?
Well, and again, like you said, Dan, it is the same exact account number, so they're not going to recycle an account.
Yeah, the old phone number pulled up with his name, but that account number is absolutely the same. It wouldn't change. It wouldn't be recycled, but it's all there.
And when I've been searching the phone numbers, the 4890 comes up, and even on anybody can do a Google search on that and pops up as David Crowley. And then when I pull up Kamel's phone number with the 0072, it says nothing can be found. So I found that interesting.
Yeah, and it shows if you look onto even the subscriber financial liability for AT&T, and it does show the date here, customer since 10/21/2014. This is when David Crowley called AT&T and set up his own account to get his own cell phone number after Mr. Alam canceled his. And so at the end of October, less than 2 months, roughly 2 months around allegedly the deaths, he did get his brand new account set up, assigned a new account number, and was paying the bills and everything else. And then after the bodies were found, you would think that that account would go dormant, and as part of the, I don't know if you'd call it, as part of the estate, for instance, would be shut down. Who's ever handling the account, the estate would be shutting down these accounts. And it does look like a couple months ago, whoever was doing it had forgotten to pay a month or two. And I think sometimes it takes maybe 3 months for it to actually get suspended or shut off. And so someone skipped a couple months, and now they paid it again. So it is actually, this is what we're talking about is a current cell phone account with two, Sophia, was it two lines connected to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be, if we're talking, $90 an account, 2 accounts, $180 bill every single month, that's $8,000. Who's paying that bill? Who's using it? And why in God's name is David Crowley's name on that account?
Yeah, and Sophia, didn't you find the account was actually in something called David T. Crowley, LLC?
That's what the gentleman at the store told me. And I don't see it on the screen, the shots that I was able to get, the 2 photos. I don't have the actual page that shows that, though.
But I mean, that's okay because you had verbal proof, or someone verbally spoke to you and said that this account is registered under a David Crowley LLC.
Yes.
Not a Dan, not anything like that, but David, correct?
Yes, it had David's name, and it still has David's name with the LLC after it.
And one thing to note here for this episode, we know that Mr. Alam also gave the cars to Kamel, and then David got one or Kamel, and they ended up changing the ownership. So at the time of death, I think both of those cars were still in Kamel's name officially, with titles in the state of Minnesota, and that one car then stayed, I guess, allegedly with Dan Crowley Sr. So he went through the effort to change the title and the insurance over to his own name there with that one car, but some may assume that this is Dan Sr. may have taken over this account, or Dan Jr., David's brother or his father, but you would think the first thing you'd want to do is either shut the account down altogether, because those 2 individuals already had their own cell phone service and cell phone accounts. They wouldn't have a need to be piggybacking off David's, but even if you did keep it, I would guess that you'd want the name changed off of David's, but...
Yeah, I mean, because legally, I'm not sure they can actually keep an account open in someone else's name. I mean, that then becomes, you know, a tax liability. And so, you know,
And to
it's
be
just,
able
it's
to
crazy.
get the lines, well, to be able to do any type of work on that account, whether it's to get a different phone or to call in with concerns, you need a passcode. You cannot get anywhere, whether on the phone or if you go into the store. They look up they look up the account. They can give you information in regards to who has that account, but that's it. You can't go any further. So if I was to go in and say, I would like to pay this bill, I don't have a passcode.
Is
You
there
have
a
to have
mailing
that.
address on that
No.
account? Did they show you a mailing address?
Mm-mm.
So
No,
they're probably
he
getting
couldn't get into
paperless,
it.
paperless bills, so it must be going to a email address. The monthly bill.
Yeah, and it's right there. It's like it's David is financially responsible, but the contact email is Kamel.
Well, it's certainly an interesting thing, and I'm glad we're getting this out there because, like, once we said again that it doesn't matter what the phone number is; it's the account has been active since David set it up in October of 2014. It's gone through a couple of times. It seems that it has been suspended, but the account is still there, and it's currently, as of today, in an active status, generating a monthly bill that someone is paying. And so that's a question, I think, and once we get this video out there, if anyone in this background or in this industry could, comment below, because I can't think of a situation where you'd still be wanting to use that phone or use that line, or that account, I should say.
Yep, I agree.
Greg, what do
Yes,
you
I agree
do? You have
also.
any thoughts, Greg, on why an account would be in the name of David Crowley? Under the business name David Crowley LLC?
No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Yeah. And it would be interesting to see who's actually paying that bill. So if you know of
Somebody
anything,
is.
please leave your comment below, because that's an expensive bill with 2 lines beneath it. And wow, I don't know, but hopefully we'll trigger something that someone could comment below.
And just so everybody knows, Sophia and I are going through the phone records with a fine-tooth comb, and we will have some extremely interesting information for you regarding that as well in the near future.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to get out, because those phone records came out, and some of those files, those PDF files, are quite large, and we've been putting together some of these spreadsheets and finding some very interesting things. So that'll be coming out once that gets wrapped up. But we wanted to get this information out there right away with this account number, because this is odd, because this is an ongoing account that is live, active, and being paid for by someone to this day on a monthly basis.
Yeah, a dead family's cell phone account is open 4 years later, and yeah, still active and still being paid. There's something wrong there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was not
It's baffling.
the response I was expecting to get when I went
No.
At
I
all.
mean, and this has been turned off. So it was turned off at least by 2/18/2015, according to this file right here. And then all of a sudden the bill is paid, and I mean, look at where the bill is paid to. This is where they're billing it. You would have to live here in order to change that billing address. I don't understand.
You would have to have his personal information to be able to get that account started back up again. So if it's not David, who is doing it? Is it fraud? You have to ask that question. This person is dead. His account is active. What's going on?
This account shouldn't. I don't see any reason why this account should be active at all.
Yeah, and those for watching on the screen there, it's an account that ends in a 247. That is the actual account number at AT&T. And the owner of that account is David Crowley. So I would agree with Sophia that this seems to be something fraudulent in some sort. Very strange would be the low end of things. It could be fraudulent.
Yes.
Who knows?
Yes, it was not the answer I was expecting. It was not the response, but it was still active. You can imagine my shock. Poor guy. But, yeah.
All right, well, that's all
this is something that needs to be looked in.
That's all that I had. Did you have anything else, Catherine, to mention, or Greg, or Sophia?
No.
No, I just want to reiterate what you have already stated and hope everyone understands the point we are making is that the account of a dead family is active and still being paid. Who's doing it? Is it fraud? Is it the family who's kept it open but has decided, which I don't see how they legally do it, but it's something to seriously think about. This family died 4 years later, their accounts are still being paid, and it is still open, which should not be. So like Dan said, if anyone out there has any good explanation for this, please let us know.
Very good.
Thank you, Catherine.
All right, so please leave your comments below with any suggestions, and we'll get this posted out there on YouTube, and feel free to share it. Thank you for listening.
Okay, we are now recording. This is conference call, what is this, 6 or 7? I think
Sure.
It's number 7, right? Yeah, number 7. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, that works.
That works. I'm going to try to share my screen here just in case we need it. I was looking at the Apple Valley Police Department. I was looking at their website and looking at all of the fun stuff that they've been doing over there. I did call Detective Gummert. They once again confirmed that he is on leave, on medical leave, and they transferred me to the guy who's in charge, the new, what's this guy's name? Let's try to pull him up here. Nick Francis is the guy who's taken over for that. So I've been trying to just get one answer, just a yes or no, a syllable, a single syllable that would just say yes or no. Were their dog feces tests done? That's it. So I even left him that. I don't know if I did last time, if I told Captain Nick Francis what I really wanted, but I figured, okay, he hasn't gotten back to me. It's been about two weeks, I think. So called him again today, and my plan is just to call him once every week until we get some type of answer, and hopefully we'll get something. I mean, they're very responsive usually, so this is a little unusual.
Well, maybe
for me.
he's just overwhelmed and swamped with trying to catch up and get up to speed with what Gummert was doing.
It could be. I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking about something that's closed, right? I mean, I don't know what other tasks they had going on too. So that is true, and that's why I'm not trying to overwhelm them, not trying to call them on and on and on. But I mean, it's just like I said, it's just a simple question, simple Q&A.
Yes or no.
Yes or no? Yes. Come on, give me an answer. That's all you have to do. Answer what is.
Well, if Detective Gummert is listening, I really hope he gets better. Whatever's going on, I hope it's okay.
Yeah, I do too. I hope he's all right, and it's just, personal time that he needed off. But for a medical leave, I just definitely have been keeping him in my prayers.
Yes.
So, all right. Well, I guess we should begin here. We do have some other people on the line as well, so everybody is free to kind of join in and say whatever you want to say. Catherine, is there anything that you would like to say right now, or any topics you want to make sure that we bring up, anything like that?
Other than I'm really tired. Oh, boy. Not really. I have really kind of dropped the ball this whole week, and I'm sorry. But you had sent a link to the research documents. Now, was there something in there you wanted us to go back and look over for tonight's discussion?
No, I just kind of put those in there. I just figured if I was going to share anything with the people who are going to join this call, or anybody who was going to look at anything related to this call, I think I just wanted to show them that we have a lot of these research documents all in one place that you can get to in case you haven't seen any. I know there's a few that I've even gone back through, and I'm like, oh, I haven't really looked at this one. I haven't really gone through this one. So it was really good that we got to bring up the search warrants about a week and a half ago or so. So I've been kind of going back through all of those. The Apple Valley Police property receipts that show everything that they took from the house. I think all that stuff's good too. I've been looking more into some interesting stuff that I hope we get a caller on who's gonna kind of help us with that. Maybe discuss some angles that we haven't discussed too much here. So I'm just going to ask right now. I'm going to ask if there is some background noise. If I hear some background noise, I'm just going to put you on mute. You should be able to unmute yourself if you do want to speak. So I don't want you to think because I mute you that means that you can't talk or anything. This was always meant to just be a place where the group, where real researchers could just come here and kind of chat, ask questions, bounce off topics. So there's nothing off topic. There's nothing that we shouldn't be able to talk about here. I don't want anybody to feel like, we're only going to cover certain things. So I just trying to pull up my agenda here that I have.
Okay, well, while you do that, I did remember something that I want to give everyone an update on, and that is the cell phone bills. There's been someone, and they have been contacting me. We've been going back and forth via email, and they just about have it explained to me to where I can explain it to everybody else.
Oh, nice.
What all of those phone numbers mean and how to actually read the report. So they had written back, but I didn't get back to them in time today. So hopefully by the next time we actually do a conference call, I will be able to explain to everyone what all of those loop-de-loops mean. Because that's all it is just a constant loop, and maybe try to figure out why.
Do you have your spreadsheet that shows the list of inconsistencies?
I do. Let me pull that up.
I'd like to go through some of those. I think that would be a great place to start. I mean, by this time, I think everybody kind of knows what the cops said, right? What the what the police think is true, that David Crowley killed his wife, killed himself, and killed his 5-year-old daughter, is responsible for all of eating all of these bones. The dog is pretty much responsible for all of the missing limbs, all the stuff, probably the missing blood and who knows what else. But I think we've been asking relevant questions, and I think it's always been a lot of us who have been just trying to ask the relevant questions based on what we are told by the cops, based on what we are told by investigators, based on what the documents say, nothing else. I think that's been the biggest, strongest point, and I think that's what real researchers are also looking for too. They're just looking for data, and I'm finding that we're having a lot of new people, a lot of people that are just getting involved in this case, and I went back through my videos, and I was like, I made all of these videos. Not one of them really goes through it step by step and kind of breaks it down A, B, C, D, which is kind of what I'm working on. Well, it is what I'm working on for my book, but I do think at some point, a video like that would definitely be very, very helpful. And the more that we go back and look at all of the strange things that happen from the very start, you can just add these things up, and you can see that there's much more than what we are being told. And if there wasn't, I do believe that the investigators would have it. I do believe that they would have made a bigger fuss out of it, and they would not have quietly closed this case after 1 year.
Right. It just seems so strange, especially with all of the information that they had access to. How did they look at that and then close it? Just that still doesn't make sense to me.
Mhm. Absolutely. And we do have the chat room open too, so if anybody wants to join in there, and we'll have that chat open. If you're in the chat and if you'd like us to bring up any topics, we'll try to make sure that we bring up anything that's in the chat room. Figure we'll go about maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, kind of play it by there and see how far we get. Let's see.
Okay, and I have that list up now. Is there something you wanted to talk about in particular? Oh, somebody has written something. Someone states, a guest, and I can't see the name. It just says, recently listened to discussion about suspicious persons call a neighbor. Seems like a huge point to ponder. I'm not quite sure what they're saying.
I think they might be talking about the suspicious person that was in the house on January 19th, 2 days after the bodies were found. There was a 911 call that was placed by a neighbor, and that 911 call is what led the cops to Chris Klein, and then from Chris Klein, that leads the cops to the bullet, the missing bullet, item 57, that was found in the living room attic, or in the attic above the living room. So I think that's probably what they're talking about. And to me, when I first heard about that, that was the big smoking gun. You know, that's still like one of the biggest things that I cannot wrap my head around what logical reason this would be for. And I've heard it all, and I've looked at it all, and I've taken it all seriously, and I just don't get it. There was no Christmas tree blocking it. There's no way they should have missed a big hole in the living room. No way. I don't care if it was.
Especially when they say when they go back to check it out, their exact words were an obvious bullet hole in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Well, if it's obvious the minute they opened the door, why wasn't it obvious between how many people were there? I mean, there were, 15, 20 people, maybe more, for how many hours, and nobody saw it?
That's right.
Yeah, that still gets me.
And of all of the people that contacted us, that contacted Dan and myself, I know that we brought that up. Nobody mentioned it. It wasn't mentioned in the city pages. It was an article by, I think his name is Corey Zorowski. He didn't mention it, even though he found it odd. When the documentary film crew came to my mom's house, I made sure that I mentioned it to them. Well, they found it odd, but they didn't put it in this sloppy-mentary, documentary, whatever you want to call it. There was another guy, Alec Wilkinson, who contacted me, and he didn't put it in what he wrote. So it was just like everybody knew, they all knew this is like the biggest piece, but you could tell they did not want to go there. They wanted to go down the conspiracy route, but they didn't want to go down the real conspiracies here. They just wanted to focus on, well, the government did it, just stick to their scripts, the things that they were using to try and discredit anybody that was simply asking questions. And I'm talking about days in, before anybody is supposed to know anything, before the police have closed their case, all of that stuff. And we're getting hit. We got hit by just a bunch of random people that I've never heard of, and they're telling me just all this weird random stuff. Anyway, like somebody's breaking into a car.
I know. Is that at your house?
That's not at my house, but please, if you're breaking into somebody's car, please try to mute yourself while you're doing that. if you could.
Okay,
You can unmute yourself once the cops start chasing you and all that, but at least for this purpose, help us out, please. Once you get in, once you drive away. Yeah, I could just hear it now. The Justice for David Crowley group wants people to break into cars. They're
advocating criminal activity.
All right. Anyways.
Okay, and Angela from Wyoming says, living in a smaller community, lots of PD staff know lots of people from childhood, high school, college, etc. Anybody research ties between AVPD and the key characters?
That's a great question. That's a really great question. The answer is yes, obviously, because there are questions about if there were any type of informants involved in this case. I haven't found anything conclusive. What I find kind of strange is how the whole Gray State team seemed to know everything before anybody else did.
Right.
They were pushing it out to anybody who would actually listen and take them seriously. The people that wouldn't take it seriously, they pushed them harder. So yeah, I think that's a very, very valid question, and I'd be curious to know if there are ties, if there are any ties.
Well, wasn't Kate's brother or something, David's uncle or somebody? They had a family member who was a police officer, correct? Who died in the line of duty?
Yes, I think his name was John Bergeron, if I remember correctly, which is Kate's maiden name, something like that. But yeah. But he was, and I forget what department he worked for, but I do believe it was in Minnesota, very close with David, from what I was told by third-party people. He was very close with David. You know, it was just, there were no issues or anything like that. And it sounds like the whole family, in general, both sides, Kate's side and Dan Sr., it sounds like both sides had a very high respect for cops in general. So that was a feeling that I kind of got. But yeah, so there might be ties. As far as I know, I haven't found any, but I think it's a great question, and I do believe it's probably a question that a lot of people asked that were getting cyberbullied within those first couple days or whatever. And I think hopefully a lot of that stopped once we stopped going through these people who were telling us lies and stopped just listening to what they were saying and started to create a dialogue with the cops ourselves. I think that's, I learned a lot more. I learned a lot of what to do, what not to do, how to treat people. Obviously, you don't just call people up, start yelling at them, right? It's all about how you treat them, and that's generally how they will treat you. So.
Yeah, and I'm interested too, and I know I haven't done any research between those who claim to have been David's friends and if they have any ties with the Apple Valley Police Department either. I haven't really looked into that myself. I just know that Kate had a brother who died. Have you done any research on the friends, Greg?
Possibly. Maybe.
Okay, we'll say no for now.
I don't want to lie, but you have to go down every angle. You have to look at everything. It doesn't mean you have to be a stalker. It doesn't mean you have to, even there's ways that you can do this. And I think the first thing you have to start with is prayer. With whatever you do, start there. That's where I start, and then I just kind of just let God guide me to wherever I should be going. And it's been quite the journey, quite the spider web of just going down all these different trails, going down so many trails that sometimes I forget to, how many trails I've been going down. So it's, yeah. This is definitely, this case is, spiritually, I'm not saying there was any demons or anything like that involved in this case, but for me, spiritually, it's been a very tough case. It's been a very trying case because it does dwell on my soul. It does dwell on my heart. And there were times where I could not sleep. There were times where I felt that anxiety, and other times where I felt like I was spending too much time on this, and I had to kind of take a few steps back, and it actually helped me. If I would have just kept going forward full speed, I probably would look back right now and see, and see a lot of the faults that I made. I still made many faults, but I think if I would have moved faster and been a little more hasty, I probably would have messed up a lot more and probably would have damaged a lot more too. So it's all a learning process.
I think that's true for everyone, and I don't know of anyone who can research any type or investigate any type of case and not make mistakes. That's to be expected, but it's how a person handles those mistakes. It's like, okay, oops, that was the wrong track, scratch that off the list. Now let's turn around and go back and look at this at a different angle. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's when someone gets their head stuck in one direction only, and then refuses to acknowledge any other evidence. That's when I think it becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, we got 7 people on the line right now. I know we got Sophia, and I think Pansy is on the line too, and maybe a couple other people. If anybody wants to join in and say anything, you're more than free to. It's okay if we start talking over each other. It's all a learning process that we have to get over, and it's been that's been one of the bigger challenges, I think, because we have so many strong people, and so far we haven't really had any major issues on the call live or anything like that, and even after the call and all that, I haven't really seen it. So I think this is a great opportunity for all of us to just chat. There is no wrong thing that you can say here, unless you're just being totally just rude or mean or cyberbullying or anything like that, being a stalker or just a freaking weirdo or something. But as long as you're not doing that, as long as we're talking about this case, I want people to feel free to just jump in here. Just go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, and Angela asked another question, but she's asking what was the mention of Judy's job as a civilian surveillance? And she says, I'm not even sure I'm remembering it correctly, and also her son's legal problems and pot trafficking. Since Dan really was the one who did all of the research on that, should we wait and see if Dan can jump on and let him answer that?
I think that would be best. I know this was talked about in one of the last calls, I believe. It might have been the last call we had kind of talked about that. And Judy was a part of some neighborhood watch thing that surveilled their neighbors or something. It was, it was something like that. And I was like, what? And then he said it again, and I was like, what? And so, now I'm glad it's being brought up again because I need to understand exactly what that is too. And about Eric Prochnow, I think we've covered that too. There's a video that Dan has done on that. So if you haven't seen Dan's video on Eric Prochnow, I definitely go and watch that. I think it just that kind of gives you all of the public data that is out there, and it isn't like Dan is trying to make any ties where there isn't. It's just looking at, well, here's what happened. Here's, the case, and here's he got off, basically, for whatever he got, whatever his legal problems were. He doesn't have those now. And he was carrying a lot of weed, Yeah. So that was odd because it was just like, okay, you're carrying that much weed, you get off because of because you got a good lawyer or something, I guess, but...
Yeah, and I still don't understand that. I've read several of those documents, and, it's like, I guess, more power to him. However, the officer who stopped him and pulled him over had a very long history, and in fact, that was his job, was drug trafficking. And I am not saying that's what Eric was doing, so don't anybody put words in my mouth. But the police officer's experience was drug trafficking and how to stop people and how to spot those who are transporting drugs illegally. So the fact, And from everything I read on his stop, it was a completely legal stop. So to have him say that it was an illegal stop and then get the case thrown out is just beyond my comprehension. But like I said, more power to Eric. He got it to work for him.
Yeah, because I think first they said that the cop could search the car, and then they kind of backtracked, and I think that was the legal issue that got them off or something. I don't know. I mean, it's to me, it's like, it's just weed. First of all, it's not like, it's not like he was carrying real drugs, what I would consider real drugs or anything like that. But it was an interesting case. The reaction to it, I think, was even more curious because it was just craziness, right? Eric Prochnow comes into the group talking all this smack and all this stuff, and it was just like, I don't know. I even tried to give him a chance to tell his side, and things went kind of crazy. And I grew up where people were screaming and cussing and yelling. I'm not going to go through that. I'm too old. I'm 40 years old. I'm not going to sit there and get into a screaming match or an argument or anything like that with somebody.
Right.
I don't care how old they are. Nobody's going to get to me like that ever again.
Right,
like
and
that.
good for you, though. No, really, that's a good way to handle it. So
Now,
do you want to start going over? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just on that, and let's move on to the last one. But if he does want to have a conversation, if he's cooled down, and if he does want to chat in the future live, it could just be us, just he and I. He can tell whatever he wants to say and call us whatever names he wants to call us. That invitation is still open to him. I just need to have a little clarification with him that we're not going to be sitting there cussing at each other and all that. So.
Right. And it would be good. That way he wouldn't have to worry about anybody trying to, jump on him or bully him, and he could still say his piece.
Yeah, we do that here. We've done that here with people. If you want to jump on here and say your piece and all that, and do it. If it's relevant, which really with Eric Prochnow, to me, it's not, his stuff is not really relevant to this case. He made it relevant, more relevant than it really should be. So, anyways.
Yeah. So now on this list of inconsistencies, do you want me just to read them off, or should we read one and see if anyone has any comments?
Let's read one off, see if somebody wants to comment on it, and see how far we get.
Okay, so everyone type fast or jump in and talk, because otherwise we'll move forward. The first one on the list that I found is the gun. According to the reports, they have it written several different ways. But one of those ways is the gun is either a couple inches or 1 foot from David's left hand, and David was right-handed. So the fact that the gun was on the left side of his body when he's right-handed is inconsistent with where the gun would have fallen.
Right, because there's no photos, we haven't seen anything that would show us that David Crowley was left-handed. Shouldn't that have been part of what the police were actually looking for? The fact that was it even possible? Was it plausible? What are the odds that David shot himself with his left hand when most of the photos and videos and everything that you see show him clearly holding the gun? His trigger is on the right hand, not on the left hand.
Yeah, especially, yes, and then having the exit wound on the left parietal, in the left parietal bone, close to where the ear was. So that would be really difficult with a left hand.
That's right. So he would almost have to have it curved.
Yeah.
Kind of into his mouth with his left hand, and then shoot himself kind of with the gun pointed towards the left side of his face, kind of.
Well, and I know a lot of people, and I even read it in one of the articles where the police state that David shot himself in the front, in the front of his head, or the front of his face. Now that is, I'm going to take huge issue with that because, A, the autopsy report clearly states that the trajectory is they can't determine where that bullet entered. They only know where it exited. So for the police to say that he shot himself in the front of his face and then have it exit through the left parietal bone, that just doesn't make sense.
Could that be because because of where it actually exited, that's where it would be the only logical thing. Like, it couldn't have come from the back of his head, right? It couldn't have come from the side of his head. It's kind of what it sounds like they're saying. Because there's no wound or anything, because the whole right side of his head is still there.
No, I thought part of it, no, only his left side was there, part of the left parietal bone. Most of the right side was missing, and some of the back was still attached to the spine. So I'm assuming it's the occipital region, which was still attached to the spine. But since the right side of his head was pretty much missing, and the front of his face was missing.
I thought it was the other way around.
Well, if it's exiting, if they see an exit wound on the left parietal, the left side has to be there.
I'm gonna have to go back and look, because when I look at that image, it looks like you can see through his left eye. There's nothing really there, and the whole left side of his cheek, like the cheek and all that stuff, looks like it's all gone. There's nothing there. That's the left side, right?
That's the right side that's facing the camera.
I don't think.
And you're talking about the one photo we do have?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the right side that is facing the camera. I can pull up. I'm going to get the autopsy reports real quick.
Okay. Let's see. There was another question about the toxicology. Why those results didn't show any weed, any alcohol, any shrooms, anything. So based on the toxicology that we do have, which to me is like, okay, this is great. I see what the toxicology, what the report is. It doesn't tell me much because I have no idea what I'm looking at. This might as well be French or Spanish or something. So when they say spleen volatile screen, the ethanol 0.109 G-DL within propanol and decomposition peaks present. I'm just like, I have no idea what you're talking. Just, were there drugs? Yes or no? You know?
No.
No. Okay, nothing.
It says that the immunoassay negative, no basic or neutral drugs present, or present on chromatography.
That's on the liver drug screen.
Right, but the spleen is just basically stating that there's the typical amount of alcohol found in the system upon decomposition, and that they found decompositional peaks present in their test. But there were no drugs found, no basic or neutral drugs present that they could find on the chromatography.
And those tests should have been a part of this too, right? Or is it just? I don't know how the whole toxicology test works, I guess, either.
You know, and that was something I forgot to check. I was going to call and check with BCA to see if marijuana is a standard drug. I'm pretty sure it is. It's one that they automatically test for. And
well, let's say, I mean, in this case, because there was weed found on the table, they should have at least tested for it, I would think, if it's out there.
Yes.
Now, because the bodies were, let's just say, let's say that they were there for 3 weeks. Let's just say that for 3 weeks, okay? What are the odds that weed would even show up or anything like that would show up when the bodies were so badly decomposed as they were found? Even with 1 week, would there be a difference between 1 week and 3 weeks?
I think that they would, since there was enough hair left from both David and Kamel, they could have easily done testing on the hair, but it doesn't look like that's what they did. It looks like they only tested the liver. Now, the liver, I think, would probably metabolize most of any drugs that may or may not have been taken at the time. So most medical examiners during the autopsy will take the vitreous fluid from the eye, but since they were all missing their eyes, that was not possible. So they had to test what was available, which was the liver. But at the same time, again, they did have access to hair, which would have told them for sure how often they at least smoked pot, if they did at all. Now, and according to the autopsy reports too, and I'm reading this directly, and this is off of David, it says gunshot wound at the head. Entrance, indeterminate. Pathway and trajectory, indeterminate. The exit is the left parietal bone with external beveling and radiating linear fractures and scalp. So it's the left side of his head that was still there. Now it says on the external examination, it says, let me find it. The posterior, the back scalp is intact with patchy short brown hair. Fragments of skull and additional small bones recovered separately from the body at the scene are described in a separate section.
Wow.
So there was just part of the back of his head and then the left part of his head.
Okay. It looks different than what I see here, but I'm going to go with what the autopsy results say.
Well, and you have to remember that photo you are looking at, taking a photo from the right side of his body. So what's closest to the camera is the right side.
Well, I mean, you can see his, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to go back and look at it or something, but all right.
Yeah, it says the entrance, this is also part of the autopsy under a gunshot wound at the head. The entrance gunshot wound site and trajectory are indeterminate due to absence of the majority of the head. No projectile fragments are recovered.
But the exit is in the left, okay.
Yes, on the left parietal scalp, centered approximately 9 inches above the left shoulder and 4 inches left of the posterior midline is a gunshot wound.
Ugh.
So that's strictly the left side.
That's odd to me. Okay.
Well, when you're looking at that photo, it's like you're looking on the inside of his head.
Yeah, and you can see through the left side, right? Maybe it's the right side. I don't know. I haven't looked at the image in a while, so I really try not to look at it.
Yeah. Okay, so since no one else has asked a question, we'll move on to number 2, and that is where the blue blanket is over David's legs. Now, they're saying he shot himself, but yet there's a blue blanket over his legs. Quite neatly, by the way.
Yeah, well, do you know where the blue blanket is mentioned?
Yes, that would be in, that would be the final BCA report. Let me get the other one. Hold on.
The 40-pager?
I think so.
This has a portion of Kamel's sweater.
Yes.
Was draped over his lower right leg.
Yes. That I mentioned in another section, the inconsistencies, because he has not only the blue blanket, but her brown sweater covering his legs.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Okay, I am trying to find that report. It's the long one that has, it said BCA final. I know I printed it out.
Yeah, I think it's the one we're looking at here.
Okay, I'm trying to find it in my notes.
Okay.
Oh, wait, here it is.
I also love how they just mentioned the item 53 and item 57 as if they found it that same day, too.
Right, when they... Yeah,
that just blows my mind.
I know, they should have added, that those items were found later on. But yes, it says... David Timothy Crowley was lying on his back with his arms spread to the side. His right hand was missing, and only the back portion of his skull remained attached to the spine. He was wearing a long white sleeve T-shirt with a gray short sleeve T-shirt over it, a navy blue undershirt, exposed light blue underwear, navy blue athletic pants, and rope bracelets on his left wrist. His left bare foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot was partially exposed. But
that's odd too, because his left foot is closest to the window.
Yes. Yeah.
But his right foot was not.
Right. Yeah, the foot closest to Kamel was partially exposed. The left foot is covered. And
which first thought for me would be, well, maybe the dog moved things, but if the dog is allegedly eating all of these body parts, I think it might have tried to eat David's feet or something like that too before some of the other body pieces, especially the skull and all that, the bones.
Right. Right. They're saying that the dog supposedly ate all of her head. His foot's right by her head, but it's interestingly completely untouched. It just cracks me up. I'm like, wow, okay. And Amy in Wyoming, I think was it Angela in Wyoming? Oh, there we go, Angela. She wanted to know if the picture of the legs and blanket is out there. Now, I think you have one, correct? You have a photo that shows some of that, like not his whole body, but some of the leg and feet?
The only one that we have, if you go back, and I think this was a part of the original 464 photos, it does show there's an image where it's kind of further back. You're looking at the blood wall, right? The writing, and at the very bottom you can see David's his right toe, his big toe. So you can see some of his feet in there, and it's interesting because you can only see his right foot. You don't see the left foot. So I'll have to go back and look at that. But that's the only one that I know of that shows any part of David's feet.
Yeah, I think so too. I just remember seeing someone had zoomed in and cropped it, so I think that's the photo I'm thinking of. Same photo you're talking about, but it was the cropped out part. Yeah.
Yeah, which is that's another odd thing. Definitely odd. Anybody want to jump in here before we move on to the next thing?
Okay.
I know you're out there.
I know. The next one is.
You just want to say, just waiting for the right moment. I get it.
I know, maybe they're waiting for the right one to come up, the right topic. Okay, number 3 is blood spatter is medium velocity due to blunt force trauma and flows in at least 4 different directions on the floor. So, we know that gunshots produce high velocity blood spatter, but that blood spatter on the floor that I have seen and on the wall is medium velocity, and medium velocity is due to blunt force trauma, and especially on the floor, it goes in 4 separate directions. So either the person being attacked is moving, they're on the move, or the person doing the attacking is moving around.
So a struggle.
Yes, some type of, or maybe they decided they wanted to, I'll hit you while I'm facing the left. Now I'm going to hit you while I'm facing the right. We don't know, but we definitely know there are 4 different directions of blood flow.
All in the same area.
Yes, all in the same area.
and all medium to low, would you say?
Medium velocity.
Medium velocity.
And there is some what they call passive, which is where the blood just kind of drops. Say, just for example, and I'm not saying a bat was used, but if a bat were used and there was blood dripping from the tip of the bat onto the floor, just the drops. That's called passive. There are some passive as well.
Would the blood by the dishwasher, would that pass? Is that passive?
Yes. That's like somebody who was walking, and that's what I told you before. I'm one of the medical examiners or a coroner, deputy coroner I was speaking with. I can't remember which one, but they were saying that more than likely the blood in the kitchen by the dishwasher was probably belongs to the person who did the attacking. They probably were injured in somehow, some way. But they said that that is definitely passive, and that's usually where that type of blood comes from.
And, of course, that wasn't tested.
Correct.
Add that to the list.
Yeah.
Pansy, anything else on this one?
No.
No?
Okay, we'll move on to number...
I'm just taking it all in.
Okay.
It's a lot to take in, right?
Yeah.
Can you picture people who are just like learning about this case? Like at some point, I think some people are just like, you know what, this is just too much for me. I just don't want to even get involved.
Yeah.
Well, I'm passive about this.
Well, I'm glad you are.
We definitely need it.
Yep. Okay, number 4, being the quote-unquote bloody footprints, show cleaned up blood when it was sprayed with the luminol-type product. Now, they didn't use luminol. They used another name brand that shows blood that has been cleaned up. When you look at the photos, you don't see that blood, but as soon as they spray it, you see then you see the blood on the floor. And it had been cleaned up previously. And the police knew this. When, as soon as the BCA sprayed that floor and it showed up blue, I mean, they know that's like blood spatter 101. Police detective work, 100. That tells them right away that somebody cleaned up that blood prior to the new quote-unquote prints being put down on the floor. But they never even took a second guess at that. They didn't even look twice at it.
Well, that seems odd.
Okay. And number 5, we're going back to the bullet hole in the ceiling. The bullet hole in the living room ceiling was not documented or seen until February 18th. A whole month later.
Yeah, and I got something to say on that one.
Okay.
You think that bullet could have been fired the second day when all those guys were there? Maybe with a silencer or something?
It would have to be with the silencer, I would think, because there's, neighbors would have heard something. They're on the lookout at this point, I think, because they're spotting people in the house days later.
That's how they knew about the bullet hole.
Right.
How else could they?
They did it.
Yeah, and especially to call the police and say, oh, we found a bullet hole you missed. Right. How do you know they missed it?
Exactly.
Right.
That was the oddest thing, which is like they're watching the police very closely. Yeah, I didn't understand that, but I think it would have to be I guess my question would be why would you risk that? Why would you risk going into the house and creating this? What would be the goal of that?
Unless they knew they were being protected, you're right. Why would they risk it? If they knew that what they stated would not cause anyone to question them,
Yeah, there's a lot of setup going on there.
Yeah.
I believe you.
I mean, that's definitely one thing that would kind of make the police want to close the case as quickly as they could, and kind of gloss over those key factors, those facts. It's really what they are.
Now, who was it that stuck their finger in the hole and made it bigger?
That was that was Joe Cooksley from the BCA crime scene team.
Stupid. That was really stupid.
Yeah, I don't know what that was for. What he was trying to accomplish. If it was just an accident.
No, he knows better. This is what he does for a living. Like, why would he put his finger in the hole?
To see how deep it is. To see where it goes.
Yeah.
Is it really a bullet hole? We don't know.
Is this an illusion?
Okay, and number 6 is no bullet or bullet fragment was found associated with a gunshot wound to David's head. In other words, the bullet that killed David was never found. Not even the one that was...
Go ahead.
Okay, the one that they found supposedly in the attic only had David's DNA. There was no blood, hair, or tissue in that bullet fragment.
Right.
Is it possible that one of the other bullets was one that killed David?
No, because they tested them all, and they either had Kamel's or Ranya's blood and or tissue on them.
Right, but there's several times where David can't be actually ruled out, right? So that kind of leaves the door open, doesn't it?
Well, no, because you're talking about the blood on the bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's stay there for a second. Let's look at those.
I am pulling up that report, or getting to that report. Okay, so
what, 42, 43.
42 and 43 do not match David or Rania.
Okay, so it can't be that. What about 44?
44 does not match David or Rania.
Okay, what are the other? Well, there's like 6.
Number 53. Major profile does not match David or Kamel, but it matches Rania. And then the only other one left is 57 from the attic. It is male DNA, and that is what matches David.
What's 40? 41? No, 41 is not. So
41 is the page from the notepad.
41 is the page. So 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57. And the only one that even has David's DNA on it is 57.
Correct.
So,
and 45 had nothing. They could detect no DNA at all from anyone.
Okay, so we're just talking about 42, 43, and 44.
Yeah, 42. Yep, 42, 43, and 44 belong to Kamel. Do not match David.
Gotcha.
Number...
What about 53?
53, I think that is, that's the one that is Ranya's. Major profile does not match David or Kamel, but it does match Rania. So 53 is Ranya's. And 57 is the only one, that's the attic bullet, the mystery one, that only has David's DNA.
The magic bullet.
Yeah, the magic bullet.
One of the magic bullets. So I see what you're saying. There's no bullet here that you can tie to David.
To this day, they do not have the bullet that killed David.
And it's not one of these ones that say, well, it was two or more, but it wasn't him. So, okay.
And we have a guest that wrote, didn't the gun and clip have unknown prints? Yes. On the inside, that when they removed the magazine from David's gun, when they picked it up off the floor and they ejected the magazine, they found David's blood. They tested that blood, and it was David's blood on the magazine, but the latent print in that blood was not David's, and they do not know who it belongs to.
They could not conclusively tie it to David.
Well, I saw no print match at all. Did you see where it was a possibility? I saw no print match.
Yeah, if you look, it's in that same 40-page, or that 40-page document has pretty much everything, not everything, but most of the stuff that you'd want to start with, right? As long as you know what you're looking for. But there is, I believe it's one of the last pages on this too. Yeah, it's actually the very last page. So if you look at the very last page there, you can see the results of those latent prints, and you can also see why. So it's not, the why it was inconclusive to David is also weird to me too.
Okay, so 1B. Okay, this is what it states for latent print 1B. Inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. Now, I don't know about you, but that was a pretty darn good latent print. Latent print 41, that's on the, okay. Latent print 1B2 were searched in the Midwest Automated Fingerprint Identification Network, and no suitable candidate was generated. Now, they had David's fingerprint there. They had his print card. So when I'm reading this, one latent fingerprint designated LP1B-2, and they say that it's inconclusive, it didn't match David.
Yeah, and they don't even bother with the item 1A with the palm print on the actual gun, right? It just says no known palm prints for David Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to LP1A, which is the gun.
Yes.
Well, I mean, who has a palm print? Who takes a palm print? But how would you? What would you need to tie that palm print to David or to anybody? And if you can't tie it to David, why would you think that David had his hand on the gun? Because of the blood?
Well,
let's look at the blood found on that
and
gun,
that's
right?
the thing, how did David's blood get on the magazine inside the gun? That is not something that could happen if he shot himself. It wouldn't drop on that magazine like that and then have a print stuck in that blood. He was injured prior to whoever loaded that magazine into that gun. They were somehow dripping his blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all it is his blood is on the trigger. His blood is on the magazine. So by their logic, that's their tie to David on this gun.
Yeah.
Right.
Blood where it shouldn't have been by someone who supposedly killed them all. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and I thought it was weird that on the trigger of the gun that they said that that Rania could not be excluded from a possible contributor to that gun, to the blood on the gun. Let's say that. But
which means they had to have shot her at relatively close range for the blowback.
Yeah, and this would also, yeah.
No, again, so that means did they maybe use some type of, again, which we've all thought, was there a silencer or was a pillow or something used? But when she was shot, she was close enough for her blood to blow back onto that gun, or a possibility that it blew back onto the gun.
Okay, I can see that. But here you have on the magazine, item 1B-1, the magazine has a mixture of 2 or more people with David's major DNA profile, but Kamel and Rania, again, could not be excluded from that, which, again, I thought was kind of weird. And they go out of their way to say that if David had the major DNA profile, if it matched him, then there's no way that there's a very less likely chance that it's going to match anybody else within his family. The way that they phrase it is really weird too, I found. that confused me.
Yeah. And so when it says mixture of two or more individuals, when they're talking about major and minor profiles, we know they were looking for someone else. But to have it say that the major DNA profile, which is the blood on the trigger,
Which is a male DNA profile. It's a major male DNA.
Major male DNA profile matches David, and the major profile does not match Kamel or Rania, and a major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
Right.
So Rania cannot be excluded from being a possible contributor, and Kamel is excluded.
Not on the magazine.
Right. No, I'm talking about the trigger.
You're talking about the trigger. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But what this is saying is that the blood, the people who contributed to that blood are related to David. So when it says the major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals. So they would expect to see it among related individuals.
But how many? But it's a major DNA. So if it's a major DNA profile, then the second DNA profile wouldn't be a major DNA profile, right? So there's only going to be one major DNA profile that's going to match his blood, right?
Well, no.
That's why they call it major.
Well, you can have, yes, there are major. You can have 2 or 3 people who are still bleeding, then they'll all contribute. But what they're saying is that this blood that they're finding belongs to someone related to David. They would not expect to find it in anyone unrelated to David.
But that's only talking about the major DNA profile. It's not talking about just a DNA profile in general.
Well, it says it is estimated that 99.9996% of the general population can be excluded from being contributors.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, based on less genetic information obtained from the known sample of Rania, it is estimated 99.5% of the general population cannot be excluded, or can be excluded, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, yeah, I mean, that's it, because this is the weird thing, because this is where the major DNA, where it kind of threw me off, because I was expecting, if they're going to mention major DNA on one of these things, I was expecting them to mention major DNA on everything, and that's not the case here.
Correct.
Why is that? Why maybe that's what's throwing me off here. Well, one of the things that's throwing me off. Let's put it like that.
Well, and I look at it as, they're writing it a certain way, but why are they writing it a certain way? So to me, it's like if they're going major, minor, I think I saw minor DNA on one of them, or maybe it's just all major. But if it's talking about mixture of 2 or more individuals, and then they bring up major profiles, then that tells me they're looking for someone else as well, but they didn't find that someone else.
Because they mention major DNA? I didn't think of that. That's interesting. I guess, yeah, just because, then I would think that should be single source, or if there's 2 or more, if there's a mixture of 2 or more, by that logic, shouldn't they always mention major DNA, or could that be because the blood DNA is so small, like a couple drops, like on item 8 on the actual knife, they literally say it's like 1 drop, and it's not even in the blade, it's like in the hole of the blade, and that was tied to 2 or more people, and they don't know who that is. I don't know.
Right, and then when you look down at the next one on items 11 and 44-1, which is blood from the west living room wall and the bullet, it says single source DNA. So they're very descriptive as to when it's one person who is a contributor versus 2 and or possibly more contributors to that blood, mixture of 2 or more. So when they say mixture of 2 or more, I know some have said in the past that we're not understanding it right, and that's just standard lingo. But I don't believe that, because if they are going to single out and say single source DNA and then mixture of 2 or more individuals, I think they're looking at 2 or more individuals.
Yeah, I mean 2 or more, not 1 or more. 2
Correct.
or more.
Yes, yes.
Could be looking at multiple people, sure. Anything else on that one?
Not for me.
Somebody asked, anybody know if he kept the safe closed at all times? I wonder if it was only opened after hearing commotion. And then someone else wrote back, I think he would have kept it closed since there was a child in the house.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it was a locking one. In fact, it wasn't even his prints or blood found on the gun safe. It was Kamel's, correct? Buttons on the safe, which was Kamel's blood, does not match David. Okay. Okay, and number 7, I'm going to jump now to number 7. The kiwi on the counter still looked fresh. Now, we've gone back and forth on this one because I don't know much about kiwi. I don't know what rotten kiwi looks like, but it definitely doesn't look like it's been sitting on a counter for over a month. And that's just me. No, other people might not agree with that. Does anyone else have anything to add to that? Okay. On to number 8. The back door was ajar, which the police didn't seem to find a problem with that whatsoever.
Sorry, can you read that one? Read that one.
The back door was ajar.
And they didn't find any prints on that door. Did they even test it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you just read my mind. Yeah, did they even test it? Would they test it? It seems like they only tested where there was blood, right?
You know what? Yeah, and I don't recall seeing any fingerprint dust on any of the windows or the doors or anything. Do you have any photos that show that was tested?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, they had to use that back door and that handle. They had to have prints on that handle.
Right.
I didn't see anything in the paperwork about them doing prints on elevators or even testing.
Which is really weird.
That is weird. Mm.
It's like a lot of things they didn't want to find.
Right. Okay, and now number 9 is back neighbor noticed back door open during the time frame but doesn't remember when. And this was during one of their, I can't remember who the neighbor was that the police interviewed, but they said they did notice that the back door was open, but they couldn't remember what day it was.
I think that was Teresa Shepard, and I think she actually says that it was when she got home on December 23rd.
Okay.
So I'm pulling in my book right now, so hopefully I can have that a little.
Okay, while you're looking that up, Angela, you want to know how far open, a little bit or more than in the pics? All we know is that they said it was ajar. I think they said a quarter of an inch, right?
Yes, yeah, 1/4 inch. Yeah.
Okay.
Which again is not. No, it is in the police reports. That was the biggest one, I think. Somebody posted that into the group. I want to thank whoever did that. They grabbed the audio of the cops going through the house. It's about 5 minutes long. You can tell that it's kind of clipped, so that I don't know if there's everything or if there's more or whatever. But that audio, everybody needs to listen to that audio. I think that audio is very important for many reasons. You can hear the family dog barking there. You can hear a lot of different things. So.
Yeah, and the thing with that is that we don't know if it was cut off because they move awfully quick, like within a second or two from upstairs cleared, now we're in downstairs. And it's like, really? You can't walk that fast. It was 2 seconds. So I don't know. Angela, when they were talking about seeing the door, they actually saw it open, not just ajar.
Well, and they also said that, you're talking about on January 7th, when the bodies were found?
No, I'm answering. They're asking more questions on the chat.
Okay.
So how did the neighbors see it from that far away? And I think it's because she actually saw it open. She's not saying she necessarily saw it the 1/4 inch ajar.
No, she saw the back door open. Now, she wasn't sure if it was the patio sliding door or if it was the actual door. So if it was the screen door or if it was the actual back door, she wasn't sure about that.
Okay.
I'm just pulling that up now. I think that was Teresa Shepard, though, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the neighbors, what the neighbors heard and what the neighbors saw leading up to that is very crucial because nobody seems to have seen them after Christmas, even right before Christmas, what it sounds like.
Yeah. So are you looking up something, Greg, you want to add to it?
No, I think that I was just looking up the thing about the neighbor in the back, but I know we've covered the main points that I was going to bring up anyway. So. Okay,
so then we'll go back. Now we'll head to number 10, and it was knife tested positive for blood of all three, yet it was not visible, appears to have been washed, and no prints on the knife.
Why do you say appears to have been washed? I haven't heard that one.
That's my opinion because you don't see blood on it. And they had to swab it to find the blood. And they found it in that little hole that, where they do the drawing of where the blood is. That is my opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion, my observation. There's nothing in any of the reports that state that is a fact. I would just, with where the knife was located and the fact that it had all three of their blood in one little tiny section, like what it said in the hole of where, when they opened the blade, and it was in the hole of the blade. Now, if it's there, it should have been over on more than just that spot.
Yeah, that made me think about that there was some possible signs of a struggle because the knife was open. It wasn't like the knife was closed or anything like that. And they're very careful not to really talk too much about that knife.
Yeah, they really ignore it. Yeah.
And they're very, I mean, how many times have they mentioned there were no signs of a struggle, no signs of anything like that? And an open knife, to me, would think that there would be possible signs of a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, that
would be the first thing I would think.
Right? I mean, that right there tells me someone was trying to defend themselves or someone was using it as a weapon. Hence, there's a struggle.
Let's see. Yeah, the knife was closest to David's left leg. The blood on the knife came from a mixture of two or more individuals, and David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded. The knife, yeah, I think that was because where the knife was found kind of really threw me off first, too, because I had expected it to be closer to Kamel, and it wasn't. If it's closer to David's left leg, it's on the other side, then it's completely there. So it's like, well, how did the knife get there? You have the knife and the gun, you know, next to David's left side, next to his left leg, and next to his left hand. And I don't know.
And here's the thing. This is number 11. To go with number 10 is that there is no apparent blood in the area around the knife. There's stuffing, there's hair, there are fibers, but no blood. So where did the blood come from that was in the hole on the blade?